Chapter 82. Nanheng Snake Lord left with his wife dejectedly, not attracting any attention. Meng Tianlang, who was embedded in the mountain, was carried out. His entire body was covered in blood, his hair was in a mess, and he looked extremely miserable. If not for the rise and fall of his chest, one would have thought that he was already dead. One of the generals asked nervously, "General Meng, are you all right?" Meng Tianlang raised his head with great difficulty. His face was covered in blood, and his eyes revealed shock and horror. "I've been tricked. How was this a competition of patience? This kid was purposely trying to make him relax." At this moment, Meng Tianlang wished that he was already dead. Thinking about becoming Zhou Xuanji's slave, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the general in front of him. Zhou Xuanji had already seen Meng Tianlang's miserable state. He smiled and said, "I'm going to have another sword slave." Northern Sword Valiant grinned and said, "It should be Dao Nu." Zhou Qingxin and Princess Xuanya were both curious. What did Zhou Xuanji mean? Zhao Zongjian's relationship with Zhou Qingxin was not bad, so he explained it to him. When the two great Zhou royal family members heard this, their expressions became strange. If Meng Tianlang became Zhou Xuanji's servant, the Emperor of Great Zhou, Emperor Yan of Zhou, would be furious. After all, Emperor Yan of Zhou had high hopes for Meng Tianlang. Zhou Qingxin wanted to remind Zhou Xuanji, but he felt that it was not the right time to make sarcastic remarks, so he could only hold it in. Soon, Great Zhou's generals and princes helped Meng Tianlang to the top of the mountain. All of them looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously and wanted to tear him into pieces. Meng Tianlang stood up with difficulty. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said with gritted teeth, "Shameless brat. You tricked me." Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "How?" "You." Meng Tianlang wanted to say something, but he did not know where to start. Zhou Xuanji only used the furious ape sword and no one else helped him. Everything was within the agreement. But, he was so aggrieved. The injuries all over his body told him that he had really lost. Zhou Xuanji purposely frowned and said unhappily, "Meng Tianlang, you want to go back on your word?" In his heart, he was already rolling with laughter. It felt so good. "Who asked you to look down on me? In the future, I'll make you follow behind me and call me master every day." Meng Tianlang was exasperated and didn't know what to say. At this moment, he noticed that Xiao Jinghong was frowning. He was instantly enraged and roared, "I'm a man of my word. Just you wait, after this great Zhou's heaven selection, I'll resign from my position as a general and work like a slave for you. Go." The surrounding generals and princes jumped in fright when they heard that. Meng Tianlang wanted to resign from his position as a general and join Sword God Zhou? They hurriedly asked as they supported Meng Tianlang away. To the generals, Meng Tianlang was a rare genius on the battlefield. For the princes, if they could rope in Meng Tianlang, they would be closer to the throne. After they left, Zhou Qingxin couldn't help but sigh, "General Meng, a single mistake brings everlasting sorrow." He muttered in his heart. Wasn't Meng Tianlang very smart? Why did he suddenly become stupid? He even dared to compete in such a bet. Now he had failed miserably. Zhou Xuanji smiled. After the pill entered his body, he had the strength to stand up straight. It seemed that he would have to be more careful when using the furious ape sword in the future. He didn't want to ruin himself. Too strong. Too strong. Fang Junsheng clenched his fists. He was so excited that he could not control himself, as though he was injected with chicken blood. After Zhou Qingxin chatted with Zhou Xuanji for a while, he left with Princess Xuanya, who was in a love-struck state. As the spectators left, the cliff quieted down again. Little Jiang Shui wrapped her arms around his neck and said meaningfully, "The way that princess looked at you just now, it was as though flowers were blooming." Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and said unpleasantly, "Have you forgotten who I am?" Little Jiang Shui heard him and realized that he was right. Zhou Xuanji was also a prince of Great Zhou, which was equivalent to Princess Xuanya's younger brother. She immediately beamed with joy and went to feed the dragon eagles. Xiao Jinghong walked over and took a deep breath. That slash just now was definitely not the power of an earth-grade sword technique. Revered teacher, can you teach me? Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, learn the dual sword wills first. Haste makes waste. There will be plenty of time and opportunities to learn other sword techniques in the future. Xiao Jinghong nodded, as though he was enlightened. In the next month, the news of sword god Zhou severely injuring Meng Tianlang with a single strike swept across the immortal Sundering Mountain and the entire Great Zhou. Meng Tianlang's fame had been in the top 50 of Great Zhou's reputation ranking for a long time, and he was ranked second on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. He was a sharp blade that could protect Great Zhou's future, and even Emperor Yan of Zhou praised him. Such a powerful cultivator could not even block a single strike from sword god Zhou? And almost died? In an instant, the name of sword god Zhou was spread like wildfire. He had even surpassed sword monarch Xiao Jinghong. Zhou Xuanji and the others, who were in the immortal Sundering Mountain range, did not know any of this. Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate day after day. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin trained even harder after witnessing Zhou Xuanji's slash. Little Jiang Shui was also trying her best to internalize qi, charging towards the enlightening state. As Fang Junsheng watched them practice, he would also follow suit. As time passed, his understanding of the sword Dao also increased. On this day, Zhou Xuanji easily broke through to enlightening level 8. He was getting closer to the inner pellet realm. Zhao Congjian only broke through to inner pellet at the age of 18, and he was already crowned as the only one in history. Zhou Xuanji's goal was to break through to inner pellet before the age of 15. Judging from the current situation, it was not a difficult task. In front of the cliff, Xiao Jinghong held two swords in his hands and used two different sword techniques. He looked very impressive. He still had not mastered dual sword wills, but the speed at which he switched between his sword wills was much faster than before. Zhou Xuanji stood at the side and nodded occasionally. This disciple of his had good comprehension. He estimated that he would be able to master dual sword wills in less than half a year. Zhao Congjian ran over and said respectfully, Master, the 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword has many transformations. There is something I don't understand. Speak. Zhou Xuanji nodded and listened to Zhao Congjian's questions. He sighed in his heart. How are they sword slaves? They are all disciples. But he quite liked the process of nurturing them. What's the fun of traveling the world alone? With sword slaves, disciples, and maidservants, I can travel anywhere in the world. Whoever dares to cause trouble, sword slaves go. After Zhao Congjian's questions were answered, he left in satisfaction and continued to practice. Zhou Xuanji turned around and asked, will Meng Tianlang really keep his word? Xiao Jinghong replied as he practiced, of course. But the Meng clan and the great Zhou royal family might not agree to it. He needs time to settle everything. A year later, we will have a battle. He can't run away. Zhou Xuanji nodded. If he were Emperor Yan of Zhou, how could he let go of such a talent? Shortly after, he continued his cultivation in peace and could not be bothered to think about this. 4 days later, he celebrated his 13th birthday. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 13 years old. Gacha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, gold, water-driving sword, white dragon golden robe, 300 pieces of 3rd grade spirit stones. The sword spirit's voice came as expected. Zhou Xuanji, who was internalizing qi, opened his eyes. Another gold-grade legendary sword. Now, he had 5 gold-grade legendary swords. They were the Hell King sword, Thunderclap sword, Bloodbath sword, Furious Ape sword, and this water-driving sword. Good luck. Chapter 83. Zhou Xuanji took out the water-driving sword. The sword was silver-white in color, with ripple patterns on the blade. It was very beautiful, and it was 1.4 meters long. It felt light in his hand. Not bad. 3 lines of words appeared in front of his eyes: sword name, water-driving sword grade, gold description. With this legendary sword, one can control all water in the world. The range of control is proportional to the sword owner's power. Control all water in the world? Incredible. The water-driving sword could not only be used in battle, but it might have other uses in the future. Zhou Xuanji held the water-driving sword and practiced the white crane sword technique. After familiarizing himself with it, he sheathed the sword. The others were cultivating on their own and did not notice that he had another legendary sword. He opened his hands, and the white dragon golden robe appeared in his hands. Just like the verdant full cloud riding boots, once the owner was recognized, the robe would change according to his size and fit comfortably. After changing into the white dragon golden robe, his entire aura changed. On the clean white robe, there were golden dragons drawn with golden patterns. They were vivid and lifelike. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, while the saddle makes the man. After putting on the white dragon golden robe, Zhou Xuanji's royal aura was displayed. His face was as clear as jade, and he had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His black hair was tied up at the back of his head, making him look lively and handsome. He did not lose out to the princes of Great Zhou. Little Jianghu, who was internalizing qi in front of small air, saw him and immediately ran over. The others also noticed that Zhou Xuanji had changed his clothes. After they saw him, they all praised him in their hearts. What a young man! Xiao Jinghong frowned suddenly. For some reason, he felt that Zhou Xuanji looked like another person. Zhou. 13 years old. Could it be? Xiao Jinghong suddenly thought of something and could not help but be moved. Fang Junsheng, who was chopping wood, praised loudly, "Master, you are so wise and mighty." Northern Valiant Sword rolled his eyes. Can this brat be more serious in his bootlicking? Fang Junsheng was in the top 30 of Great Zhou's hero ranking board after all. He was at Unparalleled and was more powerful than Northern Valiant Sword. But in front of Northern Valiant Sword, he always had to bow and bow. If there were no accidents, Fang Junsheng would become Zhou Xuanji's sword slave sooner or later. So Northern Valiant Sword's attitude became better and better. He did not even bother to scold him anymore. Little Jianghu moved closer to Zhou Xuanji and sized him up. She nodded continuously. "You're getting more and more handsome. God bless you, you didn't grow too old." Little Jianghu pinched Zhou Xuanji's cheeks and smiled happily. Zhou Xuanji glared at her and said unpleasantly, "Of course. In the future, not only will I be the top swordsman in the world, but I'll also be the top commander in the world." Little Jianghu covered her mouth and chuckled. "Yes, yes, yes. You're the most handsome." She suddenly thought of something and became discouraged. With a bitter face, she said, "Your clothes are really beautiful. I'm afraid the clothes I knitted for you can't compare." Zhou Xuanji comforted her, "It's okay, I understand your intentions. Don't knit any more in the future, lest it hurts your hands." After the age of 12, his height began to increase by leaps and bounds. Now, he was already at little Jianghu's eyebrows. He looked at the 17-year-old Jianghu, no, Jianghu. Zhou Xuanji was filled with amazement. The flower finally bloomed. Jianghu felt regret and disappointment. But when she looked up and met Zhou Xuanji's gaze, the gentleness in his eyes made her disappointment disappear immediately. She smiled sweetly and said, "I'll listen to you." The two of them stood at the edge of the cliff and began to chat. They talked about the jokes of the past and their hopes for the future. As they chatted, the two of them sat at the edge of the cliff. Jianghu could not change her bad habit. Once she got close to Zhou Xuanji, she could not help but feel up to him. And so, she wrapped her arms around Zhou Xuanji's neck. Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, "In another year, your arms will get sore if you hug me like this." Jianghu smiled without a care, "It's okay. You can hug me when the time comes." Hey, don't you understand? Men and women should not touch each other. We are all grown up. Hey, why are you talking to me about this? Don't we always sleep in the same room? Okay, from today onwards, let's sleep in separate rooms. You dare. The two of them began to quarrel, and the others were envious of them. Northern Sword Valiant sighed, "Back then, I had a childhood friend like him too." Fang Junsheng asked curiously, "What about now?" "Gone." Northern Sword Valiant replied calmly. After that, he turned around and left, leaving Fang Junsheng with a lonely and bleak silhouette. This was a man with a story. Fang Junsheng rubbed his chin and thought. Time passed quickly. Another 5 months had passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to enlightening level 9, and the first stage of the Great Zhou Heaven selection came to an end. Following the shocking news of Sword God Zhou defeating Meng Tianlang, the cultivators who passed by the cliff dared not to cause trouble. Even the demon kings did not dare to get close. However, the peace was still broken. This day, a group of soldiers came on a cloud. There was a carriage on top of it. The carriage was luxurious and luxurious. It was more than 3 times the size of an ordinary carriage and looked like a small building. Zhao Congjian, Shao Jinghong, Northern Sword Valiant, and the others gathered around Zhou Xuanji. Great Zhou's Meng clan's flag. It should be Meng Tianlang's elder. Shao Jinghong said softly. The leader of the soldiers held a huge flag with the word Meng carved on it. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and did not speak. Soon, the Meng clan soldiers stopped in front of the cliff. The curtain of the carriage was pulled open, and a middle-aged man wearing a black robe with python patterns walked out slowly. His sideburns were like fire, his body was muscular, and he had a stocky build. Just by standing there, he gave people a strong sense of oppression. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "You are Sword God Zhou?" Zhou Xuanji asked, "Who are you?" Meng clan, Meng Jianghu, Great Zhou's second-rank general king. I feel that the bet between my nephew, Tianlang, and you should be discussed at length, so I came specially. The middle-aged man in black leaped up and landed in front of Zhou Xuanji and the others. His boldness was even stronger than Meng Tianlang's. Shao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and Northern Sword Valiant were all prepared for battle. Fang Junsheng lowered his head and hid behind Huang Lianxin. He did not dare to look at Meng Jianghu directly. I wasn't the one who forced him to make this bet. Zhou Xuanji said casually, which made Meng Jianghu frown. He frowned, and the pressure grew stronger. He looked at Zhou Xuanji's face carefully. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. "If you have any requests, just tell me." Meng Jianghu said calmly, but his eyes flickered with a strange look. "There's no room for discussion." Zhou Xuanji replied. If he let this go, he would lose face. Okay. Meng Jianghu flicked his sleeves and turned around. He pointed at Fang Junsheng and said, "You, come here. Follow me home. If your father knew that you are such a coward, your wives and concubines can forget about living." Fang Junsheng heard him and his expression changed drastically. He could only grit his teeth and walk up to him. Meng Jianghu grabbed his shoulder and flew up to the clouds. Zhou Xuanji did not stop him. Fang Junsheng was not his sword slave yet, and Meng Jianghu was not Fang Junsheng's enemy. He had no reason to stop him. Meng Jianghu walked into the carriage, and the soldiers left on the clouds. "Prince Xuanji, His Majesty was right. You will be the top prodigy in Great Zhou's history. You have perfectly inherited the royal bloodline of Great Zhou. But I have to give you a piece of advice. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Meng Changhu's voice came suddenly, and Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. The others did the same and looked at Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 84. Master. You are the Prince of Great Zhou? Zhao Congjian could not help but ask. His expression was complicated, and he could not help but think of Zhou Chengxin. If Zhou Chengxin knew Zhou Xuanji's identity, wouldn't he vomit blood? The powerful cultivator that he tried so hard to rope in was actually his brother. Xiao Jinghong was in deep thought. Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin were shocked, but they did not ask. Zhou Xuanji wanted to kill the Empress of Great Zhou, so why would it be impossible for him to be the Prince of Great Zhou? Little Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Xuanji worriedly. She knew what kind of danger he would face if his identity was exposed. Zhou Xuanji stared at the direction where Meng Changhu's group left and said calmly, "Yes, I am the son of Lady Zhao Xian, Zhou Xuanji." Lady Zhao Xian. Everyone's expression changed. They still remembered the shocking incident 11 years ago clearly. Back then, in order to search for Lady Zhao Xian and her son, Great Zhou went to great lengths. All the kingdoms helped, but both mother and son died in the end. I see, Huang Lianxin mumbled to herself. No wonder Zhou Xuanji wanted to kill the Empress of Great Zhou. All the questions were answered immediately. Back then, Emperor Yan of Zhou favored Lady Zhao Xian, which made the Empress jealous. It was not a secret. Xiao Jinghong squinted his eyes and said, back then, when revered teacher was just born, he was loved by the emperor. But Lady Zhao Xian's family rebelled at this time. There must be more to it than meets the eye. Beixiao Wangjian nodded and guessed, if they did not rebel, Lady Zhao Xian's family would have a meteoric rise. After the rebellion, the one who benefited the most was the Empress of Great Zhou. Zhao Congjian walked up to Zhou Xuanji and half-knelt. I will definitely kill my way into the Great Zhou royal palace for master and avenge you. Although he was a sword slave, Zhou Xuanji treated him just as well as Xiao Jinghong. He never treated him harshly. He did not express his feelings, but he remembered them in his heart. Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin saw this and knelt down as well. We will go through fire and water for master. Wherever master goes, I will go. Even if there is a slim chance of survival. Both of them looked resolute and fearless. Xiao Jinghong knelt down as well and cupped his fists. A teacher for a day is a teacher for life. Now that I, Xiao Jinghong, have acknowledged you as my master, your matters are my matters. Even if the enemy is the Emperor of Great Zhou, I will definitely stand before you. Looking at the four people in front of him, Zhou Xuanji felt a little teary. Other than Jiang Shui, he didn't expect to get four other people who would risk their lives for him. He laughed heroically and said, "What are you doing? Hurry up and get up. I value my life more than you do. I won't bring you to your deaths." The atmosphere was no longer tense. Everyone smiled and stood up. Jiang Shui smiled and said, with Xuanji's talent, it will be easy for him to take revenge in the future. Zhou Xuanji nodded and smiled, we promised to travel the world together. Master, let's make a deal. After you get your revenge, we'll go to the holy land of the sword, 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. How about that? Xiao Jinghong smiled as a yearning look appeared on his face. Zhao Congjian's eyes brightened, the legendary 10,000 Swords Divine Ridge? It really exists? Xiao Jinghong nodded. Jiang Shui, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin were all curious. They did not know much about the Northern Wilderness region. Not to mention the Northern Wilderness region, they had not even explored the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Zhou Xuanji laughed and said, "Go." Of course. In the future, wherever you want to go, we will go. The group looked at each other and laughed. Even in the face of the Empress threat, they still laughed heartily. After chatting for a while, they decided to leave this place. Since Meng Changhu could recognize Zhou Xuanji's identity, it meant danger. Who knew which faction Meng Changhu belonged to? Now that the ascension of Emperor Yan of Zhou was getting closer, the fight for the throne was getting more and more intense. Zhou Xuanji did not want to die recklessly. He could not just shout, "I'm the Prince of Great Zhou, Zhou Xuanji." If he did so, he would die even faster. After all, Zhou Yalong had the highest chance of becoming the emperor. He had already won over half of the royal court, and the empress was even more powerful in the royal palace. Even though Emperor Yan of Zhou had great powers, it was extremely difficult for Zhou Xuanji to appear before him. Wu, a big roared in the sky, and the group flew on their swords. Jiang Shui hugged Zhou Xuanji's waist, while the three-eyed drought rodent was in his arms. The little black snake laid on the three-eyed drought rodent's head and exclaimed, "Impressive. I didn't expect you to be a prince of the great Zhou dynasty, and of the royal bloodline of the great Zhou dynasty. Your father is a top-notch almighty in the northern wilderness region, and he is world-shaking." It talked endlessly as if it was Emperor Yan of Zhou's son. Zhou Xuanji ignored it and headed deeper into the immortal Sundering mountain range. Along the way, they encountered many cultivators. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, those cultivators could not contain their excitement and continuously cried out. They flew for 1,000 li. Zhou Xuanji learned a lot of news. He was already ranked third on the Great Zhou honor ranking. It even overshadowed the brilliance of Great Zhou's heaven selection. Defeating Meng Tianlang was not enough to cause such a stir. It was mainly because of the accumulation of his previous achievements. The Demon Emperor's son, North Zhou Gale Sword, Zhao Congjian, Xie Zong, Meng Tianlang, Sword God Zhou, who appeared out of nowhere, was already a legend in the eyes of the people. He was an undefeated legend. How powerful was Meng Tianlang? He was defeated by a single sword strike and almost died. How powerful was Sword God Zhou? Within Great Zhou, it was widely believed that Sword God Zhou had already surpassed the astral infant stage. There were very few experts who surpassed the nascent soul realm, and it was difficult for a dynasty to produce one in 1,000 years. Even within the dynasty, they would be top experts and would be roped in by the court. TSK, if this continues, will people think that you are more powerful than the sword monarch of Great Zhou? Jiang Shui rested her chin on Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and asked with a smile. The strong wind messed up her hair, and she could only squint her eyes. Even so, she was still beautiful. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Sword God and Sword Monarch, who's more powerful? Can't you tell from their names?" "Bullshit, but you'll definitely be stronger than him in the future." Jiang Shui pinched Zhou Xuanji's face and giggled. Hey. I'm flying on my sword. Be careful not to get into an accident." Zhou Xuanji cried out loudly, which frightened Jiang Shui so much that she immediately stopped. The others were also laughing. Thinking back to that sword strike from that day, they still felt amazed. They traveled for 7 days. The group found a valley that was open and surrounded by mountains. There was a lake, flowers, and trees in the valley. It was suitable for living. After checking in, everyone continued to cultivate. Zhou Xuanji's goal was to break through to Inner Pellet as soon as possible. Next, every month, he would send Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Congjian out to find out about the Empress' visit to Merciful Melody Cliff. One thing was for sure. Before Great Zhou's heaven selection ended, the Empress, as the mother of the empire, would not go out. 4 months later, Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through to enlightening level 10. At the same time, Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin reached foundation building level 10. Beixiao Wangjian received a lot of resources and reached enlightening level 8. Zhao Congjian received a year of guidance from Zhou Xuanji and began to break through to Soul Fountain. The entire group was becoming more powerful quickly. This day, Great Zhou's heaven selection's first round ended. Great Zhou's army retreated from Immortal Sundering Mountain. Immortal Sundering Mountain welcomed peace. The demons no longer hid and came out to roam the world. Whoosh, in the valley, Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, felt a gust of cold wind. Immortal's sundering mountain was like spring all year round, and it was rare to have such a cold wind. He looked up instinctively, and his expression changed. He saw a silhouette standing on the top of a mountain. The sun shone above his head, and no one could see his face clearly. Chapter 85. There's someone. Everyone, be careful. Xiao Jinghong's voice came from a tree not far away. Zhao Congjian and Beixiao Wangjian, whom he was teaching, turned around as well. Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin, who were bathing the dragon eagles by the lake, also became alert. The little black snake, who was sleeping soundly on the three-eyed drought rodent's head, quivered and raised its head to look. His Majesty said that you were the chosen one, but you died at the age of 2 and became a joke. I didn't expect you to still be alive. An old voice sounded. His tone was indifferent, and it was impossible to tell what he was feeling. Zhou Xuanji's heart trembled. People from the great Zhou Empire? Before he could say anything, Xiao Jinghong asked, "Who exactly are you, and why have you come here?" Sword King Xiao Jinghong. You're quite a character, but it's a pity that you followed the wrong person. The world will belong to the second prince in the future. Zhao Xian's son must die. The ancient voice came again. After that, he leaped up and dived down toward Zhou Xuanji. He rushed out of the sunlight and revealed his true self. He was dressed in a loose black robe, and his face was like an eagle's. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and he was like an evil demon that had been born. Zhou Xuanji took out the Hell King sword and Thunderclap sword and prepared to fight. Xiao Jinghong's treasured sword shot towards the black-robed elder like a sharp arrow. Master, this person is also at the nascent soul realm. Leave him to me. Xiao Jinghong bellowed and leaped into the air. He took out another sword and slashed at the black-robed old man. After the black-robed old man dodged the incoming sword, he flipped his right hand, and a black wooden scepter appeared in his hand. The top of the scepter looked like a scorched claw, and it was horrifying. The scepter and the sword clashed together, causing sparks to fly and an ear-piercing sound. Xiao Jinghong turned around and caught the other sword with his left hand. Wielding his sword with both hands, he moved like a swallow and fought fiercely with the black-robed old man in the air. The two of them attacked extremely quickly, and even Zhou Xuanji was dazzled by their movements. Zhao Congjian looked at the sky with a burning gaze. This guy had forgotten about the danger. He only felt excited and wanted to learn something. Xiao Jinghong's swords were like the wind, and his attacks were swift and fierce, similar to Zhou Xuanji's style. The black-robed old man held the scepter in his hand, and strands of evil qi seeped out from the scepter, turning into numerous ghost heads that surrounded Xiao Jinghong. Compared to Xiao Jinghong, the black-robed old man's movements were bold and majestic, and he had the aura of a general. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. He could tell that Xiao Jinghong did not have the upper hand. From the looks of it, this person was at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Jiang Shui walked to Zhou Xuanji's side and took out the flaming fan. Do we need help? Zhou Xuanji said, we can't interfere. Let's not give him more trouble. He was somewhat moved that Xiao Jinghong would still stand up for the experts of the great Zhou Empire. Now that he thought about it, Xiao Jinghong had already helped him several times before he had mastered the dual sword intent that he had taught him. To have such a disciple was the greatest fortune of his life. The battle continued. The black-robed elder's aura grew stronger and stronger. Even though Xiao Jinghong kept switching his sword intents, he was still unable to gain the upper hand. The two of them continued to fight along the mountain wall, causing rocks to fall from the mountain. If they continued to fight like this, they would probably fill up the entire valley. Xiao Jinghong. You are indeed powerful. But when I was young, I was ranked in the top 5 of Great Zhou's hero ranking board. Now that I am 7 levels higher than you, you are no match for me. The black-robed elder snorted coldly. His tone was filled with coldness and murderous intent. After he spoke, he leaped up abruptly and shook off Xiao Jinghong. A billowing black wind came out from his sleeves and circled around his body, forming into a black dragon that was hundreds of meters long. It roared furiously and shook the heavens and the earth. The little black snake opened its eyes wide at this scene and said with a trembling voice, "Dragon soul. This old guy is so lucky." Next, the black-robed elder entered the black dragon's head. The black dragon twisted its body and charged toward Xiao Jinghong with an unstoppable force. Swoosh! 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 Xiao Jinghong did not panic at all. He danced with his sword on the spot, and streaks of sword shadows appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, tens of thousands of sword shadows appeared around him. He stabbed with his sword, and all the sword shadows shot out simultaneously. It was like a powerful current crashing into the black dragon. Boom! The surrounding mountains shook violently. The trees swayed, and a violent gale blew. Zhou Xuanji looked up at this scene with squinted eyes. He looked calm, but he was actually worried for Xiao Jinghong. At the same time, he was looking for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the black-robed elder. Soon, Xiao Jinghong's sword shadows were torn apart by the black dragon. The black dragon crashed into Xiao Jinghong's face, and the horrifying force caused Xiao Jinghong to vomit blood immediately. His body smashed into the mountain wall like a cannonball and disappeared. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The black-robed elder stood high above. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Prince Xuanji, remember, the person who captured you is called Qin Chitsuan. Come with me to see the Empress." He charged toward Zhou Xuanji suddenly, and the black dragon followed him. Its 100-meter-long body was awe-inspiring and gave off an unstoppable aura. Clang! Clang! Xiao Jinghong suddenly appeared in front of the black dragon and stabbed with both swords. The swords pierced through the black dragon's head and into Qin Chitsuan's shoulders. So fast! Zhao Zongjian opened his eyes wide and cried out in disbelief. He did not see Xiao Jinghong's movement trajectory at all. Qin Chitsuan was shocked too. He saw that Xiao Jinghong was surrounded by two types of sword wills, one green and one white, each occupying half of his body. The sword qi was visible to the naked eye. He stared at Qin Chitsuan coldly, as though he was looking at a dead man. "This is, two types of sword wills? How can it be?" Qin Chitsuan cried out in shock. He suddenly remembered that sword god Zhou was proficient in dual sword wills. Xiao Jinghong learned dual sword wills by following sword god Zhou. Before he could think further, Xiao Jinghong relied on dual sword wills and unleashed an unprecedented attack, which forced him back step by step. He learned dual sword wills, Beixiao Wangjian mumbled to himself. His tone was a little bitter. This was his talent. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. Zhou Xuanji shook his head slightly. He could tell that Xiao Jinghong only broke through in the face of danger, and his dual sword wills were not stable. After being slashed by Xiao Jinghong for dozens of times, Qin Chitsuan was covered in blood. He went completely berserk and roared. The black dragon materialized again and grew even bigger. Xiao Jinghong stepped back suddenly. He held the sword in his right hand in front of him and the sword in his left hand behind his back. The blade was pointed at the center of his brows. His eyes were cold and sharp, and he was prepared to kill Qin Chitsuan in one strike. The two sword wills transformed into green and white flames, and his aura grew even more powerful. Swoosh! He transformed into a beam of light that alternated between green and white and charged toward Qin Chitsuan. Boom! The black dragon collapsed, and Xiao Jinghong's swords pierced through Qin Chitsuan's abdomen. Blood splattered. The black-robed old man hit Xiao Jinghong's back with his staff, and the sound of bones breaking was extremely clear. Next, Qin Chitsuan slammed into the mountain wall, while Xiao Jinghong fell to the bottom of the valley. The impact swept up a cloud of dust. Zhou Xuanji and the others immediately surrounded him. Xiao Jinghong coughed up blood continuously and no longer had the strength to stand up. Almost. Damn, Xiao Jinghong said with dissatisfaction. He spoke with great difficulty. Zhou Xuanji squatted in front of him and said, "You have done well." His opponent was not an ordinary person. It was not easy for Xiao Jinghong to injure him so severely. At this moment, a horrifying aura exploded from the mountain wall. A black dragon emerged from the hole in the mountain wall. Qin Shitsuan, who was covered in blood, flew out slowly. His face was hideous. He covered his abdomen with his left hand, and blood gushed out from between his fingers. Xiao Jinghong. I'm going to make you wish you were dead but unable to. Qin Shitsuan roared with gritted teeth. His eyes were filled with madness. Everyone was shocked and got up to fight. Zhou Xuanji took a step forward and said, "Take good care of him." After that, strands of black qi came out from the Hell King's sword and formed into the Hell King, which attached itself to his body. The thunderclap sword emitted lightning that surrounded the Hell King, which looked like the god of thunder. Chapter 86. Seeing the Hell King's image on Zhou Xuanji's body, Qin Shitsuan was shocked in his heart. But Zhou Xuanji did not even have the cultivation of inner pellet. Even though he was heavily injured, he could not defeat him. He laughed disdainfully and said, "What? Is Prince Xuanji prepared to fight to the death?" The princes of the great Zhou dynasty were extremely noble. Now that he could personally torture Emperor Yan of Zhou's beloved son, he felt somewhat excited. Zhou Xuanji coldly looked at him, and legendary swords appeared behind him. Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Wind Cutter Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Afterimage Sword, Formless Sword, Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword. Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, Xiao Jinghong, and Huang Lianxin were all stunned. Not just 10 swords. Qin Shitsuan's laughter became even more arrogant as he said disdainfully, "No matter how many swords there are, it's all futile." After saying this, he bent down and charged forward. The massive black dragon bore down on Zhou Xuanji like a mountain. With the Hell King sword and Thunderclap sword in hand, Zhou Xuanji bent his legs and charged forward with the other 13 legendary swords. The Crimson Dragon sword vibrated, and a Crimson Dragon soul roared out. The Frost Wave sword trembled and waves of cold air shot out. The Tiger Roar sword let out a tiger roar, the Heavenly Sound sword let out a series of bewildering sounds, the Afterimage sword turned into countless afterimages, and the Furious Ape sword roared. It was just one person, but he had the power of a magnificent army, shaking the entire valley. Qin Shitsuan's expression changed slightly. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji's speed suddenly increased. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji could no longer be measured by the enlightening stage. He was the Netherworld King. The soul of the Crimson Dragon collided with the Black Dragon first. Although it was torn apart by the Black Dragon, it also caused the Black Dragon to pause for a moment. Zhou Xuanji activated Vibrant Raindrop SwordWill and Tempest/SwordWill. His speed was extremely fast. The two swords merged together and pierced through the Black Dragon's body as he charged toward Qin Shitsuan. Qin Shitsuan had been severely injured by Xiao Jinghong, so his strength was no longer at its peak. He subconsciously swung his scepter, but the two gold-ranked divine swords directly broke his scepter. Impossible. Qin Shitsuan was greatly shocked in his heart. This was a 5th-tier transcendent-grade magic tool. How could it be so weak? The Hell King sword and the Thunderclap sword pierced his chest. Lightning exploded and wreaked havoc on his body, causing him to raise his head and scream in pain. How dare you bully my disciple? I want to see who will suffer a fate worse than death. Zhou Xuanji's face was cold. He pulled his hands outward and slashed horizontally with both swords, tearing open Qin Shitsuan's chest. Blood splattered across the sky. Subsequently, the other 13 divine swords revealed their divine might in succession. Sword lights flickered as they slashed and slashed madly, and Qin Shitsuan was like a wooden stake that was slashed to the point his flesh and blood splattered in all directions. It was an extremely miserable scene. The unimaginable pain almost made him faint. He abruptly transformed into a cloud of black mist and dissipated on the spot, appearing out of thin air on the mountain wall 100 feet away. He breathed heavily, his eyes bloodshot. He was no longer a perfect person, looking horrifying and terrifying. Who are you? How dare you possess Prince Xuanji's body? Qin Shitsuan stared at Zhou Xuanji and asked with difficulty. No matter how devilish Zhou Xuanji was, it was impossible for him to be so powerful. It was completely illogical. Little did he know that his guess was only half correct. Zhou Xuanji did not possess someone else's body and reincarnate, but he retained the memories of his previous life. Remember, I have another name, Sword God Zhou, the god of the sword's way. Zhou Xuanji cried out coldly. He could tell that Qin Shitsuan, who was severely injured, could be killed. Since he could kill him, then he had to act tough. After that, he activated the Trisource vein-severing sword. Countless sword chi surged out and drowned Qin Shitsuan. Boom! 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 The mountain wall exploded. Countless rocks fell down, and a cloud of dust swept up. Ah, Sword God Zhou! Zhou Xuanji! You will die a horrible death. Her Majesty the Empress will send even more experts to capture you. She will make you suffer a fate worse than death, just like your damned grandfather. Qin Shitsuan cried out hoarsely. His tone was filled with hatred. Soon, his voice stopped. He was dead. Swoosh! A baby shrouded in black light suddenly rushed out of the rubble and dust, flying towards the sky at high speed. Astral infant. Zhou Xuanji's eyes focused and threw out the bloodbath sword straightaway. Ranged sword propelling. It could slash an enemy from 100 miles away. Just when Qin Shitsuan's astral infant flew over the mountain, the gold-grade legendary sword slashed toward it. Like a flying knife cutting a watermelon, Qin Shitsuan's astral infant was slashed into pieces. Zhou Xuanji, who was standing on the formless sword, levitated in the air like a celestial being. His body was surrounded by legendary swords. He looked upward, at the place where blood bloomed. The bloodbath sword circled in the air and flew toward Zhou Xuanji. This scene was like a painting. It shocked Jiang Shui, Shao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, and the little black snake. Even the three-eyed drought rodent, big, and small air's eyes were beaming. How domineering! Jiang Shui mumbled, my Xuanji has really grown up. Shao Jinghong was dazzled. He could not imagine such a scene in his entire life. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and landed in front of Shao Jinghong. He stared at Beishao Wangjian and said, hurry up and heal him. Beishao Wangjian came back to his senses and quickly took out some pills. Zhou Xuanji looked at Zhao Congjian and said, go and search. See if the old man left anything behind. Yes. Zhao Congjian held back his excitement and left. Jiang Shui walked up to Zhou Xuanji and patted off the dust on his body. Xuanji, you are so awesome, she said with an excited smile. Ever since Zhou Xuanji's identity was exposed, she addressed him as Xuanji without holding back. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, haven't I always been awesome? Jiang Shui nodded heavily. She could not stop the smile on her face. Huang Lianxin sighed in amazement, you even killed an astral infant. I feel that no matter how powerful the enemy is, Master has a way to deal with them. The three-eyed drought rodent ran over with the little black snake and jumped onto Zhou Xuanji's shoulder. The little black snake said excitedly, I'm really convinced. Little brat, I will follow you from now on. Can you treat me better? Zhou Xuanji ignored it and said to Shao Jinghong, I comprehended dual sword wills during this crisis, but it's not stable enough. You have to practice more in the future. After Xiao Jinghong consumed the pills, he had recovered much of his qi and blood. He tried his best to squeeze out a smile and said, "Your disciple will remember." Soon, Zhao Congjian returned with 3 storage rings. Once Qin Chitsuan died, his soul imprint disappeared from the rings, so they were ownerless. Zhou Xuanji inspected them and said without a smile, "Not bad. Pack up and get ready to leave Immortal Sundering Mountain." Jiang Shui asked, "Where are we going?" Zhou Xuanji said, "To the border of Great Zhou and wait for the Empress to leave the court." No one had any objections. 4 hours later, Xiao Jinghong's injuries were mostly healed, and they left. Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui rode on Big's back, while Huang Lianxin rode on Small Air's back. The others flew on their swords. After they left the valley, Zhou Xuanji first recovered the spiritual qi in his body. He flipped his right hand and took out the furious ape sword. He tilted his head and instructed, "Look after me. If I need anything, help me immediately. Don't let me fall." Jiang Shui, who was hugging his waist, asked in confusion, "What are you going to do?" Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "Charge up and wait for the dogs to come." Chapter 87. A violent gale blew against Zhou Xuanji's face, and his hands felt a little sore. He had been holding the sword for 3 days and 3 nights. Every time he stopped to rest, he had to rely on Jiang Shui's support. Zhao Congjian flew to Ada and asked, "Master, how much longer are you going to hold it up?" Jiang Shui poured out the pill and fed it to Zhou Xuanji personally. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "Don't ask so much. You will understand later." Zhao Congjian became even more curious. He thought about the scene when Zhou Xuanji was dealing with Meng Tianlang and understood something. He took a deep look at the furious ape sword, then he rode his sword to increase the distance between them. Xiao Jinghong smiled and said, "There are great mountains and rivers in front of us. My appointment with Meng Tianlang at the border is coming soon. Wait for my good news then." Northern Sword Valiant followed behind him and asked in surprise, "Are we not allowed to follow?" Zhao Congjian, Huang Lianxin, and Jiang Shui all looked towards Xiao Jinghong. Xiao Jinghong shook his head and said, "You can't. This battle has long been known to the public, and the great Zhou dynasty is secretly promoting it to pave the way for Meng Tianlang. If Master goes, you will definitely run into Zhou Yalong and the Empress's minions. It will be very dangerous, and even 10 of me would not be able to withstand it." Everyone came to a realization. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Xiao Jinghong and asked, "If you win, will there be any trouble?" Between Xiao Jinghong and Meng Tianlang, who was stronger? As a master, he naturally trusted his disciple unconditionally. With Laozi's dual sword will here, how can a mere Meng Tianlang be enough to kill? Xiao Jinghong laughed and said, "Does the great Zhou dare to touch me in front of everyone?" Even in this immortal-like world, most people still cared about their face. The higher one stood, the more they cared about their face. Everyone smiled at each other and continued forward. For the next 7 days, they did not encounter any trouble. Zhou Xuanji's face was pale. With Jiang Shui's nourishment, his spirit energy was not depleted. However, he had been accumulating power for 10 days, and his arms were really sore. "Damn it, did I miscalculate?" Zhou Xuanji mumbled, and Jiang Shui, who was behind him, could not help but giggle. She reached out to massage his arm and said with a smile, "Isn't it good to miscalculate? What if you get injured during the fighting?" Zhou Xuanji sighed. Jiang Shui was right. However, he inexplicably hoped that there would be enemies and that he would be able to seize the treasure. "No. I can't have such thoughts. In this world, one cannot rely on surfing." Time passed. Another 10 days passed. Zhou Xuanji charged up for 20 days. He could sense the horrifying energy contained in the furious ape sword, which was enough to destroy the world. If Meng Tianlang came again, he would definitely tear him to pieces. Xiao Jinghong fully recovered with the help of some healing pills. He glanced at the furious ape sword in Zhou Xuanji's hand and swallowed his saliva. Back then, how long did Zhou Xuanji wait to kill Meng Tianlang? It was too scary. Xiao Jinghong sympathized with those who were about to kill Zhou Xuanji. Master, there is still half a day before we leave the great Zhou dynasty. Zhao Congjian turned around and said. He could not help but glance at the furious ape sword. After all, Xiao Jinghong was even more frightening to him. Zhou Xuanji's face was covered in sweat and his face was pale. His arms trembled continuously. If not for Jiang Shui's support, he would have fallen long ago. At first glance, he thought that Zhou Xuanji was dying. Zhou Xuanji squeezed out a smile and said, "So soon? What a pity." When everyone heard this, they burst into laughter, holding their bellies. 2 hours later, they passed by Wuxia City. The city was not big, and they would reach the border pass of Great Zhou in a few dozen miles. Looking at the bustling streets below, Beixiao Wangjian sighed, "If it were me in the past, I would definitely like to stay in a crowded city. But now, I like the feeling of running around." Zhao Congjian smiled and said, "Or else, how can there be so many tourists in the world?" The group was chatting and laughing, and they did not look like they were running for their lives. They were about to pass by Wuxia City. Sword God Zhou. Stop right there. You killed the 3rd grade royal guard, Qin Chitsuan. Today, we will uphold the dignity of Great Zhou. A roar suddenly came from behind him. Everyone turned to look, only to see a burly man wearing heavy tiger head armor leading a group of tigers and wolves soaring through the clouds. At a glance, there were at least 300 of them. The hundreds of thousands of people in Wuxia City were stunned. Sword God Zhou? He killed the 3rd grade royal guard, Qin Chitsuan? Xiao Jinghong's expression changed and cried out, "Oh no! It's Tai Yulong. His cultivation is at Astral Infant level 10, only 1 step away from astral projection. The royal soldiers behind him are all elites, all at Soul Fountain." The group heard him, and their expressions changed drastically. Only Zhou Xuanji was excited. He said with a trembling voice, "Quick, help me up." Seeing this group of people, he almost cried. "Oh my God! You are finally here." Jiang Shui quickly helped him up. Seeing that Tai Yulong and the 300 royal soldiers were getting closer, Zhou Xuanji's lips began to tremble. If they did not come soon, he would not be able to hold on any longer. He held his sword with both hands and shouted at Tai Yulong and the others, "Sword God Zhou, have never offended the great Zhou Empire. The Empress sent people to kill me for no reason. Is there still justice in Great Zhou?" With so many people below, it was a good opportunity to pour cold water on the Empress. After that, Zhou Xuanji slashed furiously. This slash was accompanied by the roar of an ancient furious ape, which shocked the heavens and the earth and made the gods weep. It was such an exhilarating slash. I held it in for 20 days. A whole 20 days. The roar of the ancient furious ape was so deafening that everyone felt dizzy and their ears were ringing. It was as though the sun and moon had turned upside down and the mountains and rivers were shaking. A horrifying sword chi that was hundreds of meters long shot out with unparalleled speed. It swept across the distance of 1,000 meters in an instant. In the eyes of the hundreds of thousands of people in Wuxia City, it was as though a white crescent moon swept across Tai Yulong and the others with a powerful gale. In an instant, Tai Yulong and the 300 royal soldiers turned into ashes. They were dead. Even Tai Yulong's astral infant could not escape in time. The sword chi was unstoppable. It soared into the sky and traveled for 10 miles, slicing off a tall mountain behind Wuxia City. The mountain rocks collapsed and shook the heavens and earth. Everyone was dumbfounded. They could not believe their eyes. Even Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others opened their mouths wide. Their eyes were about to fall out. Jianghu, who was supporting Zhou Xuanji, was also stunned. This slash was too powerful. Was this something a human could do? Oh God! The heavens and earth were silent, so silent that it was terrifying. Zhou Xuanji panted and maintained his posture of swinging his sword. Big's wings flapped continuously. But, he felt a little pain on his head and a little cold. The slash just now had shaved off the hair on his head. Zhou Xuanji did not notice his beloved pet's embarrassment. He cried out proudly, "The Empress of Great Zhou is only a so-so. First, she killed Lady Zhao Xian and her son, then she killed me for no reason. Is this how the mother of Great Zhou should behave? What a joke! What a big joke! I, Sword God Zhou, despise such people the most." After that, he said softly to Xiao Jinghong and the others, "Let's go." Big and Small Air immediately flapped their wings and flew away. The others followed on their swords. The group flew quickly toward Great Zhou's border. After a period of silence, Wuxia City exploded. The cries of hundreds of thousands of people gathered together, as though the sky was about to be turned upside down. Oh my God! Sword God! He's definitely the Sword God! The famous Tai Yulong died just like that? The Empress of Great Zhou is so vicious? She dared to harm me, Sword God Zhou? Is there any justice in this world? That slash just now. Did I see it wrong? So horrifying. It's not something a human can do. It's a god. A god. Chapter 88. After a full-powered slash, Zhou Xuanji became a cripple. However, with Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Zongjian in front of them, they forced their way out of the great border pass and disappeared into the vast forest without a trace. The news of Sword God Zhou killing Tai Yulong and 300 royal soldiers with a single strike was like a nuclear bomb exploding. It spread like wildfire to the cities around Wuxia City. In less than 3 days, the news had spread throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. 5 days later, even the dynasties under the Great Zhou dynasty were discussing this matter. The name of Sword God Zhou was known by the whole world. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji and the others came to a place where demons roamed freely and humans were rarely seen. "Master, doesn't this look like the place where we first met?" Xiao Jinghong asked with a smile. Zhou Xuanji, who was being supported by Jianghu, nodded. He looked around, took a deep breath, and sighed, "Although the landscape of the mountains and rivers is similar, we have all changed. Fortunately, we have not dispersed yet." Xiao Jinghong couldn't help but sigh. Thinking back to the past and looking at the present, he had more emotions than Zhao Zongjian and the others. Northern Sword Valiant laughed, "If I don't master dual sword wills, I won't drink anymore." Huang Lianxin covered her mouth and giggled. "Your wine has been taken by master. You can't drink it even if you wanted to." Zhao Zongjian looked at Xiao Jinghong and said, "My goal is to surpass you." Xiao Jinghong smiled and said, "Then you have to work harder." Jianghu pointed at the mountain in front of them and said, "Let's stay on the hillside in front. There's a river in the west and a boundless forest in the north. We can have anything we want. Isn't that great?" Compared to the bustling dynasties, she preferred this desolate and uninhabited place. Humans were always more terrifying than demons. Zhou Xuanji said weakly, "It's up to you. Help me sit down." He wailed in his heart. In the future, he could not casually accumulate power for a long period of time. Swinging the sword felt good for a moment, but afterward, his legs turned to jelly. Hearing this, everyone laughed and continued to walk towards the hillside in front of them. The hill was 100 meters tall and 300 meters wide, and there was a small cliff behind it. For Zhou Xuanji and the others, they would not fall to their deaths. Jianghu helped Zhou Xuanji to a rock and sat him down. Jianghu took out a small stove and prepared to brew some tonic for him. Wu, not far away, the bald Avita called out in a low voice. He and Little Fool were crouching on the ground, squeezing each other's bodies. It really seemed like they were wronged. Zhou Xuanji stared at it and scolded unpleasantly, "It's just a few strands of fur, is there a need to do this? When I, your master, swing my sword, don't you know to lower your head?" Ada felt even more wronged and buried his head in the grass. At this moment, the little black snake dragged the sleeping three-eyed drought rodent over with difficulty. It smiled coyly and said, "Master, when will you start helping me become stronger?" Ever since that 5 days ago, it did not even dare to call itself I in front of Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was very tired and was not in a good mood. He waved his hand and said, "We'll talk about it in the future. Perform well. I'm not keeping you alive just to torture you." When the little black snake heard this, it was instantly overjoyed. It shut its mouth and didn't say anything else. It was in a good mood and felt that a beautiful future was right in front of it. In the following period of time, there were no more attacks from the Great Zhou dynasty. After all, they had already left the Great Zhou dynasty and no one knew where they were. Only after 13 days did Zhou Xuanji fully recover. The lively feeling made him even more determined to not be too reckless in the future. 2 months later. It was Zhou Xuanji's 14th birthday. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 14 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained silver, falcon sword, silver, magnetic sword, gold, ghost curse sword. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, opened his eyes wide. 3 legendary swords? Interesting. And a gold-grade legendary sword. Did the Supreme Legendary Sword system level up? It's getting more and more generous. Zhou Xuanji took advantage of the situation and immediately took out 3 legendary swords. At the same time, lines of words appeared before his eyes: sword name, falcon sword grade, silver description, the sword is like a flying eagle, sharp and powerful. The cry of the eagle can intimidate the enemy and deter evil. Sword name, magnetic sword grade, silver description, it was forged with goblin magnetic iron and contains powerful suction force. Sword name, ghost curse sword grade, gold description, it was formed by thousands of evil spirits. Those who are pierced by the sword will be cursed by evil spirits. They all looked good. He got 2 more legendary swords with special effects. Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily and looked at the 3 legendary swords. The falcon sword was a silver sword. The hilt looked like a majestic eagle with its wings spread. The magnetic sword was an earthy gold color. Compared to the falcon sword, it looked ordinary. The ghost curse sword was just like its name. It was filled with an evil aura. The blade was black, and there were 3 small ghost heads on the hilt. It looked like an evil sword at first glance. Compared to the bloodbath sword, it was even more evil. At this moment, Xiao Jinghong walked over. He glanced at the 3 legendary swords in front of Zhou Xuanji and calmly looked away. He smiled and said, "Revered teacher, it's time for me to depart. The border custom war is in a month's time. I need to retrieve my 2 beloved swords first." Zhou Xuanji stored the 3 legendary swords into the supreme storage and smiled, "Yo, you even hid your powerful treasures?" Xiao Jinghong shook his head and said, "I only immersed them in molten iron deep in the mountains for 10 years. The power of the swords must have grown a lot." Zhou Xuanji nodded and waved his hand, saying, "Go and bid farewell to them. I will wait here for your triumphant return." Xiao Jinghong cupped his fist with a smile and left. After a while, Xiao Jinghong left on his sword. Northern Sword Valiant walked over and squatted beside Zhou Xuanji. "Master, is the young master really at ease this time?" he asked. Xiao Jinghong was Zhou Xuanji's disciple. Northern Sword Valiant, Zhao Congjian, and Huang Lianxin all addressed him as their young master. Of course, this address was arranged by Zhou Xuanji. Everyone had their own theories. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes to cultivate and said casually, "He's not a child. He's not going to brave mountains of blades or seas of fire. He's going to fight for fame." Northern Sword Valiant felt that it made sense, so he did not disturb Zhou Xuanji anymore. After internalizing qi for 2 hours, Zhou Xuanji got up and took out his new legendary swords to practice a set of sword techniques. Once the Ghost Curse sword was drawn, it was filled with an evil aura, which attracted the attention of others. Zhou Xuanji held the sword and swung it. It was as though countless evil spirits were surrounding him, which was even more terrifying than Qin Chitsuan. "Master really has all kinds of swords," Zhao Congjian said enviously. Although he wanted to learn the 10,000 sword dragon incantation, the dual sword wills gave him a headache. He decided to give up in the end. Zhou Xuanji was right. Everyone's way of the sword is destined. It can't be forced. Only the sword that suits you is the best. Huang Lianxin, who was feeding the little black snake, looked up and said, "It might have been left behind by Lady Zhao Xian, Master." As the most favored imperial concubine of Great Zhou, it was not impossible for Lady Zhao Xian to have collected many famous swords. The little black snake spat its forked tongue and sighed, "Ghost sword. This is bad. If we are discovered by the Ghost Gate, it will be another disaster." Zhou Xuanji had already agreed to help it grow stronger. What it ate now were all natural treasures and elixirs. All of them were great nourishment. "What is the Ghost Gate?" Huang Lianxin asked curiously. Chapter 89. The little black snake raised its head and said proudly, "Give me another 300-year-old ginseng and a 50-year-old hen. I want to drink the soup." Huang Lianxin stared at it and took away the iron bowl in front of it straightaway. She left quickly. The little black snake panicked and quickly chased after her. "Little girl. Don't rush. I'll tell you. I'll tell you now." However, it was still tied to the three-eyed drought rodent and could not keep up with Huang Lianxin. In the next month, Zhou Xuanji began to break through to the inner pellet stage. Once he broke through to the inner pellet stage, his spirit energy would increase tremendously. At the same time, he could fly in the air. Qin Chitsuan was really rich. The pills, spirit stones, and rare resources in his storage ring were enough for him to spend freely. There were also many energy techniques and enchanted artifacts. He let Beishao Wangjian, Zhao Congjian, and Huang Lianxin pick 3 each. Jiang Shui picked 5, while Xiao Jinghong picked 6. When Zhou Xuanji began to break through to the inner pellet stage, Jiang Shui began to break through to the enlightening stage too. Although Huang Lianxin was at foundation building level 10, she was a step slower. Looking at Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui, who were internalizing qi on the hill, Zhao Congjian shook his head and laughed. Beishao Wangjian, who was training in front of him, asked curiously, "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Congjian drew his sword and said, "Our little mistress is quite talented. She reached the enlightening stage at 18. It will not be a problem for her to enter Great Zhou's hero ranking board. I'm exclaiming at our master." Beishao Wangjian stopped and asked, "What's wrong with our master?" Zhao Congjian said, "Look carefully. Our master's back is facing the sun, and there's a purple qi rising." Beishao Wangjian turned around and looked. He realized that there was indeed a faint purple qi above Zhou Xuanji's head. This scene made Beishao Wangjian open his eyes wide. "What's that?" he asked in astonishment. Zhao Congjian brushed past him and said, "The emperor's fate. He was born to be an emperor." Beishao Wangjian was stunned. He was dumbfounded. 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through to inner pellet, and a golden core appeared in his dantian. All the spirit energy in his bones and tendons flowed into the golden core. Sword qi soared into the sky, and the white dragon golden robe fluttered in the wind. Jianghu, who was beside him, looked at him with admiration. She waved her little fist and continued to try to break through. Sword owner has broken through to inner pellet. Gotcha begins. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained, ordinary stone, bookcutter sword, 1000 grade, 2 spirit stones, and 6-path sword shadow body. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide and called out the divine beast's name in his heart. Ordinary stone. Isn't this the lowest grade of God's sword? He immediately took out the bookcutter sword. 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, bookcutter sword grade, common or, description. When a scholar was reading a book, he realized that the most important page was missing. In a fit of rage, he slashed the book with his sword. What a lousy sword. For the first time, Zhou Xuanji had the urge to throw his sword away. He had been looking forward to it for so long. Looking at the bookcutter sword in his hand, he threw it to the ground. Is this a godly sword? It was obviously a dagger. Jianghu, who was at the side, couldn't help but open her eyes when she heard a clang. When she saw the bookcutter sword, she realized that it was an unfamiliar sword. She glared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "That was left to you by your mother. How can you throw it away like this?" Zhou Xuanji smiled bitterly. He could only pick up the bookcutter sword and silently store it in the supreme storage. After that, he inherited the memory of the 6-path sword shadow. 6-path sword shadow had the profoundness of cloning. It created 6 clones with sword chi, and it was a powerful attack. According to Zhou Xuanji's estimation, 6-path sword shadow was at least an Earth-grade advanced tier sword technique. Impressive. The vastness of this memory was second only to the 10,000 sword dragon incantation. After he finished inheriting the memory of the sword technique, he took out the swine-culling sword straightaway and began to practice. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji began to practice, Beixiao Wangjian, Zhao Congjian, and Huang Lianxin were all surprised. Zhou Xuanji did not usually practice the sword, but once he did, it must be a new sword technique. 6-path sword shadow's moves were tricky, and it was divided into 6 positions. After he practiced 100 times, 3 afterimages appeared around him, which made Zhao Congjian and the other 2's eyes brighten up. It was a new sword technique indeed. After 300 times, he mastered 6-path sword shadow. Zhou Xuanji had 6 sword shadow clones around him, which were exactly the same as him. It was as though he was practicing sword techniques with 7 clones. It was a majestic sight. Zhao Congjian trembled in excitement. He clenched his fists and mumbled, "I want to learn. I want to learn." Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin were mesmerized by the sight. If they could learn such a sword technique, it would definitely increase their power tremendously. After 500 times, 6-path sword shadow produced a sword will. Each sword shadow was imbued with a sword will, which was like 6 legendary swords. They were extremely powerful. Zhou Xuanji leaped up and flew away with the 6-path sword shadow. He charged straight into the forest and knocked down the trees one after another. A cloud of dust was swept up as he rampaged for 500 meters. Beixiao Wangjian gritted his teeth and looked back, mumbling, "I can't watch anymore. There are too many sword techniques I want to learn." Huang Lianxin was the same. She could only sigh. Her master's talent was really enviable. The little black snake, who was drinking soup, shook its head and said, "I only have one word for you. I'm convinced." After that, it lowered its head and drank the soup happily. Now, it was untied from the 3-eyed drought rodent because it was already half a meter long. At this rate, it would grow into a giant python sooner or later, and eventually transform into the infamous hegemon-scaled black dragon. In the blink of an eye. Another month passed. Jianghu successfully broke through to the enlightening stage, and Huang Lianxin began to break through too. What was most worth celebrating was that Zhao Congjian broke through to the soul fountain stage. This guy challenged Zhou Xuanji in high spirits, but he was defeated by Six-Path Sword Shadow. He shut himself out. He continued to train hard. 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji found him and asked him to go to the Great Zhou Empire to take a look. Xiao Jinghong and Meng Tianlang's battle should have ended, but he had not returned yet. He might have encountered some trouble. Zhao Zongjian nodded and left immediately. After that, Zhou Xuanji walked up to Beixiao Wangjian and scolded him for being a jinx. Beixiao Wangjian was embarrassed. He could only scratch his head and force a smile. 10 days later, Zhao Zongjian came back with a solemn face. The group gathered and asked Xiao Jinghong what happened. The Meng clan is too much. Zhao Zongjian said furiously, Meng Tianlang could not defeat Xiao Jinghong, and a powerful cultivator from the Meng clan captured Xiao Jinghong. This has caused a huge commotion. Many people in Great Zhou are condemning the Meng clan. Even the Great Zhou's royal court is talking about this, but Emperor Yan of Zhou did not take it to heart. Zhou Xuanji heard him and his face turned cold immediately. Jiang Shui frowned and said, "Is there no royal law in Great Zhou?" Zhao Zongjian said softly, "I heard that Zhou Yalong is supporting the Meng clan." Zhou Yalong, the top prodigy of Great Zhou. The person who was most likely to become the next emperor of Great Zhou. Huang Lianxin looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "Master, what should we do?" Zhou Xuanji's eyes were flashing with a murderous intent. Flatten the Meng clan and save him. The Meng clan is in the Great Zhou royal city. Are we really going there? This is definitely a trap. Beixiao Wangjian reminded. The first person who recognized Zhou Xuanji was Meng Changhu from the Meng clan. The Meng clan was definitely the empress lackey. Zhou Xuanji said, "So what? No matter who it is, I have to save my disciple." Chapter 90. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was about to act rashly, Zhao Zongjian quickly said, "Master, we need to plan this at length. At least before you appear, Xiao Jinghong will be fine." He saw Xiao Jinghong as a competitor and did not wish for Xiao Jinghong to die. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "What can we do? We can only sneak into the royal capital and wait for an opportunity." Huang Lianxin suggested, "Brother Zhao, why don't you go and find out more information? Xiao Jinghong is not an ordinary person. Since he was captured by the Meng clan, the Great Zhou Empire will definitely do something. Perhaps Emperor Yan of Zhou has already acted?" The others nodded and felt that this matter couldn't be rushed. Zhou Xuanji was not overwhelmed by anger either. He muttered, "Zongjian, you go first. You must keep a low profile and don't expose your identity." Within Great Zhou, who did not know that Zhao Zongjian had become Sword God Zhou's sword slave? The henchmen of the Great Zhou Empress must have been searching for Zhao Zongjian's whereabouts. Zhao Zongjian nodded and left immediately. After Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin bowed, they left to continue practicing their swordsmanship. They understood that at this moment, Zhou Xuanji needed to remain calm. Moreover, they did not know more about the Great Zhou Empire than Zhou Xuanji. Jiang Shui held Zhou Xuanji's hand and comforted him, "If you really want to go to Great Zhou's royal city, I will go with you. We can disguise ourselves. Recently, I have learned Qin Chitsuan's disguising technique, and I can guarantee that even the gods and immortals will not be able to recognize us." Zhou Xuanji laughed unpleasantly and said, "You said I was boasting, but you like to boast too?" Jiang Shui saw him smile, so she giggled and said, "I learned how to brag from you." Zhou Xuanji patted the back of her hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless." As he looked at Jiang Shui, Zhou Xuanji suddenly realized that he was as tall as her. Unknowingly, he actually did not notice this matter. He took a deep breath and said, "In recent years, my state of mind has not been good, and I have neglected the people around me." Jiang Shui heard him and felt a little sour in her heart, but she did not show it. She stretched out her hand and patted Zhou Xuanji's head. "Xuanji, you've grown up, she said with a smile. A man's ambition is to travel far and wide. You are already doing very well. Zhou Xuanji looked back at the top of the hill and said, "It's been a long time since we watched the sunset together. Shall we?" Jiang Shui wrapped her arms around his neck and smiled. "You said it yourself. You're delaying my training." Zhou Xuanji said indifferently, "It's fine to train a little less. Moreover, you don't have to work so hard. I'll take care of you and protect you in the future." Jiang Shui smiled sweetly and did not reply. She sighed in her heart, "I don't want to be your burden. I also want to protect you." The two of them walked towards the top of the hill. Huang Lianxin turned her head and looked at the scene of the two holding hands. She felt a little dazed for some reason. Back then, Jiang Shui was taller than Zhou Xuanji. Back then, it was the older sister who led the younger brother up the mountain. Now, both of them had grown up, and there was no difference in their height. Time really flies. Huang Lianxin muttered to herself. She couldn't help but think of her own matters, falling into a daze. 12 days later. Zhao Zongjian returned. He quickly came up to Zhou Xuanji and cupped his fist, "Master, things have changed. The Emperor of Great Zhou has made his move." Jiang Shui, Beishao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin immediately surrounded him. Zhou Xuanji asked, "How is Jinghong? Tell me in detail." Zhao Zongjian nodded and told him everything. It turned out that everyone in Great Zhou was unhappy about the sword noble being captured by the Meng clan. The battle between Xiao Jinghong and Meng Tianlang was a gentleman's agreement. As a clan of the empire's generals, the Meng clan was so arrogant and did not deserve their current status. The sword monarch also sent a message to Emperor Yan of Zhou. After Emperor Yan of Zhou knew about the impact of this incident, he could no longer sit still. He immediately dismissed all the generals in the Meng clan and sealed the clan. Xiao Jinghong was invited into the Great Zhou royal palace to meet Emperor Yan of Zhou personally. It was said that Zhou Yalong was severely reprimanded by Emperor Yan of Zhou because of this incident and was strictly forbidden to leave his residence for 3 years. At this point, Zhao Zongjian's eyes sparkled and said, "Master, this might be a turning point." Beishao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin became excited too. If Xiao Jinghong told Emperor Yan of Zhou about Zhou Xuanji, would the emperor send someone to bring Zhou Xuanji into the palace? Zhou Xuanji was his biological son after all. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Jiang Shui without leaving a trace. Although she was smiling, she was not excited. He said calmly, "This might be a bigger problem." Although he wanted Emperor Yan of Zhou to see his talent before accepting him again. But that had to be during Great Zhou's heaven selection. In front of the whole world, Emperor Yan of Zhou must protect him. But now, Xiao Jinghong was meeting Emperor Yan of Zhou in private. Even the Empress of Great Zhou could track him down. If Emperor Yan of Zhou wanted to, he could surely find Zhou Xuanji earlier. That's right. The Emperor's clan is not particular about relationships. Emperor Yan of Zhou is about to ascend, and Zhou Yalong is already mature. Even if Master's talent is revealed, the gap between you and Zhou Yalong is too great. Not only in terms of cultivation, but also in terms of connections in the royal court. The little black snake twisted its body as it walked over. Its tongue flicked in and out, which made everyone shudder. Zhao Zongjian said, "No matter what, Xiao Jinghong is temporarily out of danger. Everyone knows that Emperor Yan of Zhou cherishes talents. With Xiao Jinghong's talent, Emperor Yan of Zhou might take a liking to him." Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. He did not want to go to Great Zhou to become the emperor. He only wanted to kill the empress and leave Great Zhou. Now that Xiao Jinghong was captured, his plan was completely messed up. If an empire has a monarchical violet qi, it can rise up powerfully, and its fate will last for thousands of years. But if there are 2 monarchical violet qi, the empire might be destroyed. At this moment, an old voice came. Everyone turned around and saw a silhouette standing at the top of the hill. He had a hunched back and was holding a walking stick. His white hair was tied behind his head, and his eyes were squinted. There were many yellow spots on his face, and he was dressed like an old man in the countryside. Zhao Zongjian drew his sword and asked with a deep voice, "Who are you?" The old man ignored him and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. Zhou Yalong was born with monarchical violet qi and was nurtured by Emperor Yan of Zhou as the heir to the throne. After that, Zhou Yalong became a powerful cultivator. I did not expect you to be born at this time. You also have monarchical violet qi, which put the current emperor in a difficult position. Monarchical violet qi? Zhou Xuanji frowned. What's that? He suddenly remembered that the race in his attribute list was not human but Great Zhou's royal bloodline. The old man walked down the hill slowly. As he walked, he said casually, "If it were 500 years earlier, Emperor Yan of Zhou might have made arrangements for the two of you. But now, only one of you can live, and it must be before he ascends. This is your destiny with Zhou Yalong." Zhou Xuanji raised his hands slightly, and the Hell King sword and Thunderclap sword appeared in his hands. He asked with squinted eyes, "If you don't tell us who you are, don't blame us for being impolite." This person appeared nearby without anyone noticing and even said these words. He did not come with good intentions. Chapter 91. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was about to fight, the old man waved his hand with a smile and said, "Don't worry. I will not harm you. I'm your grand teacher." Grand teacher? Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Jiang Shui, Zhao Zongjian, and the others were stunned too. The little black snake hid behind a rock and mumbled to himself, "Such a horrifying aura. I hope he won't be interested in my flesh." Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, "You mean, you are my mother's teacher?" As for Emperor Yan of Zhou, he was someone who stood at the top of the northern wilderness region. His teacher had either ascended or died. The old man nodded and smiled as he stroked his long beard. "The world calls me Daoist old man. I raised your mother. Back then, I said that Emperor Yan of Zhou was not a good person. It's a pity that your mother fell into a tribulation of love and could not extricate herself from it. In the end, she died." He said it casually, as though he did not feel heartache over his beloved disciple's death. Zhao Zongjian's expression changed and said, "Daoist old man. The legendary land god. I didn't expect him to really exist. To be called a land god, one must have lived for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years." Zhou Xuanji's brows did not relax but asked, "Back then, when my mother was in trouble, why did you not help?" Daoist old man stepped forward and came up to Zhou Xuanji as though he teleported. His right hand landed on Zhou Xuanji's shoulder. Zhou Xuanji wanted to step back instinctively, but he realized that he could not move. The others took out their weapons and were ready to fight. "Not bad. You are much more talented than your mother." Daoist old man smiled satisfactorily and answered Zhou Xuanji's question, "I'm not a real god who can save your mother anytime. Everyone has their own fate, and I cannot interfere. Your mother's fate is all on you. Back then, when your mother was pregnant with you, I knew that heaven would not tolerate you, but your mother insisted on giving birth to you. I could only use a special spell to conceal the heavenly will and ensure your survival." Zhou Xuanji's pupils dilated, and he looked shocked. The others were shocked too. Heaven would not tolerate? No wonder Zhou Xuanji was so devilish. Daoist old man took back his hand and said, "Your mother replaced you. If heaven wanted her dead, she had to die. The Empress of Great Zhou was her fate." Zhou Xuanji was displeased and asked, "You make it sound so mystical. If there really is a heavenly law, then as long as I'm powerful enough, can I go down to the netherworld to find my mother? Resurrect her?" Jiang Shui and the others were also stunned by Daoist old man's words. Was there really heaven's will in the unseen world? If that was the case, was there really any meaning in their efforts to change themselves? Daoist old man nodded and smiled. There is no limit to how strong he is. Maybe it really is possible. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and asked, what's the use of monarchical violet qi? It's useless. It's just a type of fate. He's only suitable to be an emperor. His luck is far thicker than normal people's. When two emperors' purple qi collide, only one can survive. When you see Zhou Yalong, you will understand. Daoist old man chuckled and looked at Jiang Shui meaningfully. Jiang Shui blushed and quickly lowered her head. Facing Zhou Xuanji's grand teacher, she was very nervous, shy, and perturbed. She had an indescribable complex feeling. Marriage bestowed by the heavens. Not bad, not bad. Daoist old man laughed, and Jiang Shui raised her head in surprise. Zhou Xuanji curled his lip. He suddenly felt that Daoist old man might have been talking nonsense. However, he also felt that Daoist old man meant no harm. Cultivate well. I will go to the great Zhou royal palace on your behalf. No one can help you in your fated battle with Zhou Yalong. Daoist old man looked at Zhou Xuanji and nodded with a smile. His tone was filled with encouragement. After that, he disappeared on the spot. Huang Lianqin sighed in amazement, he's really an old immortal. Beixiao Wangjian curled his lip and said, since he's Master's grand teacher, why doesn't he help Master? Zhao Congjian glanced at him and said, it's not that he doesn't want to help. He has already helped a lot. But a powerful cultivator can only rely on himself. Master doesn't want him to help either. Zhou Xuanji looked calm and nodded slightly. What the? Who doesn't want him to help? Shortly after, he waved his hand and said, continue your cultivation. We will surely go to the great Zhou royal city. Whether it's the will of the heavens or not, a life for a life. The Empress of Great Zhou must die. His tone was resolute. In his opinion, if he killed the Empress of the Great Zhou, it was her fate. The group nodded and dispersed. Zhou Xuanji walked up the hill and sat facing the sun to internalize qi. Inner pellet was far from enough. Zhou Yalong had lived for hundreds of years. His cultivation had already surpassed the astral infant stage. He must become more powerful. The little black snake came to his back. It raised its body and looked afar. I have lived for more than 1,000 years. Let me give you a piece of advice. It said. Smack, Zhou Xuanji slapped it down the cliff. Trying to act cool in front of me? The little black snake fell 100 meters and smashed into the rocks. You. Let me finish. It wailed. It cursed in its heart and even felt wronged. Can't you give me some dignity? I was a 5th-rank demon king after all. What will of the heavens? I only believe that man can conquer nature. Zhou Xuanji snorted. There was something else that he said in his heart, it's not like I haven't died before. I was mediocre in my previous life, but in this life, I will be more glorious than the heavens. Time always passed very quickly during cultivation. A month later, Daoist old man returned. However, he did not bring Xiao Jinghong back. Zhou Xuanji walked down the mountain and came up to him. What did you do? He asked. Daoist old man chuckled, I brought your disciple back. Where's my disciple? I, your grand teacher, failed. Can't you tell? Then why are you smiling so confidently? He's not my disciple. Why should I cry? Zhou Xuanji sighed. In his memory, Lady Zhao Xian was gentle and virtuous. How did she endure Daoist old man? Daoist old man smiled, grand disciple, let me tell you a piece of good news. Zhou Xuanji asked expressionlessly, speak. Daoist old man smiled proudly, your grand teacher has great influence. I was so angry that Emperor Yan of Zhou gave Xiao Jinghong to the Sword Monarch. If you want to find Xiao Jinghong, ask the Sword Monarch for him. Grand teacher, can I hammer you to death? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. He almost took out the chicken-slaying sword. Forget it. Now, other than Zhou Yalong and the Empress, his opponents were the Sword Monarch. Daoist old man rubbed Zhou Xuanji's head and said, I have another piece of good news. Zhou Xuanji flipped his right hand, and the chicken-slaying sword appeared in his hand. The tip of the sword pointed downward involuntarily. On the way back, I went to look for the Sword Monarch. He's still very influential. The Sword Monarch was so angry that he said that if you want Xiao Jinghong, you must defeat him personally. Daoist old man said with a smile. As he spoke, he twisted his waist backward and dodged the chicken-slaying sword by a hair's breadth. Jiang Shui, Zhao Zongjian, and the others stood nearby and listened in silence. They thought that Daoist old man's arrival could turn the tables, but he pushed them into the abyss instead. Maybe this is what Zhou Xuanji always talks about as a useless teammate. Jiang Shui mumbled. Zhao Zongjian and the others nodded and did not know what to say. Daoist old man squatted down and pinched the chicken-slaying sword's blade with his right thumb and index finger. I have another piece of good news, he chuckled. The Hell King sword appeared in Zhou Xuanji's left hand. He activated Hell King possession straight away. Daoist old man did not panic at all. Have you heard of the 9 emperors of the Sword's Way? Even the Sword Monarch was worlds apart from them. I have the inheritance of one of the emperors. How about I give it to you? Chapter 92. 9 Emperors of the Way of the Sword? Zhou Xuanji deactivated the Hell King's possession and looked curious. He and Jiang Shui had heard Qiu Bailey mention the 9 Emperors of the Way of the Sword. Since ancient times, they were the 9 strongest sword emperors in the Sword Dao. They were legends in the hearts of countless sword cultivators. Zhao Zongjian, Beishao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin had also heard of the legend of the 9 Emperors of the Way of the Sword. What do you think? It was good news, right? Do you want it? Daoist old man asked with a smile, like an old man trying to trick a little girl. Zhao Zongjian said in disdain, my master, shut up. Zhou Xuanji turned around and stared at him. Zhao Zongjian felt wronged and could only remain silent. Zhou Xuanji looked at Daoist old man and asked, where is the inheritance? At the same time, he asked the sword spirit in his heart if he could accept the Sword Emperor's inheritance. Of course you can. As long as it's about the Sword Dao, Sword Master can become stronger without any worries. The Supreme Legendary Sword System will help Sword Master continue on his path. The Sword Spirit replied quickly, which made Zhou Xuanji very satisfied. He was afraid that the system would place too many restrictions on him. However, the Supreme Legendary Sword System was not bad. It was very open-ended, and it only had one rule: he could only walk the path of the sword. Daoist old man flipped his right hand, and a small golden sword appeared in his palm. Send your divine sense into it and you can start the inheritance test. You only have one chance. If you don't pass the test, the sword will turn into dust. So, you have to be prepared. Hearing Daoist old man's reminder, Zhou Xuanji took the sword. The others gathered around and looked at the small golden sword curiously. Daoist old man turned around, waved his hand, and said with a smile, I'm leaving. Grand Disciple, I'll wait for you to defeat the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou and become famous in the northern wilderness region. Don't worry about me, I'm living a carefree life. He walked elegantly, like an immortal traveling the mortal world. However, he did not receive a reply. Zhou Xuanji and the others focused their attention on the small golden sword. After walking for 100 meters, he looked back. Sigh. He sighed and disappeared on the spot. Thank you, Zhou Xuanji looked up and said softly, looking at where he had left. Zhao Zongjian could not help but ask, Master, are you really going to inherit the legacy of the ancient sword emperors? With your talent, you will definitely be in existence on the same level as the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword in 1,000 years. Zhou Xuanji looked up at him and sighed. From the sword, bend over. Zhou Xuanji said softly. Zhao Congjian was confused, but he still lowered his head obediently. Jiang Shui, Beishao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin were all curious. Zhou Xuanji stretched out his hand and rubbed the back of Zhao Congjian's head. Congjian, you are good at everything, except that you are stubborn. Humans are humans because they know how to be flexible. He sighed. I did say that everyone has their own way of the sword, but gathering the strengths of 100 schools of thought is also the way to forge one's own way of the sword. Of course, this requires an extremely strong mental fortitude, and one must maintain their original heart. You must grasp this point well. Zhao Congjian was deep in thought. Northern Valiant Sword and Huang Lianxin were also thinking about this. The little black snake at the side rolled its eyes and thought to itself, I really believe your nonsense. Jiang Shui pulled Zhou Xuanji's clothes and reminded him, Xuanji, you only have one chance. You must be careful. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. The sword monarch of Great Zhou values Jinghong a lot. Together with the sword monarch's great reputation, he will not harm Jinghong. We don't have to rush to save him. The reason why there was no rush was because he was not powerful enough. He looked down at the small golden sword in his hand and fell into deep thought. Zhao Congjian got up and left. He kept mumbling to himself, maintain your original heart. Maintain your original heart. All these years, under Zhou Xuanji's guidance, he had never taken the wrong path. His progress in the sword's way was very smooth, so he would seriously consider every word that Zhou Xuanji taught him. Northern Valiant Sword and Huang Lianxin left separately and continued their sword training. Jiang Shui did not disturb Zhou Xuanji but returned to the mountain to internalize qi and cultivate. 3 months later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to inner pellet level 2. That night, he took out the small golden sword and prepared to receive the inheritance. He gathered Jiang Shui and the rest so that no one would disturb him. When he probed into the small golden sword with his mind. Boom! Something exploded in his mind. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that he was standing high up in the sky. The blue sky was above his head, and beneath his feet was a sea of clouds. He was shocked and felt that there was an invisible floor beneath his feet. Could it be an illusion? At this moment, a black shadow appeared in front of him. It was hundreds of meters tall, like a mountain. The black shadow only had a silhouette and could not be seen clearly. I am the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor, Wang Xiaofei. Junior, if you wish to obtain my inheritance, you must pass my test. His voice was domineering like that of a god. Even Zhou Xuanji could not help but worship him. Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor? What a chinibu! Zhou Xuanji ridiculed in his heart, but on the surface, he looked expectant. No matter how bad the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword were, they should at least have heaven-grade sword techniques, right? The first test is to fight someone of a higher level. Your cultivation is at the 2nd level of the Inner Dan stage. You need to defeat a soul swordsman at the 2nd level of the Spirit Spring stage. Do you dare to accept? Wang Xiaofei asked, and Zhou Xuanji replied without hesitation, come. Then, a black shadow of a swordsman appeared in front of him. He was 1.8 meters tall and was far less intimidating than Wang Xiaofei's shadow. Zhou Xuanji took out the thunderclap sword and used the 8-step sword lunge, coming up to the soul swordsman. 6 afterimages appeared around Zhou Xuanji. It was the 6-path sword shadow body. Zhou Xuanji stabbed toward the soul swordsman, and so did the 6-path sword shadow. Boom! The soul swordsman perished. Before it could even attack, it was defeated by Zhou Xuanji in an instant. Zhou Xuanji had cultivated the Sword Qi Golden Body incantation to the 3rd level, Sword Qi Soar. Both his physical strength and Sword Qi were powerful. Together with the gold-grade legendary swords, how could a Soul Fountain level 2 not be destroyed? The second test is a soul swordsman at the 5th level of the Spirit Spring stage. Do you dare to accept? Wang Xiaofei continued to ask. His tone was emotionless, as though he was unconscious. Fight. Just when Zhou Xuanji spoke, the soul swordsman appeared. He waved his right hand, and numerous legendary swords appeared above his head. He charged at the soul swordsman with the 10 swords mode. 10 legendary swords flew toward the soul swordsman like bolts of lightning. The soul swordsman swung its sword to block, but it could not withstand the impact of 10 legendary swords. It immediately jumped away. Swoosh! The ghost curse sword pierced through the soul swordsman with the ranged sword propelling. It was destroyed again. Zhou Xuanji frowned and mumbled, "Too weak. It's like fighting a robot." If the soul swordsman was a real person, he would be even more powerful. The third test. Within 3 days, cultivate an earth-grade low-tier sword technique to small accomplishment. Wang Xiaofei's voice came again. Next, an ancient book appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stored his swords and flipped through the ancient book. He memorized all the sword moves and threw the book aside. He was extremely confident. Moonlight Wind Sword Dance. He took out the book-cutter sword and began practicing. There were a total of 108 sword moves. He used 10 breaths time to complete 1 round, which was extremely fast. After all, he had already mastered many sword techniques. Many of the sword moves were similar, so it was easy for him to use them. After 100 rounds, the Moonlight Wind Sword Dance reached small accomplishment. After 300 rounds, the Moonlight Wind Sword Dance reached great accomplishment. After 500 rounds, the Moonlight Wind Sword Dance reached SwordWill. Zhou Xuanji stored his swords. He was a little dissatisfied and shook his head, saying, "An hour is still too slow." He looked at Wang Xiaofei and prepared for the next test. However, the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor, Wang Xiaofei, did not continue with the next test. A long while later. "Brat, you are King cheating." Wang Xiaofei cursed suddenly, which stunned Zhou Xuanji. "Ugh, this thing has consciousness?" Chapter 93. Have you practiced this sword technique before? Deliberately putting on an act? Wang Xiaofei's 100-meter-tall shadow asked, his tone somewhat angry. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said, "This is my first time seeing this sword technique. I don't believe it. No one can cultivate an earth-grade sword art sword intent in such a short time." Wang Xiaofei said in a low voice. Judging from his tone, he was ready to end the inheritance test at any time. Zhou Xuanji said impatiently, "If you don't believe me, take out another sword technique. How dare you question me? The supreme legendary sword system that I designed is just that overpowered." Another ancient book appeared before Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji took it and flipped through it. He realized that this sword technique was even more difficult than the Moonlight Wind Dance sword dance. It wasn't just a little difficult. Soul Eater Slash. The name sounded awesome, but who knew what kind of power it would have once it was mastered. He took out the swine-culling sword and began to practice. The first time, he spent 20 breaths of time. The second time only took 10 breaths of time. After repeating it 100 times, the Soul Eater Slash had reached the small success stage. After 300 repetitions, the Soul Eater Slash was completed. After 500 repetitions, the Soul Eater Slash achieved sword intent. Zhou Xuanji sheathed his sword and was pleasantly surprised. If this sword technique was used by the Ghost Curse sword, it would simply be able to kill gods and demons. The lethality was too great. He pretended to be expressionless and said, "What do you say?" Wang Xiaofei was silent. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, "You don't want to admit it?" Wang Xiaofei's tone was complicated as he said, "Which almighty being are you the reincarnation of?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "I'm from the sanctum of China. My name is Sword God Zhou." Sword God? This level of comprehension is indeed godly. Wang Xiaofei said faintly. Then, he changed the topic and said, forget about the remaining dozens of rounds, you passed the assessment directly. Dozens of stages? Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. So cunning. If this went on, who could stand it? You have two choices. One is the Emperor's sword that I left behind, and the other is a sword technique that I left behind, Wang Xiaofei continued. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, you're one of the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword, why are you so petty? Wang Xiaofei coldly snorted and proudly said, no matter which one I choose, I will be able to move unhindered in the world. Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and decided to take the sword. No matter how strong a sword technique was, it still required spiritual energy as a foundation. King Sword. If it was a good sword, he could even fuse it with his legendary sword. It might even be able to give birth to an amethyst divine sword. Of course, it could also be used alone. When you get out, the Emperor's sword will appear in your hand. Alright, the inheritance is over. Wang Xiaofei's tone became cold again. Zhou Xuanji blinked and asked curiously, I really want to know, are you dead or alive? Humph. Wang Xiaofei waved his hand, and next, Zhou Xuanji felt everything around him shatter. As if he had awoken from a dream, he opened his eyes and saw Jiang Shui's face, causing him to tremble in fear. He called out, what are you doing? Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin turned around. Jiang Shui was also frightened. She clutched her chest and curled her lips. Just look at you. Is there a need to be so exaggerated? Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. Getting so close would scare him to death. Zhao Congjian quickly asked, so fast? Did Master fail? Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, are you looking down on me, your master? He told them about the process of the test, and everyone sighed in amazement. Dozens of stages? What a scam! Beishao Wangjian asked curiously, Master, where's the Emperor's sword? Take it out and let us see. Oh yeah. Where's the Emperor's sword? Zhou Xuanji looked down and saw that the small golden sword in his hand was not the Emperor's sword. That old man lied to me? Zhou Xuanji frowned. At this moment, the small golden sword suddenly exploded into countless golden specks of light. The specks of light quickly formed into a giant sword that was 1.5 meters long. The sword was entirely golden, and its blade was 30 centimeters wide. 2 golden dragons coiled around the hilt, which looked extremely majestic. So this is the Emperor's sword? It weighs 5,000 kilograms. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. If not for his powerful body, he might have been smashed into meat paste. When the others heard this, they all reached out and shook hands. Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin could not even lift it up. Zhao Congjian had it easy, but Beishao Wangjian was struggling. Sword Spirit, what grade is this sword? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously in his heart. The Emperor's sword of the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor should be more than gold grade, right? The Sword Spirit needs to examine it. Do you want to keep it in the Supreme Legendary Sword System? Keep it. As Zhou Xuanji spoke, the Emperor's sword disappeared. Zhao Congjian curled his lip and said, this inheritance is a little shabby. It seems like the 9 emperors of the sword's way are nothing more than this. Huang Lianxin guessed, maybe the period when he established the inheritance was not when he was at his peak, or maybe he just wanted to help his descendants and not really let someone inherit his legacy. The little black snake came over and said disdainfully, a man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. 2 earth-grade sword techniques and a sword Emperor's sword, what else do you want? Beishao Wangjian said, Lianxin, let's starve it for 7 days. Huang Lianxin nodded, okay. The little black snake became anxious. Aren't you too stingy? Great Zhou's royal city, in an ancient-looking inn. A storyteller stood at the center of the first floor, surrounded by close to 100 people. He waved his folding fan and said with his eyes wide open, facing the threat of Tai Yulong and the other royal soldiers, Sword God Zhou slashed with his sword. The sword's radiance illuminated the heavens and the earth. That scene could not be described with words. Hundreds of thousands of people in Wuxia City sighed in admiration. A sword of a god. I heard that Sword God Zhou killed Tai Yulong and the others in an instant. He even slashed down a mountain and almost sank Wuxia City. The audience cried out in astonishment. Their faces were filled with admiration. At this moment, a voice came from the corner of the inn, "Mister, who do you think is more powerful, Sword God Zhou or the Sword Monarch?" The storyteller stroked his goatee and pretended to be profound. Actually, Sword God Zhou and the Sword Monarch had a battle before. With this, everyone opened their eyes wide. Are you serious? How come I have never heard of it? A muscular man held a bowl of wine and questioned. The storyteller said with a smile, "It's true. I saw it with my own eyes." They fought to a draw and admired each other. The Sword Monarch said that once Sword God Zhou appears in the world, he will be famous. As expected, Sword God Zhou became the first person on the reputation ranking of Great Zhou this year. Even the sword noble Xiao Jinghong said that he was Sword God Zhou's disciple. The unparalleled Sword God Zhou, he truly lives up to his name. The crowd clapped and cheered as they listened to Sword God Zhou's stories. They all felt excited, as if they were Sword God Zhou themselves. Nonsense. Sword God Zhou is still far from the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. He can't even be compared to the Sword Monarch's disciple. The voice came from the corner of the inn again. It was full of disdain. This time, he incurred the wrath of the crowd. Everyone turned to look, but in the next moment, their expressions changed. They all knelt down and did not dare to look at that person again. The storyteller was also shocked. He quickly knelt down and said with a trembling voice, "Your Highness." The person who spoke was the crown prince of the Great Zhou Empire, Zhou Tianyu. Zhou Tianyu looked like he was in his early 30s. He had a dignified face and a calm temperament. He wore a white shirt. The innkeeper was also shocked. He quickly ran over and asked with a stutter, "Your Highness, why are you here?" Zhou Tianyu drank a bowl of wine and said expressionlessly, "I passed by this inn and heard that someone was praising Sword God Zhou and belittling the Sword Monarch. So I came in to take a look." After that, he got up and walked towards the side door of the inn. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. With his back facing everyone in the inn, he said, "Sword God Zhou can't even protect his own disciple. He's not a hero. If he dares to challenge the Sword Monarch, I, Zhou Tianyu, am willing to take him as my teacher and let him be the Crown Prince's teacher. You can spread the word. I don't think he dares to." Chapter 94. The Crown Prince of Great Zhou challenged Sword God Zhou in public. He claimed that if Sword God Zhou dared to challenge the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, he would become Sword God Zhou's disciple. He did not say that Sword God Zhou had to win the challenge, but as long as he dared to challenge. This matter shook the Great Zhou dynasty. In just a few days, it spread to all the dynasties under the Great Zhou dynasty. Many people thought that Zhou Tianyu was too high profile. Sword God Zhou might not be as powerful as the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, but he still had the courage to challenge the Sword Monarch. After all, Zhou Yalong is going to replace him, so he couldn't help but come out and cause trouble. What a joke. Who has Sword God Zhou been afraid of? He even dared to go against the Empress of Great Zhou. Why would he be afraid of the Sword Monarch? Has the Great Zhou Crown Prince suffered a chi deviation? Clown. No wonder the Emperor of Great Zhou doesn't think highly of him. Almost everyone thought that Zhou Tianyu was playing to the gallery. Now, Sword God Zhou was no longer the person who had just become famous. His battle achievements had pushed his reputation to the peak. Among the sword cultivators of Great Zhou, only the sword monarch of Great Zhou could suppress them. Sword god Zhou was an upright person, and he loved to help others. He was more reputable than Great Zhou's crown prince. After learning about the reaction of the outside world, Zhou Tianyu was so angry that he smashed the table and flew into a rage in his own house. This incident also made the world understand sword god Zhou's reputation. Unknowingly, sword god Zhou had become an unparalleled powerful cultivator in their hearts. Take me as your master? With his aptitude? I'm not interested. Zhou Xuanji snorted. Zhao Congjian was standing in front of him. Every 3 months, Zhao Congjian would go to the Zhou dynasty to find out about Xiao. This time, after hearing about Zhou Tianyu's provocation, he immediately came back to report. Zhao Congjian smiled. If Zhou Tianyu knew that you are his younger brother, what would he think? Zhou Xuanji said disdainfully, I don't have an elder brother like him. The other princes were all thinking of ways to win the hearts of the people, but this guy only knew how to talk. For example, Zhou Chengxin was not talented, but he worked hard. Then, Zhao Congjian passed on the news to the others. Jiang Shui pursed her lips. If he didn't provoke Xuanji, the world wouldn't know that the great Zhou dynasty has a crown prince. Northern Sword Valiant had a look of disdain, frog at the bottom of the well. Huang Lianxin smiled, brother Zhou Yalong is only a so-so. The little black snake laughed. Ha ha ha. I admire him. Thus, the little black snake was starved for another 7 days. Time passed. After another 3 months, Zhou Xuanji broke through to inner pellet level 3. There was still a month before he turned 15. Now, his height had increased by leaps and bounds, and he had already reached 1.7 meters. Dressed in the white dragon golden robe, he was elegant and handsome. His black hair was tied at the back of his head, leaving a lock of black hair in front of his ears, revealing his forehead. Anyone who saw him would sigh in admiration. What a bright and handsome young man. After breaking through successfully, Zhou Xuanji got up slowly and stood on the top of the slope. He opened his arms and enjoyed the sunlight. Unknowingly, I'm almost 15. Sigh, back then, I boasted that I could dominate the world in 10 years. What a slap to my face. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart with squinted eyes. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared behind him and hugged him. Zhou Xuanji pretended to be knocked down and cursed, who dares to sneak attack me? Hand over your life. After saying that, he turned around to tickle Jiang Shui's waist. Jiang Shui had completely grown up. She looked about as tall as Zhou Xuanji. She wore a long yellow dress. Her hair was up, and her skin was fair. Her face was exquisite, and her eyes were captivating. When the two of them stood together, they looked so compatible, as though they were made for each other. I surrender. Stop. Jiang Shui quickly got rid of Zhou Xuanji's demonic claws. You only know how to tickle me. Zhou Xuanji snorted, that's what you get for sneak attacking me so often. Jiang Shui came up and pinched his face. Xuanji has grown up, and he is getting more and more rebellious. He used to let me play with him. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said, I think we need to sleep in separate rooms. You're already 18, and you still sleep on top of me every night. Now, he was afraid to sleep with Jiang Shui. After all, his body had already matured, and he could not stand the physical contact with Jiang Shui. Most importantly, Zhou Xuanji could sense that this girl would purposely rub against him every night, pushing him to the corner of the bed. No. Jiang Shui pulled Zhou Xuanji's face and snorted. Her eyes were filled with joy, and she was proud in her heart. It seems like what Sister Lianxin taught me was right. To prevent Zhou Xuanji from being lustful in the future, she thought that she had to continue with her plan. Zhou Xuanji had lived 2 lives. He saw the look in her eyes and immediately understood what was going on. This girl was flirting with him. Oh my! This girl is not innocent anymore. Zhou Xuanji sighed. Why did he have a premonition that he was about to lose his chastity? Jiang Shui put her hands behind her waist and clasped her fingers tightly. She leaned forward and bent down to look at him. It seems like my Xuanji level has indeed increased, she said, looking up at him. Seeing her cute look, Zhou Xuanji could not help but lean down and peck her on the lips. His kiss was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Jiang Shui was stunned. She opened her eyes wide, and she felt as though she was electrocuted. Zhou Xuanji smiled proudly and brushed past her. You dare to flirt with me? You are still far from it. He smiled and prepared to go down the mountain. At this moment, Jiang Shui pulled his hand. He turned around instinctively, and Jiang Shui dashed up to him. Just like before, she pecked him lightly on the lips and ran away quickly. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Looking at her back as she ran away, his heart beat faster. What the hell? Is this the feeling of falling in love? Oh no, I was flirted with again. Zhou Xuanji was stunned on the spot and laughed foolishly. At the foot of the mountain, the little black snake, which was coiled on a giant rock, lowered its head. It could not bear to watch any more. I have never seen such a shameless adulterer and adulterer. In broad daylight. Sigh. It heaved a long sigh and could not help but think of the female demons in its cave. Looking back, it had mixed feelings. Zhao Congjian and Beishao Wangjian were both training their sword techniques and did not notice the commotion on the mountain. Huang Lianxi noticed them, and she covered her mouth and giggled. Big and small air were sleeping soundly next to each other. The sun set, and the moon rose. Zhou Xuanji returned to his house and prepared to rest. Every night, he would internalize qi in his house. He would first tell Jiang Shui a story, then sleep for a while. He would wake up when the sky was just brightening to absorb the violet qi from the east. Xuanji, what story are you telling me tonight? Jiang Shui sat on the wooden bed and asked as she combed her hair. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said, I'll tell you a love story. Jiang Shui heard him and her eyes brightened immediately. Tell me quickly. She cried out immediately. Zhou Xuanji sat beside her and said casually, kiss me, and I will tell you. Jiang Shui blushed and pouted coquettishly, what's there to kiss? When I was young, I kissed you every day. Didn't you think my saliva was dirty? Zhou Xuanji said righteously, that was in the past. Now, so fragrant. Jiang Shui felt sweet in her heart. She raised her chin and snorted, I'm not going to kiss you. If you don't kiss me, I won't tell you. Fine, I won't tell you. Please, kiss me. Call me sister. Sister. Good boy. Come, put your face closer. Chapter 95. Early in the morning, the first ray of sunlight swept over from the horizon, streaking across the mountains and rivers. On top of a mountain, a black bull with a shoulder height of 15 meters was gazing into the distance. Its 4 limbs were muscular, and the black fur on its body was like steel needles. Its horns were like curved blades, and its eyes were cold and fierce. Standing on top of the mountain, it felt like a king. Tens of thousands of demon soldiers were crawling at the foot of the mountain. Most of them had already transformed and were waiting for the Black Yak's orders. Children, do you remember our goal? The Black Yak suddenly opened his mouth. His domineering voice reverberated throughout the mountains. Kill Sword God Zhou. Tens of thousands of demon soldiers roared in unison, scaring away the birds in the surrounding forest. The Black Yak twisted its body and stood upright, transforming into its human form. Hua, a black cloak appeared out of thin air, and he quickly put it on. He had the head of a bull and the body of a human. His skin was dark, and his face was wild. A terrifying blade that was 30 meters long appeared in his hand. The saber looked very exaggerated and oppressive. He raised his blade and roared furiously, "My children, Sword God Zhou is hiding within a radius of 1,000 miles. Find him and inform me." "Yes." Tens of thousands of demon soldiers shouted in unison, all of them quickly leaving. In less than 5 breaths of time, there was not a single demon soldier left at the foot of the mountain. The Black Bull laughed coldly. "Sword God Zhou? I would like to see if you are really that strong. I will chop off your head. The Gulan Demon Emperor wants your head." After that, he laughed wildly, as though he had already obtained Sword God Zhou's head. Zhou Xuanji was sunbathing on the slope with his hands under his head, looking quite relaxed. At the foot of the mountain, Zhao Congjian was teaching Beishao Wangjian. Jiang Shui was practicing her spells while Huang Lianxin was practicing her swordsmanship. The little black snake was being bullied by a big and small air. It was like a whip being tossed around, screaming miserably. The three-eyed drought rodent squeaked on a big's head. "The Emperor Sword's grade has been detected." The sword spirit's voice suddenly resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Next, 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Skysundering Emperor Sword. Grade, Amethyst. Description, contains a sword soul and is forged from 5,000 kilograms of dark steel. It is indestructible, and when swung, the strength of the slash will be doubled. It possesses a special ability, the power of the ancient sword emperor. Can only be used once a year, and there are no side effects. The power of the ancient sword emperor? Once a year? Zhou Xuanji blinked and inwardly asked, how powerful is the power of the ancient sword emperor? He was in a wonderful mood. He did not expect that the first amethyst god's sword would not be from the supreme legendary sword system's lottery. 10,000 kilograms of Xian iron doubled his strength. To a Dharma cultivator, this was a devastating blow. It depends on the strength of the sword master. With every level he ascends, he'll be able to unleash more of the power of the ancient sword monarch, reaching the Mahayana realm at the very most. The sword spirit replied, which made Zhou Xuanji open his eyes wide. Mahayana realm. That was an existence that was about to ascend. He immediately became excited and took out the Skysundering Emperor sword. This golden dragon sword was so mighty that 5,000 kilograms of weight was nothing to Zhou Xuanji. He held the Skysundering Emperor sword in one hand and performed the moonlit wind sword dance. The giant sword danced with a domineering aura that could split mountains and rivers. At the foot of the mountain, Jiang Shui and the other 3 could not help but raise their eyebrows. Zhao Congjian's eyes lit up and he mumbled, "How domineering. I really want to learn." No. There were too many sword techniques he wanted to learn. Zhao Congjian held back his excitement and turned around. Beishao Wangjian was also envious, but it was a pity that they did not have Zhou Xuanji's talent. They needed at least a few months to learn a set of sword techniques, and it would take years for them to reach black grade. After practicing the moonlit wind sword dance, Zhou Xuanji's hands were itching. He immediately gathered everyone and told them that he was going to a stronghold to train. He tried to come back at night. No one had any objections. Although Zhou Xuanji was only at inner pellet level 3, he was the most powerful among them. He left on the wind-cutter sword and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Outside the border of Great Zhou, there were many criminals, evil cultivators, and tyrants who established strongholds or sections. There were countless of them. Zhao Congjian, big and small heir discovered many of them. When Zhou Xuanji brought little Jiang Shui out to play occasionally, he saw traces of bandits. They flew for about 100 miles. Zhou Xuanji stopped suddenly and looked in the direction he was looking. In front of him was a barren land with few trees. The terrain was uneven. A majestic silhouette sat on a small hill. It was a bull demon in human form. He was extremely domineering, especially the horrifying broadsword beside him. Even though he was 1,000 meters away, Zhou Xuanji could not help but shudder in fear. Undefeatable. Could this demon be a 6th rank or even a 7th rank great demon king? Just as he was thinking, the bull demon's voice came, "Young man, come here. I have something to ask you. If you don't come, I will cut you down with my broadsword." Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and flew over immediately. He could use this demon to test the power of the sky-sundering emperor sword. Soon, he came up to the bull demon. The bull demon stared at him with eyes that were as big as bronze bells and shouted, "I am Zhangniu Dark Emperor. Have you heard of my name? In Great Zhou's territory, my name is used to scare kids like you." Zhou Xuanji stood on the wind-cutter sword and pretended to be terrified. "Great King! What are you going to do?" Zhangniu Dark Emperor was satisfied. Zhou Xuanji's chi-obscuring incantation was like nothing in front of him. He had already seen through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation, but he did not take it to heart. An inner pellet realm cultivator was still an ant to him. And it could not be Sword God Zhou. Too weak. "Do you know where Sword God Zhou is?" Zhangniu Dark Emperor asked with a deep voice, staring at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji looked as though he was about to cry. He replied with a trembling voice, "No." "Why are you looking for him?" Zhangniu Dark Emperor snorted coldly, "To kill him, of course. I heard that Sword God Zhou is short, but his sword technique is one of the best in Great Zhou. It's a pity that there's a powerhouse in the demon race who wants his head." Zhou Xuanji looked terrified, but he was thinking in his heart. A powerhouse in the demon race? Could it be the Gulan demon monarch? Other than that, he could not think of any other powerhouse in the demon race. "Young man, don't be afraid. Back then, I had a master as big as you. Do you know what happened to him?" Zhangniu Dark Emperor laughed, but the broadsword in his hand never fell. "You ate him?" Zhou Xuanji asked carefully. "How did you know?" Zhangniu Dark Emperor was shocked. He always used this story to scare people, but this time, Zhou Xuanji guessed it in advance. This made him very unhappy. "Be good. Kneel down. I will cut you down with my broadsword and let you die without pain." Zhangniu Dark Emperor waved his hand at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's skin was soft and tender, so he must taste good. Zhou Xuanji's face turned pale. He stuttered, "My king. Why do you want to eat me?" "I have already told you the truth," Zhangniu Dark Emperor laughed proudly, "so what? I am going to cut you down. Hurry up and kneel down. If you dare to escape, I will make your life worse than death." Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly in his heart. "Stupid bull, I am going to kill you. Stop." At this moment, a loud and righteous cry came. Zhou Xuanji and Zhangniu Dark Emperor turned around instinctively and saw a priest in a green robe flying toward them. The priest in a green robe was a little skinny. He had stubble by the side of his mouth, but his eyes were sharp. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand. Zhangniu Dark Emperor glanced at him and said with disdain, "I was wondering who it was. So it's Zhou Yalong's son, Zhou Zhongdao. If I kill you, will Zhou Yalong come after me?" Zhou Zhongdao shouted, "Let that kid go. If you have the guts, fight me." "Kid?" Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and cursed in his heart. "I am your uncle." It was his first time meeting Zhou Zhongdao. Zhou Yalong had many wives and children. Zhou Zhongdao was the most famous and powerful son. Zhou Yalong thought highly of him. Chapter 96. Zhou Zhongdao moved like an arrow and quickly arrived in front of Zhangniu Dark Emperor. He waved the horsetail whisk in his right hand and a white light shot out from it. It turned into a long whip and lashed at Zhangniu Dark Emperor's body. "Pa!" Zhangniu Dark Emperor did not dodge. Even though he was hit, his expression did not change. He grinned and sneered, "Didn't you drink milk when you were young? Compared to your father, you're too weak." When Zhou Zhongdao heard this, he frowned and continued to wave his right hand. The white whip continued to hit Zhangniu Dark Emperor's body. Zhou Xuanji stood on the wind-cutter sword and observed the battle quietly. It was indeed an ox demon. High HP, thick skin, and high endurance. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had not left, Zhou Zhonggao was furious. He cursed loudly, "Get out of here. Do you think you can do whatever you want after breaking through to the inner pellet realm? If you don't get lost, you'll die here." When one sees injustice on the road, he will draw his sword to help. What he fears most is meeting a fool. Zhou Xuanji heard him, and his face turned cold immediately. This nephew of mine is a little jumpy and needs to be taught a lesson. At this moment, Zhangniu Dark Emperor suddenly grabbed the white whip and pulled it, pulling Zhou Zhonggao down from the sky. Bang! Zhou Zhonggao crashed into the small hill under Zhangniu Dark Emperor's feet, and it was a head-on collision. Zhou Xuanji felt pain just by looking at it. "Who asked you to have such a big mouth?" Zhangniu Dark Emperor leapt up. Zhou Zhonggao was about to cover his face when he was kicked out of the mountain wall. His body was so tall and sturdy that he weighed at least tens of thousands of pounds. Zhou Zhonggao was stomped on the ground by him, causing the ground to collapse. Blood splattered everywhere, and the sound of bones breaking was incomparably clear. Zhou Xuanji frowned and cursed in his heart, "You're so weak and you still dare to act like a hero." Although his father and grandmother were Zhou Xuanji's enemies, this boy dared to stand up for them, which meant that he was not a bad person. Zhou Xuanji could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred, so he decided to save him. "Kid, you don't have your father's ability, but you do have your father's courage. If you die here today, Zhou Yalong won't even know. You asked for it." Zhangniu Dark Emperor raised his saber high and laughed ferociously. His laughter was extremely arrogant and even a little excited. He had met Zhou Yalong before, but he was no match for him. How could he not be excited now that he could kill the son of the future emperor of Great Zhou? Xiao! An ear-piercing sound could be heard. Zhangniu Dark Emperor's eyes narrowed. He waved the blade in his right hand and sent the bloodbath sword flying. He turned around and looked at Zhou Xuanji, who was standing on the wind-cutter sword. "Brat, you dare to attack me?" he roared. He slashed out with his saber, and a black saber chi swept out. It was 100 feet long, like a black crescent moon, and was extremely powerful. Zhou Xuanji immediately dodged with the 8-step sword lunge. He reappeared behind Zhangniu Dark Emperor. The Sky-Sundering Emperor sword appeared in his hand, and he directly used the power of the ancient sword emperor. The method to use it was very simple. One just had to pour one's dermic powers into the blade, then withdraw it and pour it in again. After repeating this 3 times, one would be able to unleash the power of the ancient sword emperor. Rumble! Zhou Xuanji felt a horrifying power explode in his body, and a visible aura flame appeared around his body. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and pieces of rocks and grass flew into the air. He raised his sword and slashed forward. This sword was like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss. The rainbow pierced through the sun, and the power poured out. It felt so good that it could explode. Zhangniu Dark Emperor subconsciously swung his blade to block. Clang! The blade and the sword clashed, and Zhangniu Dark Emperor was sent flying. It was a majestic sight to see his gigantic body flying up. Zhou Zhonggao, who was lying on the ground, was dumbfounded. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. How can it be? Zhou Zhonggao could not believe his eyes, but the pain in his body told him that everything was real. Zhangniu Dark Emperor flew out nearly 100 meters. After he landed, he slid back a dozen meters, kicking up a trail of dust. He looked up at Zhou Xuanji in astonishment. "Who are you?" he roared furiously with gritted teeth. Zhou Xuanji held the Sky-Sundering Emperor sword in his right hand and the Thunderclap sword in his left. The Wind-Cutter sword and Bloodbath sword levitated above his shoulders, and the tips of the swords pointed at Zhangniu Dark Emperor. His expression was cold, but his heart was filled with excitement. So powerful. At this moment, he felt boundless power. No matter who stood in front of him, he could defeat them all. He walked toward Xianxia Dark Emperor and burst out in laughter. "Aren't you looking for sword god Zhou?" Zhou Xuanji said with a mocking smile, which stunned Xianxia Dark Emperor. Zhou Zhongdao, who just got up, was also stunned. He had heard of the name of sword god Zhou. These 2 years, the most famous person in Great Zhou was sword god Zhou. So it's him. Zhou Zhongdao was stunned. He was ashamed in his heart and wanted to find a hole to hide in. How dare he call the famous sword god Zhou a kid? He immediately understood that sword god Zhou must have wanted to tease Xianxia Dark Emperor, but he interrupted him. It was too embarrassing. At the same time, he was a little touched. Even so, sword god Zhou did not hold a grudge and helped him when he was in danger. Sword god Zhou! Xianxia Dark Emperor roared. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He dashed toward Zhou Xuanji with all his might. Zhou Xuanji also dashed toward Xianxia Dark Emperor with the 8-step sword lunge. 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation. Dual Swords Mode. 2 dragon roars could be heard. The Sky-Sundering Emperor sword and the Thunderclap sword were surrounded by a dragon-shaped sword chi. The 2 swords slashed toward Xianxia Dark Emperor. The muscles on Xianxia Dark Emperor's arms bulged. He was about to smash Zhou Xuanji into a meat patty. Clang! Xianxia Dark Emperor was sent flying away again. The violent force made him feel an excruciating pain between his thumb and forefinger, and his face twisted. This guy's strength. Xianxia Dark Emperor was shocked. No wonder the Gulan demon monarch wanted to kill sword god Zhou so badly. Everyone was in awe of sword god Zhou's sword techniques, but they did not know that his body was also very strong. Dual cultivation of essence and body. Zhou Xuanji quickly charged over. This time, he directly used the Soul Eater slash. Lightning intertwined on the 2 swords, and the aura flame on Zhou Xuanji's body grew tremendously. He slashed out with both swords, and a violent gale swept out, causing the ground to crumble. 5 streams of black sword chi shot out vertically. At first glance, it looked like a demonic claw had appeared out of thin air. In front of it, even Xianxia Dark Emperor seemed small. Xianxia Dark Emperor's expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously raised his blade to block. There was a loud bang. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was sent flying. His huge body was like a rolling stone, crashing into rocks and trees along the way. He flew a full 800 meters away. He gripped his saber with both hands and stabbed it into the ground, barely stabilizing his body. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground, his whole body trembling. His robe had many cuts, and his body was covered in cuts. What sword technique is this? Those 2 swords are demonic swords? Xianxia Dark Emperor thought in shock. He heard that sword god Zhou had many swords, and each of them was a legendary sword. He immediately got up and transformed into his original form. He turned around and fled. The great saber shrunk and entered his ear. In his original form, although his body was still huge, his speed was really fast. He covered 200 meters in 3 steps, leaving deep hoof prints on the ground. Demon! Where are you going? With a loud cry, Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword and chased after them. Zhou Zhongdao stood up with difficulty. He looked at Zhou Xuanji's back with admiration. Xianxia Dark Emperor was like a stray dog before him. Damn! Xianxia Dark Emperor gritted his teeth and tensed his limbs. He ran with all his might, which created a strong gust of wind. At first glance, it looked like a layer of qi enveloped him. Unstoppable. At this moment, anyone who appeared in front of him would be frightened by his aura. Along the way, many cultivators who wandered the world were so frightened that they ran away in panic. Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind him. The man and the demon were as fast as the wind. Sword God Zhou. Do you really want to kill us all? Xianxia Dark Emperor roared furiously as he sprinted. All the cultivators within a radius of 10,000 meters were stunned. Sword God Zhou? Why should I be merciful when I slay demons? Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the heavens and earth. It was so cold and filled with a murderous aura. Xianxia Dark Emperor cursed in his heart. Such a hypocrite. Chapter 97. Although he had the power of the ancient Sword Emperor, Zhou Xuanji's speed could not catch up to Xianxia Dark Emperor. Xianxia Dark Emperor ran with all his might. The man and the demon crossed over the mountains and forests. Their speed was in a stalemate. He's heavily injured. I don't believe he won't stop. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold as he thought. Xianxia Dark Emperor wanted to kill him, so he naturally couldn't let him go. At the same time, he wanted to make a big deal out of this matter so that the powerful figure of the demon race would not dare to act recklessly again. Along the way, he madly attacked for hundreds of miles. Xianxia Dark Emperor's speed began to decrease, and the distance between him and Zhou Xuanji shortened. Xiao! Bloodbath sword suddenly flew over and stabbed Xianxia Dark Emperor's back. Xianxia Dark Emperor roared in pain. He was pleased with himself. How can you hurt my skin and flesh? The next second, his expression became one of horror. Because he could feel the bloodbath sword sucking his blood. He was so frightened that his ox body trembled and forced the bloodbath sword out of his body. The bloodbath sword quickly flew into Zhou Xuanji's body. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji felt that his stamina had recovered to its peak. As expected of an ox demon. It felt so good to have so much health. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sparkled. Next, he tossed out the bloodbath sword continuously. Xianxia Dark Emperor began to dodge, but every 3 times he dodged, he would hit once. After all, he could not look back, for fear that his speed would slow down. Just like that, Xianxia Dark Emperor's HP decreased. However, he did not despair. Because there was a Yao Kingdom up ahead. As long as he entered the Yao Kingdom, he would have a chance of survival. He cursed in his heart, the Gulan demon monarch tricked me. He even said that sword god Zhou did not live up to his name. Your mother is trying to cover up your son's shame. He immediately hated the Gulan demon monarch. He hated him even more than Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji also noticed the waves of demonic qi coming from ahead. He had heard Zhao Zongjian mention that there was a demon kingdom nearby, with hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers. The strongest demon had reached the 5th level of cultivation, which was comparable to the human race at the spirit spring stage. He did not stop and continued to move forward. A 5th-rank demon king was no longer a threat to him. Rumble! Xianxia Dark Emperor rushed into the forest with an unstoppable force, knocking down trees one after another. Dust flew everywhere. Looking down from the sky, it seemed like the forest was going to be split into 2. Zhou Xuanji flew above the forest. He asked in his heart, Sword Spirit, how long can the power of the ancient Sword Emperor last? Although Xianxia Dark Emperor was severely injured, he would not be able to kill him without the power of the ancient Sword Emperor. Based on the extent of the Sword Master's execution of the sword technique, it can at least last for half an incense stick's time. The Sword Spirit's words put Zhou Xuanji at ease. Looking at Xianxia Dark Emperor's speed, it would probably slow down soon. He gripped the Sky-Sundering Emperor sword tightly and prepared to use the ranged sword propelling technique. The Bloodbath sword and the Thunderclap sword flew over, forcing Xianxia Dark Emperor to dodge to the left and right. 5 kilometers away, on a wasteland, there was a city with mountains on both sides. Above the city gate, there were countless spears made of white bones and 3 huge beast heads. Many demon soldiers were fighting on the city wall. At this moment, there were dozens of demon soldiers escorting 4 prisoner carriages towards the city gate. There were 70 to 80 prisoners in these carriages. All of them were curled up in fear. I can finally have a good meal today. Ha ha ha, I've taken a fancy to that girl. When the time comes, let's have some fun together before eating. Recently, many people have left the border of Great Zhou. I wonder what happened. No matter what, it's a good thing for us. These people are all cultivators. They taste good. The demon soldiers chatted and laughed. Their words made the prisoners feel even more hopeless. Boom! The wilderness suddenly shook, startling everyone, including the demon soldiers, to turn their heads to look. So did the demon soldiers on the city wall. They saw a muscular black bull with a shoulder height of 15 meters galloping toward them. That imposing manner seemed to be able to break through all obstacles in front of it. I am Xianxia Dark Emperor. Open the city gate for me. Xianxia Dark Emperor shouted anxiously. At this moment, he was covered in blood, and blood splattered everywhere along the way. All the demon soldiers were stunned. Among the demon race, Xianxia Dark Emperor was quite famous. Any older demon would have heard of him. At this moment, they noticed that someone was following Xianxia Dark Emperor. It was Zhou Xuanji. 10 people stood on a tall mountain to the left of the demon kingdom. They were all dressed in black, and the leader was a middle-aged man with long white hair. He had 2 swords on his back. Xianxia Dark Emperor? Why is he here? Who's chasing after him? The middle-aged man asked in astonishment. He frowned. The man in black beside him shuddered and cried out, he has 4 swords. Could it be Sword God Zhou? Sword God Zhou. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Not only him, but the demon soldiers also guessed that it was Sword God Zhou. The most famous sword cultivator in Great Zhou was Sword God Zhou. If it was the Sword Monarch, Xianxia Dark Emperor would already be dead. Zhou Xuanji could already see the walls of the demon kingdom. At this moment, Xianxia Dark Emperor's speed was much slower than before. Just when Xianxia Dark Emperor dodged the thunderclap sword, Zhou Xuanji threw out the sky-sundering Emperor sword. Ranged sword propelling. The amethyst legendary sword exploded with horrifying speed. Psh! Ah! Xianxia Dark Emperor opened his eyes so wide that his eyeballs almost popped out. The excruciating pain made him bite his tongue. In that instant, he almost fainted. His 2 front hooves knocked into each other, and he fell to the ground. Zhou Xuanji was stunned and looked a little embarrassed. Because the sky-sundering Emperor sword pierced the bottom of Xianxia Dark Emperor's tail. Blood spurted out, and even he felt a chill in his back. Miscalculation. This will tarnish the reputation of Sword God Zhou. Zhou Xuanji felt awkward in his heart, but he looked expressionless on the surface. He quickly flew to Xianxia Dark Emperor. Xianxia Dark Emperor's head was on the ground. His hind legs were stiff, and he raised his butt high. Only by doing so could he alleviate his pain. He felt that his body was in turmoil, and it was extremely uncomfortable. It was worse than death. The sky-sundering Emperor sword shone coldly under the sunlight. The entire plain was silent. Seeing Xianxia Dark Emperor's pitiful state, all the demon soldiers were dumbfounded. Even those who were imprisoned were petrified. Zhou Xuanji held the thunderclap sword and slashed down. Soul-Eater slash. Lightning surrounded the sword chi and slashed down on Xianxia Dark Emperor's head. Blood gushed out from Xianxia Dark Emperor's neck and splattered on the ground. The lightning ravaged Xianxia Dark Emperor's body, and his vitality was quickly drained. A dignified demon king had died so miserably. How pitiful. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and the sky-sundering Emperor sword flew out of Xianxia Dark Emperor's body. A stream of blood spurted out, and Xianxia Dark Emperor's body twitched and fell to the ground. Looking at the disgusting thing on the blade, Zhou Xuanji shook his right hand and flung it away. He then swung his sword at Xianxia Dark Emperor again. This was his habit. To prevent the enemy from feigning death. After making sure that Xianxia Dark Emperor was no longer alive, he looked up at the demon kingdom in front of him. When the demon soldiers saw his gaze, they turned around and fled in fear. They did not even care about the prison carriages. Zhou Xuanji flew over on his sword and destroyed the 4 prison carriages with the vibrant raindrop sword. Those who were saved cried tears of joy. They got off the carriage and knelt before Zhou Xuanji, calling out sword god Zhou's name. Zhou Xuanji ignored them but looked at the demon kingdom in front of him. He flipped his right hand, and the sky-sundering emperor sword spun. The tip of the sword pointed forward. He tossed it forcefully. The sky-sundering emperor sword flew out. Boom! The city gate exploded immediately. The walls on both sides were filled with cracks, and it looked like it would collapse at any moment. This terrifying power made all the humans and demons dumbfounded. What kind of power is this? Chapter 98. The city gate was broken open, and the city walls shook. All the demon soldiers on top leaped down in panic. No one dared to stop Zhou Xuanji. Xianxia Dark Emperor's tragic death was right in front of them. Who dared to go against sword god Zhou? Zhou Xuanji stepped on the wind-cutter sword, with the sky-sundering emperor sword and thunderclap sword in his hands and the bloodbath sword above his head, and he approached the demon kingdom. Roar! A deafening roar came from the demon kingdom. The roar shook the mountains on both sides, and rocks fell down. A muscular figure leaped up and flew over the city walls before landing on the ground. His legs crushed the grass beneath him. It was a demon king with a lion's head and a human body. He wore a tiger skin robe with scale armor inside. His mane was majestic and domineering, and his mouth was filled with fangs. He looked extremely ferocious. Tianhou Lion King. He was the lord of this demon kingdom. He had cultivated for 1,000 years, and his power was unfathomable. He stared at Zhou Xuanji furiously. His body trembled in rage. Numerous shape-shifted demons flew up from the city and levitated in the air. Each of them held a weapon and looked ahead anxiously. A tense atmosphere before a battle spread across the heavens and the earth. Zhou Xuanji flew to Tianhou Lion King's head and looked down at him coldly. Thump! Tianhou Lion King knelt on the ground with his hands on the ground. Sir! He gritted his teeth and said, "We are not friends with Xianxia Dark Emperor. Please spare our lives." All the shape-shifted demons were stunned, but no one tried to dissuade him. Sword god Zhou was too powerful after all. Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly, "Release everyone in the city. If you dare to hide even one person, I will chop off your head immediately and let all your demon descendants die with you." His voice was soft, but the murderous aura in it made Tianhou Lion King shiver. He immediately turned around and shouted with all his might, "Release everyone in the kingdom. Do not delay." He abandoned his dignity as the lord of the demon kingdom at this moment. Zhou Xuanji waited patiently. Those who were saved behind him did not leave but discussed excitedly. "He is the unparalleled sword god Zhou. He's so powerful." Tianhou Lion King did not even dare to fart in front of him. From today onwards, whoever dares to say that sword god Zhou's fame is greater than his power, I will be the first to beat him up. With this level of strength, he's definitely a top-notch expert. If he were to enter the great Zhou army, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach the 2nd or 3rd rank. Oh my god, is that really Xianxia Dark Emperor? In front of sword god Zhou, he died in such a cowardly manner. How big is the difference in their power? Zhou Xuanji, who had his back to them, smiled. It seemed that he had underestimated his fame. Before he even announced his name, these people already recognized him. Sigh. It wasn't good to be too famous. He couldn't even keep a low profile. Just as Zhou Xuanji was feeling melancholic, the 10 men in black on the mountain to the left of the demon kingdom fell into silence. After a long while, the middle-aged man who was the leader said in a deep voice, "There's a change of plan. Sword god Zhou's power far exceeds the mission's threshold. Retreat immediately." From today onwards, we will no longer accept missions from the Empress of Great Zhou. Damn it! You tricked us. The other 9 black-robed men nodded. They were all here to search for Sword God Zhou's tracks and assassinate him. But when they saw it today, they almost wet their pants. They quickly disappeared into the mountain forest. Zhou Xuanji did not know that he had unintentionally scared off a group of assassins. After half an hour, all the people in the Demon Kingdom were escorted out. There were 1,800 people in total, and all of them were injured. Apparently, they were tortured before this. When these people knew that Sword God Zhou came to save them, they were all very excited. Some were even crying. There were all sorts of emotions. After they walked to his back, Zhou Xuanji stared at Tianhou Lion King and asked, "That's all?" Tianhou Lion King knelt on the ground and said anxiously, "Really?" His heart was beating like a drum. It should be all gone, right? As the ruler of the Demon Kingdom, he did not know how many people were imprisoned in the kingdom. "Do you dare to bring me in?" Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. Tianhou Lion King did not dare to reject and immediately led Zhou Xuanji into the Demon Kingdom. Finally, Zhou Xuanji realized that there was really no one in the Demon Kingdom, so he left. Tianhou Lion King sent him to the city gate with a very humble attitude. Not long after Zhou Xuanji left, a young man ran over and knelt in front of him. "Sword God!" he cried out indignantly. "Please slaughter this Demon Kingdom. Take revenge for those who have died." With this, Tianhou Lion King's expression changed drastically and cursed in his heart. At the same time, he became anxious, afraid that Zhou Xuanji would turn around and attack him. Zhou Xuanji stared at the young man and said calmly, "The heavenly law is reincarnation, and the strong prey on the weak. You are already lucky that I saved you today. If you want to take revenge, you have to rely on yourselves. Don't think that they are despicable. When we humans eat livestock, have we ever thought that we are despicable as well? The powerful must strengthen themselves. Never place your hopes on others. Or else, you will encounter the same danger again in the future." After that, he left with his sword. He did not fly too quickly, in case Tianhou Lion King suddenly attacked. The young man was stunned and sighed in the end. Sword God Zhou was right. Instead of being resentful, it was better to become more powerful. He looked up and saw Tianhou Lion King looking at him furiously, as though he wanted to tear him into pieces. The young man was so frightened that he immediately turned around and ran away. Everyone who was saved began to run away from the Demon Kingdom. Tianhou Lion King looked at Zhou Xuanji's back and mumbled, "The heavenly law is reincarnation, and the strong prey on the weak. I admire you." With such a breadth of mind, it was no wonder that he was famous today. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji stood on the windcutter sword inside. The power of the ancient sword emperor lasted too short. Such a pity. He mumbled. Slaying demons was the responsibility of human cultivators. It was the same for demons to eat humans. From different standpoints, there was no such thing as absolute justice. If he could destroy this Demon Kingdom, his reputation would be even greater. Although he was confident that he could face Tianhou Lion King, the hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers were not just for show. If he encountered other powerful enemies during the great battle, he would really be dead. I will be 15 in half a month. I can look forward to a new legendary sword. Zhou Xuanji collected his thoughts and began his journey back. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and there were no clouds in 10,000 miles. Jianghu, Beishao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, the little black snake, and the 2 dragon eagles stood in a row. Their faces were pale. On the grassy field in front of them, Zhao Congjian held his sword in his right hand. He knelt on one knee and panted continuously. There were 6 wounds on his chest, and blood was flowing out. His eyes were ferocious as he stared ahead. 10 meters away, A handsome young man dressed in golden robes looked at him with disdain. Undefeatable Zhao Zongjian with 3 sword moves, the one who could climb the ladder of the emperor? What a joke! No wonder you would become sword god Zhou's slave. You are too weak. The young man in golden robes said with a smile. He held an iron fan in his hand, which was filled with steel needles. Beishao Wangjian said furiously, Han Shenbua, you are ranked first on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. You are dozens of years younger than Zhao Zongjian. How dare you say such a thing? The young man in golden robes was ranked first on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. Han Shenbua, whose name shook Great Zhou. He learned from the sanctum. Meng Tianlang challenged him dozens of times but never won. Han Shenbua laughed with contempt, I'm here for sword god Zhou. Fortunately, he is not here. If not, you will see him kneeling in front of me and begging for mercy. You will be even more furious. After that, he burst out laughing. He did not take Beishao Wangjian and the others seriously at all. Chapter 99. Seeing Han Shenbua's arrogance, the crowd found it difficult to suppress their anger. Zhao Zongjian clenched his teeth and charged towards Han Shenbua with his sword in hand. However, before he could even touch Han Shenbua, he was sent flying by the fan. Han Shenbua's iron fan was obviously not an ordinary weapon. With a wave, a strong wind howled. Even Jianghu, Beishao Wangjian and the others could not help but take out their instruments to defend themselves. Zhao Zongjian, who was already heavily injured, fell to the ground in a sorry state. Blood could not stop spurting out from his mouth. Too weak. Han Shenbua shook his head. His tone changed and he sneered, if Xiao Jinghong was here, he might stand a chance against me. Unfortunately, he has already fallen into the hands of the sword monarch of Great Zhou. You will never have the chance to see him again. No one said anything. They were all thinking about how to deal with him. Han Shenbua curled his lips and thought that it was really boring. He immediately kept his fan and asked, when is sword god Zhou coming back? After I defeat him, I still have important matters to attend to. I don't want to waste time. Huang Lianxin snorted coldly and said, you speak as if you just happened to pass by. Aren't you just trying to step on our master to climb up? My master is number 1 on the honor roll of Great Zhou, while you are only number 1 on the hero roll. Don't you know how big the difference is? Hearing this, Han Shenbua's face instantly darkened. No matter how high one's ranking on the hero ranking board of Great Zhou was, it was only for the younger generation. On the other hand, the Great Zhou's reputation leaderboard was a competition with the rest of the world. The quality of the two could not be compared at all. Which of the people who shook the Great Zhou dynasty wasn't an expert who dominated an area? Humph. When your master returns, you will understand who is the real. Han Shenbua snorted, his tone laced with killing intent. Although he was ranked first on the Great Zhou hero ranking board, he had never entered the top 10 of the Great Zhou hero ranking board. The top 10 of the honor roll list had all accomplished earth-shattering feats. Although Han Shenbua was strong, he had never achieved much. If they were too strong, he couldn't beat them. He couldn't afford to offend those who were weak and famous. Xiao. Right at this moment, the sound of air being torn apart resounded, and it interrupted Han Shenbua. He subconsciously tilted his head, and the wind-cutter sword swept past his ear. Clang! The wind-cutter sword fell in front of Zhao Zongjian. Seeing this sword, Zhao Zongjian was instantly excited. It was the same for Jianghu and the others. What a sharp sword! Han Shenbua was secretly shocked. He immediately guessed who it was. He turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji walking over with his sword in hand. The white dragon golden robe fluttered in the wind. He had an extraordinary aura, like a sword immortal. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He looked at Han Shenbua with a murderous aura. You are sword god Zhou? Han Shenbua asked, his eyes flashing. You're finally here. He immediately introduced himself. I am Zhou Xiongyin. Zhou Xuanji came up to him with the 8-step sword lunge and slashed with the sky-sundering emperor sword. Damn it! Han Shenbua cursed in his heart. I haven't finished speaking yet. He instinctively swung his iron fan to block. Clang! His right arm was numbed by the impact, and he was sent flying by Zhou Xuanji's slash. Zhou Xuanji said coldly, "You dare to bully my sword slave. Even if you are the heavenly emperor, you will be beaten up." With that, divine swords appeared around him out of thin air. Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Residual Image Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Formless Sword, Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Falcon Sword, Magnetic Sword, Ghost Curse Sword, Bookcutter Sword. The 18 legendary swords were all pointed at Han Shenbua. He activated the 10,000 Sword Dragon incantation straightaway. Each legendary sword was surrounded by dragon-shaped sword chi. Just when Han Shenbua steadied himself, the 18 legendary swords charged at him. Even the Wind Cutter sword in front of Zhao Zongjian rose from the ground and charged at Han Shenbua. This time, Han Shenbua was surrounded by 19 legendary swords. He was at a disadvantage immediately and was caught unprepared. The Crimson Dragon Sword released its dragon soul and surrounded Han Shenbua. The Thunderclap Sword exploded with lightning, forcing Han Shenbua to dodge to the left and right. The other legendary swords also showed their prowess. Zhou Xuanji looked at them and waved his right hand. The Bookcutter Sword flew back to his hand. Ordinary stone-grade legendary swords were too weak. They could be easily broken by Han Shenbua's iron fan. Han Shenbua's spell was exquisite. He was surrounded by so many legendary swords, but he was not injured. Looking at his posture, it was obvious that he was struggling. How can it be? These swords, Han Shenbua was shocked in his heart. He felt that he was surrounded by 18 sword cultivators with exquisite sword techniques. A few of the swords were of a higher grade than the iron fan in his hand. He became anxious immediately and dared not to let his guard down. Sword God Zhou was really powerful. Together with the 2 swords in Master's hand, he can control 20 swords at the same time. Beishao Wangjian opened his eyes wide and mumbled to himself. Zhou Xuanji did not usually practice sword techniques, so he did not expect his improvement to be so exaggerated. Jiang Shui was pleasantly surprised, while Huang Lianxin and the little black snake were petrified. Zhao Zongjian looked at the battle with passionate eyes. He forgot about the pain in his body and only felt excited. Even though he worked hard to cultivate, the gap between him and Zhou Xuanji was still widening. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. Only a grandmaster in the sword's way like this was worth following. Zhou Xuanji stored the Bookcutter sword into the supreme storage and came up to Han Shenbua with one step. He activated Six-Path Sword Shadow. Han Shenbua felt even more pressured. He felt that his opponent was not just one Sword God Zhou. It was a group of Sword God Zhou. He almost collapsed. How could he fight like this? If his cultivation was not higher than Zhou Xuanji's, he might have been killed in an instant. The sky-sundering Emperor Sword, which weighed thousands of kilograms, slashed at him continuously. Every time he faced the sword head-on, his arm would feel numb from the impact. Looking closely, the web between his thumb and forefinger was already bleeding. 10 breaths later, Han Shenbua was injured. 20 breaths later, Han Shenbua's right hand was crippled. He had no choice but to wield the fan with his left hand. He cast all sorts of spells, but he still could not break free from the siege of the legendary swords. 30 breaths later, Han Shenbua's left hand was crippled too. When the iron fan left his hand, Zhou Xuanji and Six-Path Sword Shadow activated the Trisource Vein Severing Sword together. The sword chi engulfed Han Shenbua. A painful cry came from his mouth and reverberated across the wilderness. His vital channels were severed, and he felt powerless instantly. 18 legendary swords pierced into his body from different directions, turning him into a porcupine. Thump. Han Shenhua knelt before Zhou Xuanji powerlessly. His body was covered in blood. His face was pale, and his eyes were lifeless. He mumbled, "Impossible. Impossible, how could there be such an insane sword cultivator in the world?" In front of the 10,000 sword dragon incantation, he felt so helpless. Zhou Xuanji raised the sky-sundering emperor sword and pressed its tip against Han Shenhua's forehead to prevent him from falling to the ground. Han Shenhua's forehead was pierced, and blood flowed down the blade. The scene froze. Han Shenhua, who was pierced with 18 legendary swords, knelt before Zhou Xuanji. His forehead was pressed against by the sky-sundering emperor sword, which made Zhao Zongjian and the rest breathe rapidly. They knew that Zhou Xuanji was more powerful than Han Shenhua, but they did not expect the gap to be so huge. It must be known that Zhou Xuanji had not activated Hell King possession yet. Too powerful. Zhou Xuanji looked at Han Shenhua with disdain and said, "Do you want to live or die?" The icy murderous aura made Han Shenhua shiver. "I want to live," he said instinctively. He was not even 100 years old, and he was ranked first on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. It was the highlight of his life. How could he die like this? He was not willing. "But I want you to die," Zhou Xuanji said calmly. He turned his right hand, and the tip of the sky-sundering emperor sword rotated like an electric drill, which made Han Shenhua's forehead feel excruciating pain. The pain made Han Shenhua more clear-headed. He endured the humiliation and said with gritted teeth, "As long as you spare my life, I am willing to be your slave. I will do whatever you ask me to do." Zhou Xuanji waved his left hand, and a brush, paper, ink, and brush appeared before Han Shenhua. Han Shenhua's pupils contracted suddenly. His smile was bitter and forced. "Write down a condition that can move me, and put your handprint on it," Zhou Xuanji said slowly. It would be a waste for the top rank on Great Zhou's hero ranking board to die like this. Han Shenhua raised his right hand with great difficulty, and it trembled continuously. Half a month later, Zhou Xuanji lay on the grass with a strand of weed in his mouth. Han Shenhua massaged his legs and asked with a flattering expression, "Master, this strength, how is it?" His acupoints were sealed by Huang Lianxin, and Zhao Zongjian cast a spell on him. He could no longer activate his spirit energy, and now, he was like a cripple. To survive, he could only struggle at death's door. Not only did he have to serve Zhou Xuanji, but he also had to listen to other people's orders. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly and did not speak. He was waiting. Because he was 15 years old today. Zhou Xuanji did not reply, and Han Shenhua could only focus on massaging his legs and shoulders. A while later, Zhou Xuanji sat up suddenly, and Han Shenhua immediately stopped in fear. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 15 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained. Chapter 100. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 15 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained, gold, tempest commer, silver, living snake sword, 3 age-retaining pills, and a spirit-boosting bangle. Zhou Xuanji looked delighted. It was another 2 legendary swords. One of them was even gold tier. He immediately took out Gale Commer and Living Snake Sword, one in each hand. A few lines of small words appeared in front of him. Only he could see them. Sword name, Gale Commer level, gold, description, wind attribute divine sword, able to resist storms and calm huge waves. Sword name, Living Snake Sword, level, silver, description, a divine sword made from a 10,000-year-old spirit snake. The blade of the sword retains the vitality of the spirit snake and will actively entangle the enemy. Each of them had their own uses, and they all looked pretty good. Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily and looked at the two swords in his hands. The blade of the Tempest Calmer was wide and thick. There were many fine patterns on it, as if the wind was blowing on the blade. The hilt was engraved with fish scales, and it was not too heavy to hold. The living snake sword was a white sword. Its blade was like the belly of a snake. It was nearly 2 meters long and shone with white light under the sunlight. Han Shenbua, who was squatting at the side, widened his eyes. He asked cautiously, "Master, do you still have 2 swords?" Back when he had fought Zhou Xuanji, these 2 swords were not among the many legendary swords that Zhou Xuanji had taken out. He subconsciously reached out to touch the living snake sword. At this moment, the living snake sword suddenly twisted and turned into a white snake, winding along his arm. The blade of the sword turned into a snake's mouth, biting Han Shenbua's abdomen. Han Shenbua's face instantly turned pale, and the pain in his abdomen almost made him cry out. He subconsciously held the blade of the living snake sword. His palm was in pain and quickly became bloody. He was so frightened that he let go. Zhou Xuanji's right hand trembled slightly, and the living snake sword shrunk back to its original state. Han Shenbua hurriedly retreated, his forehead covered in cold sweat. What a strange sword! If the sword had moved down a few centimeters, he shuddered and didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Right now, he couldn't use his spiritual energy, so he was like a mortal. Zhou Xuanji threw him a stare and said, "Who asked you to touch me? I almost crippled you. Are you scared?" The living snake sword was very intelligent. Not bad, not bad. When facing an enemy, the living snake sword might be able to give the enemy a fatal blow. Han Shenbua hurriedly knelt down and nodded like a woodpecker. He said in fear and trepidation, "I'm afraid. I won't dare to do it again." Zhou Xuanji ignored him. He stood up and stored the living snake sword into the supreme storage. Holding Tempest Calmer in his right hand, he walked to the top of the slope, faced the blazing sun, and swung his sword. There was no fancy sword technique, just an ordinary sword. As the blade fell, a strong gust of wind howled and gathered into a tornado that swept forward. Rumble, the entire hillside shook violently, and the nearby forest swayed unsteadily. Jianghu, Zhao Zongjian, and the rest turned around to look. They saw a 1,000-foot-tall tornado appearing behind the hill, sweeping up countless sand, dust, and fallen leaves. It was a spectacular sight. Is that a sword technique? Zhao Zongjian's eyes lit up. Northern Sword Valiant patted his shoulder and said, "Brother Zhao, stop looking. Stay calm." Zhao Zongjian woke up with a start. He was drenched in cold sweat and quickly turned his head. "I can't think about it anymore. I need to learn the current sword technique first." Zhou Xuanji stored his sword, and the 100-foot-tall tornado dissipated. The dust was still flying, and it looked like a sandstorm. He turned around and walked down the hill. Han Shenbua came back to his senses from the shock. He quickly got up and walked to Zhou Xuanji's side. "Master, is there anything else you need me to do?" he asked carefully. Compared to his arrogant self half a month ago, he was like a completely different person. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "Go help the 3-eyed drought rodent catch some insects, and help the hegemon-scaled black dragon take a bath." Han Shenbua heard him and his expression changed drastically. He wanted to say something but stopped. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and walked straight to Jianghu. As he walked, he took out the spirit-boosting bangle. The bangle was like a metal hoop. It would absorb the surrounding spiritual qi automatically and maintain a full state. Once he entered a battle, it would help him replenish his spirit energy. It was a good support enchanted artifact. He wore it on his right wrist and took out an age-halting pill. Age-halting pill, as the name suggested, could make one look young forever. This pill was a perfect birthday present for Jianghu. After getting the age-halting pill, Jianghu really liked it and even kissed Zhou Xuanji in front of everyone. Huang Lianxin was envious. Which woman doesn't want to stay young forever? Zhou Xuanji noticed her expression. He did not give her the age-halting pill immediately but promised to give it to her in the future. It was all for Huang Lianxin to work hard in her cultivation and help him out. After that, he came to Zhao Congjian's side and said, "Do you know where the sword monarch of Great Zhou is?" When Zhao Congjian heard this, he immediately sheathed his sword and asked, "Master, are you thinking of?" He challenged the sword monarch of Great Zhou and seized the sword noble. He immediately became excited. This was the Zhou Xuanji he knew. No matter who it was, they dared to fight. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Within a year, we will go to the sword monarch of Great Zhou to ask for him." Zhao Congjian asked curiously, "Why a year? Not now?" In his opinion, a year's time was not enough to make him much stronger. At least, it could not make up for the gap between him and the sword monarch. Zhou Xuanji smiled mysteriously, "Since the sword monarch wants Jinghong, then let Jinghong learn from him for a year. When he comes back, he will teach Jinghong to us." Having heard this, Zhao Congjian's eyes glowed. Good idea. He did not know where the sword monarch of Great Zhou was, so he promised that in the next year, he would find an opportunity to ask around and find the route. At the same time, the news about sword god Zhou killing Zhangniu Dark Emperor was finally released. Within half a month, those who were saved spread the news after they returned. At first, not many believed it, but as more and more people spread the news, it spread like wildfire across Great Zhou. How powerful was Zhangniu Dark Emperor? A 6th-rank peak Great Demon King. It was equivalent to the pinnacle of Astral Infant, half a step into astral projection. Such a powerful being was killed so easily by sword god Zhou? After Zhou Yalong's son, Zhou Zhongdao, returned to the Great Zhou royal city, he told everyone about it personally, which made the news even more popular. The whole world knew about it. Great Zhou royal city, in the crown prince's residence. Clank. The crown prince, Zhou Tianyu, flipped the table violently. "Is this true?" he asked with gritted teeth. The soldier kneeling at the door replied with a deep voice, "It should be true." Zhou Zhongdao also testified many times in the city. He claimed that sword god Zhou was a grandmaster with an extraordinary demeanor. Sword god Zhou was his goal in the future. Zhou Tianyu heard and became even more furious. He cursed, "That brat really brought shame to the royal family of Great Zhou." The person he hated the most was the second prince, Zhou Yalong. He did not have a good impression of his son. "Your Highness, there is news that sword god Zhou will go to the sword monarch's pinnacle personally in a year to ask for sword noble Xiao Jinghong." The soldier continued. At this point, his expression became strange. Sword god Zhou and the sword monarch were definitely the two pinnacles of the sword's way in Great Zhou. One appeared out of nowhere and dominated Great Zhou's reputation ranking. The other was well known for protecting Great Zhou and was recognized as the monarch of the sword's way. Ever since sword god Zhou topped Great Zhou's reputation ranking, countless people were looking forward to the battle between him and the sword monarch. They did not expect this day to come. Zhou Tianyu's expression changed slightly and asked, "Is he really going to challenge the sword monarch?" If it was true, he would become sword god Zhou's disciple. At that time, how would the emperor view him? But he thought about it again. If sword god Zhou dared to challenge the sword monarch, he would definitely die. If sword god Zhou was dead, would he still need to take him as his master? Chapter 101. Zhao Congjian flew back on his sword and landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. He knelt down on one knee and cupped his fist. "Master, the news has been sent out." Zhou Xuanji, who was internalizing qi, nodded slightly. Zhao Congjian asked doubtfully, "Why did this matter have to be spread out in advance? If he lost to the sword monarch of Great Zhou, wouldn't he become a joke to the world?" He didn't dare to say this out loud. Zhou Xuanji understood what he meant, so he opened his eyes and replied, "My identity, have you forgotten?" The Empress of Great Zhou will definitely try her best to find trouble with me. The bigger this matter is, the more people it will attract. The Empress of Great Zhou is in the wrong. If she dares to deal with me in front of everyone, she probably doesn't want to keep her position anymore. At the same time, she can also attract Emperor Yan of Zhou's attention. Zhao Congjian frowned. He understood a little, but felt that it was inappropriate. Zhou Xuanji let out a long breath and said, to put it bluntly, I want everyone in the world to be my backer. The reason why the Great Zhou dynasty was able to establish itself in the Great Zhou dynasty was inseparable from those sects and families. What would the cultivation world think if the Empress of the Great Zhou dynasty attacked him? Doing so would chill the hearts of countless people. Of course, the Empress could also reveal Zhou Xuanji's identity, but it would be more difficult to do that. As the Empress, she actually dared to attack and kill a prince. She would become the laughing stock of the entire northern wilderness region. Zhao Congjian finally understood and said in admiration, good plan. In this way, if Master reveals his true identity in the future, he might really have the power to fight for the position of Crown Prince. The title of number 1 on the Great Zhou honor roll was extremely valuable. This proved that within Great Zhou, the name of Sword God Zhou had reached a stage where everyone knew about him. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, I'm not interested in becoming the emperor. Being the emperor might seem impressive, but in reality, it was extremely troublesome. How could he be as carefree as he was now? As for power, Zhou Xuanji always had a plan. These sword slaves were the power he wanted. If they were to be nurtured into world-renowned experts who could fight against thousands of troops, wouldn't that be a form of authority? To be in charge of someone else's money was a small power. Controlling people's lives was a great power. Controlling the lives of the people in the world was the power of the world. Zhao Congjian looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration. As a prince, Zhou Xuanji had such talent. The throne was not far from him, but he could still reject it. This was the magnanimity that a Sword Dao Grandmaster should have. 3 months later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to inner pellet level 4. He had to admit that the spirit-assisting bangle was quite powerful. It could even help him in his cultivation. On this day, Zhao Congjian came back to report the news. Master, I'm afraid the Great Zhou dynasty will be in danger soon. Zhao Congjian said with a solemn expression, causing the others to gather around. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said, Speak. Zhao Congjian immediately told him everything he knew. Recently, the northern wilderness region's demonic sect, Xianxia sect, had their eyes on Great Zhou. Xianxia sect colluded with the demonically fire sect in the Great Zhou dynasty and started to attack the dynasties near the Great Zhou dynasty. Not only that, but the demon monarch of Gulan was also on the move. 10 days ago, the southern Snow Kingdom's border was breached. Countless civilians were killed and the kingdom was turned into a living hell. The Great Zhou dynasty had already sent reinforcements. In just 1 season, the flames of war had been ignited in the Great Zhou dynasty, and the country was in danger. Zhou Xuanji frowned and mumbled, if the situation becomes critical and Great Zhou falls into chaos, it will not be good for us. The Empress will surely wait for an opportunity to make her move. Emperor Yan of Zhou's gaze was always on the entire Great Zhou. Han Shenhua's expression changed drastically and said, Xianxia sect? That's one of the top 10 sects in the northern wilderness region. It can even shake an empire. With the help of the demon monarch of Gulan, Great Zhou is really in trouble. His teacher was a sanctum, which was located outside of Great Zhou. Naturally, he knew more about the northern wilderness region. Jianghu asked curiously, since Xianxia sect is so powerful, why did they attack Great Zhou? Aren't they afraid that both sides will suffer great losses? Zhao Congjian said, I heard that the top prodigy of Xianxia sect, Huang Ming, was in isolated cultivation in a valley and was ambushed by Zhou Yalong. In the end, both of them left with severe injuries. Huang Ming bore a grudge and informed Xianxia sect lord, Ta Tianqian. Ta Tianqian was infuriated and declared war against Great Zhou. So careless? Zhou Xuanji asked with a strange expression. Isn't this too childish? But this also showed how important Huang Ming was to Xinhao sect. It also showed Ta Tianqian's character. He would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Zhao Zongjian nodded and said solemnly, Ta Tianqian is not weaker than Emperor Yan of Zhou. Han Shenbo swallowed his saliva and said, let's leave Great Zhou. The little black snake nodded, I agree. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought and did not reply. Half a year later. Zhou Xuanji broke through to inner pellet level 5. With this speed, he could break through to Soul Fountain at 18 years old. Zhao Zongjian only broke through to inner pellet when he was 18 years old, but his talent was already comparable to Zhou Yalong's. 3 days later. Zhao Zongjian returned. His expression was more solemn than half a year ago. Everyone gathered around, wanting to hear more news. Zhao Zongjian came up to Zhou Xuanji and said with gritted teeth, bad news. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, what is it? Ta Tianqian's grandson, Ta Qixue, heard about your fame and declared that he wants to challenge you. If you don't go within 3 months, he will massacre the entire southern Snow Kingdom. Now, the southern Snow Kingdom is already occupied by Xinhao sect, and the population is less than 10% of what it used to be. Master, if you go, you will most likely die. If you don't go, the fame that you built will go to waste. As he spoke, Zhao Zongjian clenched his fists. His face was filled with hatred. Jiang Shui opened her beautiful eyes wide and said, this Ta Qixue guy, is he sick in the head? Did our Xuanji offend him? Zhou Xuanji was speechless too. He was sitting at home, but the pot fell from the sky. Han Shenbo reminded him, Ta Qixue is very talented. When he was at Inner Pellet, he killed someone at Soul Fountain. Now, he might have broken through to Soul Fountain. You better not go. Of course, he did not really care about Zhou Xuanji. It was only because of the blood contract that he had to lower his head. Zhou Xuanji looked at Zhao Zongjian and asked, have you heard of the Hidden Sword sect? Jiang Shui heard him and shuddered. She covered her chest with her hands. She immediately understood what Zhou Xuanji meant. Zhao Zongjian frowned and said, isn't that a small sect in the southern Snow Kingdom? They are either dead or locked up in the southern Snow Kingdom. Zhou Xuanji stopped talking and began to think. Master, please reconsider. Xinhao sect is an evil sect. If you defeat Ta Qixue, can you escape? Huang Lianxin reminded, even if you don't go, the world will only criticize you for a while. They will not really blame you. Great Zhou did not do anything, why should you care? Beixiao Wangjian looked at Zhao Zongjian and asked, yeah, what about Great Zhou? Are they not going to do anything? Zhao Zongjian sighed, Great Zhou is in a terrible situation. Not long ago, Meng Tianlang led his army to the southern Snow Kingdom and was utterly defeated. Even Meng Tianlang was locked up in the southern Snow Kingdom and became a prisoner. If we bear with it, Great Zhou should be able to resolve its crisis in at most a few years. The other empires will not ignore it. If Great Zhou falls, the other empires will follow in its footsteps. Meng Tianlang knelt down too. The group fell into silence. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji looked up suddenly and said, 2 months later, we will depart for the southern Snow Kingdom. With this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Chapter 102. 2 months later. Zhou Xuanji and the others packed their things and headed towards the southern Snow Kingdom. On Ada's back. Jiang Shui asked Zhou Xuanji softly, Xuanji, are you really not going to reconsider? She knew why Zhou Xuanji wanted to go to the southern Snow Kingdom. It was definitely because of Qiu Beili. But in her heart, Zhou Xuanji was more important than Qiu Beili. She did not want Zhou Xuanji to be killed. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, I don't want to regret. Hearing this, Jianghu no longer tried to persuade him. "Wait for me outside the southern Snow Kingdom." Zhou Xuanji tilted his head and said. The beauty behind him was the most important person in his life, and he did not want her to follow him into danger. Jianghu shook her head and said, "No matter where you go, I will accompany you. Even if I have to die, it will be the same in the past, the present, and the future." Zhou Xuanji felt a warmth in his heart, but he said unpleasantly, "Are you going to accompany me and be a burden?" Jianghu glared at him. "I'm currently at the second level of the enlightening realm. I'm proficient in all 5 elemental spells and healing spells. I'm the healer that you've always mentioned. If you're injured, I can help you." As she spoke, she pinched Zhou Xuanji's waist and said coquettishly, "You dare to look down on me?" Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and said, "Can you be more gentle? You weren't like this when you were young. It's all because of your pampering." Jianghu blushed as she said in a low voice. She would only act like this to Zhou Xuanji. Towards others, she would be very polite and maintain a certain distance. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead with determination in his eyes and said, "I still want to dote on you for another 10,000 years. Don't worry, from this trip to southern snow, we will both come back alive." Jianghu's heart was filled with sweetness. She rested her chin on his shoulder, hugged his waist, and slowly closed her beautiful eyes. Southern Snow Kingdom. The once prosperous dynasty was filled with smoke, and every city had been reduced to ruins. In the center of the empire, only Monarch City remained standing. The city walls were filled with the figures of demonic cultivators. They were all wearing the same dark yellow robes with 2 large words imprinted on their backs, Xin. In Wangcheng, the number of Xinhao sect's demonic cultivators was uncountable. They could be found all over the streets. There were many corpses lying on the streets, and many prisoners were chained to the corners of the walls, unable to move. Xiao Bailey and a group of hidden sword sect cultivators were imprisoned on a dilapidated street. The iron chains on their bodies were connected to each other, with long nails piercing into the ground at both ends. Everyone's shoulder blades were pierced through, and their meridians were severed. They were like cripples. Xiao Bailey's clothes were tattered, his hair was messy, and his face was covered in scabs. He leaned against the wall and looked at the sky blankly. Even Meng Tianlang was defeated. "It won't be long before we are the ones to be beheaded." An old man muttered to himself in despair, causing the others around him to tremble. They had suffered all kinds of torture and humiliation. In the end, they couldn't escape death, so they might as well commit suicide. But who could truly face death? A hidden sword sect female disciple gritted her teeth and said, "Tachishue has already announced that he wants to challenge Sword God Zhou. As long as Sword God Zhou wins against him, he will let us go. We still have hope. Sword God Zhou will surely come." When the other disciples heard this, their eyes lit up. The hidden sword sect practiced the sword, so everyone in the sect naturally looked up to Sword God Zhou. That's right. Sword God Zhou will definitely come. Sword God Zhou is kind and generous. He will surely not give up on us. He is not even afraid of the Empress of Great Zhou and the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. Of course, he is not afraid of Tachishue. When the Sword God comes, he will surely defeat Tachishue. The hidden sword sect disciples were all excited and discussed softly. Xiao Bailey's body trembled. When he heard the word Sword God Zhou, he could not help but think of Zhou Xuanji. It was said that Sword God Zhou had a small physique, which was very similar to Zhou Xuanji. But no matter how devilish Zhou Xuanji was, he could not be this devilish, right? In just a short 10 years, he had already reached the stage where the whole world knew about him. It shouldn't be him. That kid was extraordinarily talented. He should be trying to break through to Inner Pellet. How could he kill Qin Chitsuan, Tai Yulong, and Zhangniu Dark Emperor? It's a pity that I cannot see you again in this life. Xiao Bailey sighed faintly. In his heart, he had already treated Zhou Xuanji and Jianghu as his grandchildren. When he was not cultivating, he would always miss the two kids. Of course, he only missed them and not worried. With the little devil Zhou Xuanji around, Jianghu would not be at a disadvantage. At this moment, a group of evil cultivators passed by with a prison cart. The people on both sides of the street looked up and saw a lonely silhouette sitting paralyzed in the prison cart. It was Meng Tianlang. At this moment, Meng Tianlang did not look as majestic as before. His hair was disheveled, his armor was removed, and his black shirt was tattered and stained with blood. He lowered his head, and his eyes were hollow, like a dead person. Did you see a dark horse? Your great Zhou's second-ranked genius on the hero ranking board is nothing more than this. On the prison cart, a silhouette sat and laughed wildly. He was Ta Chi Xue. He looked like he was in his early 20s. He was handsome and devilishly handsome. His long hair was coiled under his silver crown, and he wore a luxurious red robe that looked like it was dyed with blood. Looking at him, the people on both sides of the street dared not to say anything. Ta Chi Xue bent his right leg and placed his right hand on his right knee. His posture was lazy, but his smile was a little maniacal. If Sword God Zhou dares to come, he will be my next human pet. I know that all of you are looking forward to Sword God Zhou's arrival. I am looking forward to it too. I can't wait to see him kneeling and begging for mercy. Ha ha ha, Ta Chi Xue said and laughed. He did not take Sword God Zhou seriously at all. Everyone on the street stared at him with red eyes. If looks could kill, Ta Chi Xue would have already been torn into pieces. The troops continued to advance. Ta Chi Xue planned to let all the captives see Meng Tianlang's miserable state. Ming, the dragon eagle's cry resounded through the sky. On Ah Big's back, Zhou Xuanji held the furious ape sword in his left hand. He also transferred his spirit-boosting bangle to his left hand. Even though he had been charging for 10 days, his hand did not feel sore at all. Compared to the last time, his cultivation had risen greatly, so he was naturally more relaxed. Zhao Congjian carried the little black snake, Beixiao Wangjian carried Han Shenbua, and Huang Lianxin rode on her sword alone. The group of people swept past the mountains like immortals. Zhao Congjian turned around and said, "Master, we are still half a day away from the southern Snow Kingdom. We will need another 2 days to reach the royal city of the southern Snow Kingdom." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "After a while, we will stop and rest for a while before heading toward the southern Snow Royal City at full speed." No one had any objections. 2 hours later, they landed on the plains to rest. As far as the eye could see, they could already see the outline of the southern Snow Kingdom's border. Zhou Xuanji began to deploy the plan, and the group listened quietly. After he finished, Han Shenbua could not hold it anymore and said, "Can you unseal me? I'm completely useless now." The top rank of Great Zhou's hero ranking board was reduced to an ordinary person. Following Zhou Xuanji and the rest like this was suicide. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "If we can survive this battle, I will unseal you." Han Shenbua heard him and his face turned pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. The little black snake came to his side and straightened his body. "Don't even think about it. Do you know how many years of torture I have suffered? You have not even been here for a year. Continue to wait." Chapter 103. The group rested for 2 hours before continuing toward the southern Snow Kingdom. The southern Snow Kingdom's border custom was covered with corpses. There were human corpses and demon corpses. Blood dyed the ground red. It was hard to imagine how intense the battle must have been. Some demon corpses were as huge as a hill, which was a shocking sight. Even the border customs city wall had dozens of holes. Zhou Xuanji and the group flew past the border custom unobstructed. The tragic scene along the way made their hearts heavy. Only the little black snake was still cheerful. It looked around on small air's back with greedy eyes. The ground was filled with food. Occasionally, there were even living demons foraging for rotten meat. Desolate. Desolate. A murderous atmosphere pervaded the heavens and earth. Zhou Xuanji held the furious ape sword in his left hand and the sky-sundering emperor sword in his right. He held the sword with both hands and looked ahead, ready to fight. Beixiao Wangjian smiled and said, "This might be what Master said. You know there's a tiger on the mountain, but you still want to go there. Of course. Let's fight together and die together. Our lives will not be in vain." Zhao Congjian smiled proudly with a heroic spirit. Huang Lianxin stared at him and said, "Don't say such depressing words. With Master around, we can all come out alive." "That's right. We will not die." Jiang Shui waved her fist and said excitedly. The group looked at each other and laughed. The tense atmosphere dissipated immediately. The southern snow royal city. Ta Qixue sat on a tiger-skin chair in front of the palace gate and enjoyed the shoulder massage from two enchanting ladies. He held his wine cup and looked at the square below the stone stairs. Two inner pellet prisoners were fighting to the death. One of them had lost an arm but was still fighting with gritted teeth. Between the two of them, only one could survive. At this moment, an evil cultivator from Jianghu sect came to Ta Qixue's back and said softly, "Young master, sword god Zhou has entered the southern snow kingdom." Having heard that, Ta Qixue immediately sat up straight. He smiled and said, "Very good. I want to see how powerful this guy, who ranked first on Great Zhou's reputation ranking, is. Pass my order. Do not stop sword god Zhou." After the evil cultivator received the order, he turned into a wave of demonic qi and disappeared. Ta Qixue was elated. He immediately channeled his spirit energy and shouted, "Sword god Zhou has entered the southern snow kingdom. By then, all of you can come and watch the battle. Watch how I defeat your sword god Zhou." His voice spread throughout the city, causing all the captives to be moved. On one of the streets, under a tree, Zhang Tianjian and Zhang Ruyu were both excited. The two of them looked like beggars, disheveled and unkempt, with injuries all over their bodies. "Senior Zhou is here. We're saved." Zhang Ruyu spoke incoherently. His body was trembling, and the iron chains were also shaking, making a ringing sound. Zhang Tianjian covered his mouth and whispered, "Lower your voice." The father and son turned around and saw that the other captives were also excited. Although Meng Tianlang was defeated, sword god Zhou had never been defeated since his birth. Sword god Zhou is finally here. Sword god Zhou is indeed benevolent. But Jianghu sect sent so many evil cultivators. Even if he wins, can he escape? Indeed. Sword god Zhou shouldn't have come. Even if he loses, I have no regrets. There are so many heroes in Great Zhou, how many of them would dare to come and save us? God bless, sword god Zhou, you must win. The captives were discussing on every street in the king's city. In a dungeon, Meng Tianlang also heard Ta Qixue's voice. He looked up slowly with a complicated expression in his eyes. "Sword god Zhou," he sighed. Although he was defeated by Zhou Xuanji last time, he had seen through Zhou Xuanji's power. Beside Ta Qixue was someone who surpassed the astral infant stage. If sword god Zhou came, he would most likely end up like him. Now, he could only pray that Great Zhou would send a first-rank general as reinforcements. On the way to the southern Snow King's city, there were countless forests, and many people were hiding in them. Most of them were taking refuge. When they saw Zhou Xuanji and his companions flying across the sky fearlessly, they were all astonished. Who were these people? The dragon eagles roar across the sky, the sword god slays the thieves, and the sword king follows. It's sword god Zhou. And northern sword valiant. Cries of astonishment came from a forest. Not only him, but the others also recognized Zhou Xuanji and his companions. Northern Sword Valiant had been in the Southern Snow Kingdom for decades, and many people had seen him before. Moreover, the two dragon eagles looked so majestic. It was easy to associate them with the world-renowned sword god Zhou. The arrival of sword god Zhou excited the people hiding in the forest. Now, in the hearts of all the kingdoms under Great Zhou's banner, sword god Zhou was a legendary figure. He was a legendary cultivator who could compete with the sword monarch for glory. His arrival might really save the Southern Snow Kingdom from its dire situation. Master, the Southern Snow King's city is 100 miles ahead. Zhao Congjian stood on his sword and said with a deep voice. His eyes were filled with fervor. Before the battle began, he could feel his blood boiling. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly, and the others prepared for battle. Only Han Shenbo was trembling. He cried in his heart, if my spirit energy was not sealed. Why would I be so panicked? He was the top genius on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. A short while later, Zhou Xuanji could already see the city walls of the Southern Snow Kingdom. He immediately stood up and stepped on Ah Big's head with his left foot. He held his sword with both hands and channeled his spirit energy. Ta Chi Shue. I, Sword God Zhou, am here. His voice swept across all directions and spread across the entire Southern Snow King city. The entire city was in an uproar. Sword God Zhou really came. Xiao Bailey heard his voice and fell into a daze. Zhou Xuanji's voice was already changing, but he still felt a sense of familiarity. Boom! A horrifying demonic chi exploded from the center of the city like a long black pillar. The thunderclouds gathered and connected the heavens and the earth. It was a majestic sight. Ha ha ha! Sword God Zhou! Do you dare to come in and fight me? If you can defeat me, I will let everyone in this city go. Ta Chi Xue's arrogant laughter came from the city. He sounded extremely excited. As the grandson of Xinhao sect lord, he was equally talented. Even Meng Tianlang was not his match in a one-on-one fight. Zhou Xuanji said this and leaped up, you guys wait here. I will enter the city alone. The wind cutter sword appeared under his feet out of nowhere and flew toward the Southern Snow King city. Jiang Shui was extremely anxious. She held the flaming fan tightly in her right hand. The others were the same. Zhou Xuanji tried to persuade them for a long time. They only agreed after he threatened them. If all of them entered the city, they would be like trapped beasts in a cage. Soon, Zhou Xuanji flew past the city wall. The evil cultivators looked up at him. He doesn't look that powerful. The rumors are true. The swords in his hands are not ordinary. That sword is so majestic. Could it be a level 6 enchanted artifact? TSK. This brat is really seeking death. Take a guess. How long can he live? The evil cultivators discussed among themselves and did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously. To them, Zhou Xuanji was a fool to come alone. If such a fool did not die, who would? Chapter 104. After entering the city, Zhou Xuanji directly flew towards the pillar of demonic qi. The furious ape sword in his left hand was still accumulating power, ready to strike at any time. After entering the city, the captives and demonic cultivators on the streets all raised their heads to look at him. The captives were excited, but the demonic cultivators were disdainful. Father! It was really Sword God Zhou. He's here. Zhang Ruyu was so excited that he jumped up and down on the spot, ignoring the injuries on his body. Zhang Tianjian looked at Zhou Xuanji and fell into a trance. Back then, if he had taken Zhou Xuanji as a sword slave, perhaps things would have been different. Unfortunately, he could not abandon everything he had at that time. But now, he had lost everything. In retrospect, it was really a joke. The other side. Xiao Bailey widened his eyes and stood up while trembling. Zhou Xuanji did not notice him. His eyes were fixed on the long pillar of demonic qi in front of him. It's really him. He's Sword God Zhou. Chiu Bailey's expression was complicated. His eyes revealed shock, disbelief, surprise, worry, fear, and all sorts of other emotions. He had long since guessed that Zhou Xuanji's name would spread across the world. But he didn't expect this day to come so soon. Now, he could only look up to him from the crowd. However, he was also worried about Zhou Xuanji. This situation was almost a dead end, and he was afraid that something would happen to Zhou Xuanji. In the center of the city, on the square in front of the palace, Taqishue stood on a long pillar of demonic qi, wantonly declaring his power. Thousands of Jianghu sects demonic cultivators were spread out at the edge of the square, on top of the high walls and palaces, surrounding the square so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. A scarlet-robed old man stood in front of the palace's entrance. His figure was tall, his hair was white, and his eyes were sunken. He seemed extremely gloomy and cold like a venomous snake. He was an elder of the Jianghu sect. His name was Xiahou Gongji, and his abilities were unfathomable. He had watched Taqishue grow up. No matter where Taqishue went, he would follow him closely. Inner pellet stage level 5? What a joke. Xiahou Gongji shook his head and laughed. Young master had been looking forward to it so much, but it turned out that it was just a paper tiger. After Taqishue saw Zhou Xuanji, he shook his shoulder, and the long pillar of demonic qi exploded, turning into a black mist that spread across the square. Thud. Zhou Xuanji landed, and the wind-cutter sword levitated above his head. The tip of the sword was pointed at Taqishue. Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change even when he was surrounded by thousands of evil cultivators. You are Sword God Zhou? He was born with a good body. Didn't they say you're only as tall as a child? Taqishue looked at Zhou Xuanji curiously and asked in amazement as he sized him up. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, that's because I grew up. Grown up? Were you really a child? Taqishue was even more curious. He rubbed his chin and pondered. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, if I defeat you, will you really keep your promise? Taqishue smiled and said, Jianghu sect is not an evil sect without principles. As long as you defeat me, all the captives in the city can leave. He waved his right hand, and two fiendish cultivators leapt out from behind the high wall on the left side of the plaza. They carried a prisoner cart to the ground, and Meng Tianlang was imprisoned inside. Seeing Meng Tianlang's miserable appearance, Zhou Xuanji slightly narrowed his eyes. Meng Tianlang was also stunned and lowered his head in shame. Back then, he had missed his appointment with Zhou Xuanji, and the person he feared seeing the most was Zhou Xuanji. He did not expect Taqishue to be so vicious that he actually escorted him out. It was worse than killing him. Do you know him? He's ranked second on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. He brought an army to rescue us, but he's the only one left alive. Don't you think it's funny? Taqishue pointed at Meng Tianlang and laughed. His laughter sounded insane, and in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, it sounded like he was sick. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand and pointed the sky-sundering emperor sword at Taqishue. Don't talk so much. If you want to fight, let's fight. He was still holding the furious ape sword in his left hand and had been accumulating energy. He had the confidence to deal with Taqishue, but to guard against the powerful cultivators from Jianghu sect, he had never stopped accumulating energy. Taqishue heard him and laughed even more wildly. He opened his hands, and two curved blades appeared in his hands. The two blades were filled with an evil qi. The blades were blood red, as though they were just drawn out from a pool of blood. With the blades in his hands, he walked toward Zhou Xuanji. If you lose, you will become my human pet, just like him. Taqishue laughed coldly and turned into a ferocious demon in an instant. Demonic qi surrounded his body, and his fiendish aura soared into the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, he came up to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji leaped up and slashed down furiously with the sky-sundering emperor sword in his right hand. The blades clashed, and the horrifying force caused Ta Qixue's arms to tremble a little. Such a heavy sword. Ta Qixue was shocked in his heart. He turned around and slashed horizontally with both blades. Zhou Xuanji flew into the air. He moved his right hand quickly and activated the vibrant raindrops sword. Countless sword stars descended. Ta Qixue swung his blades and deflected all the sword stars. Ding! 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 The sword stars landed on the blades, and there was a sound of metal clashing. Great sword technique! Ta Qixue finally understood that the title of Sword God Zhou was not just for show. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji came to his back with the 8-step sword lunge. 6-path sword shadow. Ta Qixue was surrounded in an instant. He instinctively spun his body, and his blades swept up a bloody gale. Zhou Xuanji and the 6-path sword shadow used the Soul Eater slash together. The black sword chi engulfed Ta Qixue in an instant and soared into the sky like a black tornado. This scene shocked the thousands of evil cultivators. The Xinhao sect's elder, Xiahou Gongji, frowned and mumbled, "Such a domineering sword technique. What is this guy's background? Amethyst legendary sword. And an earth-grade advanced tier sword technique." The destructive power was so powerful that the ground of the square shook violently. Ta Qixue leaped out from the black sword chi quickly. His robe was torn, and he was covered in blood. After a somersault, he landed steadily and knelt on one knee. He looked up. His face was covered in blood, and his eyes were wide open. He was obviously shocked. "What sword technique is this?" he asked with gritted teeth. He was already injured in the first exchange of blows. Thousands of eyes stared at him, which made him want to find a hole to hide in. Meng Tianlang, who was in the prison carriage, was stunned. The 6-path sword shadow dissipated. Zhou Xuanji pointed his sword at Ta Qixue and said with an indifferent expression, "Soul Eater slash, specialized in slaying evil spirits." After that, legendary swords appeared around Zhou Xuanji out of thin air. Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Residual Image Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Formless Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Falcon Sword, Magnetic Sword, Ghost Curse Sword, Bookcutter Sword, Stormcomber, Living Snake Sword. All of them pointed their swords at Ta Qixue. Zhou Xuanji stepped forward, and the legendary swords followed closely behind. Ta Qixue's face was extremely unsightly. He slashed the ground with both of his blades and leaped up with the recoil. A bloody gale blew, and it looked like a gigantic blood-colored bat was entrenched on his body. Zhou Xuanji held his sword in his right hand and thrust it toward the sky. All the legendary swords followed suit. They were all ranged sword propelling. Ta Qixue's expression changed drastically in midair. He instinctively crossed his blades in front of him to block. Clang! 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 The legendary swords clashed with his blades consecutively and sent him flying into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was 90 meters above the ground. Many captives on the street saw this. They looked up and craned their necks. "That's Ta Qixue. It's that devil. Such beautiful swords. Could they be Sword God Zhou's treasured swords? So domineering. Sword God Zhou lives up to his name. Doesn't he only have 9 legendary swords? Not only that. Look carefully, there are at least 15 of them. So powerful." Cries of astonishment came from every street, one after another. The legendary swords with different radiances charged at Ta Qixue, aiming to pierce him out of the sea of clouds. The scene was shocking. So powerful, Qiu Bailey opened his eyes wide. Although he did not see Zhou Xuanji's silhouette, it was obvious that Ta Qixue was at a disadvantage. How powerful is that little demon now? Chapter 105. Damn it, Ta Qixue resisted with all his might, but there were too many godly swords. Each of them had their own special abilities, and they consumed his spiritual power crazily, making him suffer. His gaze passed through all of the swords and saw Zhou Xuanji standing on the ground, looking up at him. This scene infuriated him. He was the grandson of Jianghu sect leader. How could he be in such a sorry state? He immediately bit his lips, causing blood-colored scales to appear on his cheeks. The demonic aura surrounding his body increased exponentially. There was a loud bang. All of the legendary swords were knocked away by him, and he paused for a moment before rushing towards Zhou Xuanji. It was like a blood-red arrow falling from the sky. His target was Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smiled and laughed loudly. I was wondering how capable you were. Just as so. You dare to challenge me? Even a sparrow dares to spy on the height of a swan. His voice reverberated throughout the southern Frost Royal City, causing everyone to go into an uproar. Sword God Zhou had the upper hand. After he spoke, Zhou Xuanji used the Soul Eater slash again and slashed. The 10,000-kilogram amethyst godly sword contained terrifying power. The surface of the ground crumbled and 3 black sword chi rushed towards Ta Qixue like sharp claws. Ta Qixue's dual blades slashed forward. The blades crisscrossed, and the blood-colored bat on his body transformed into a crescent blade chi that swept out. 2 powerful forces collided with each other, sweeping up countless gravel and shaking the plaza and surrounding high walls. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! The godly swords drew a perfect arc in the sky and charged towards Ta Qixue again. Ta Qixue's expression changed and he cursed, shameless. How were they supposed to fight? At this moment, he felt the same as Han Shenbua. It felt like he was fighting a group of sword god Zhou. He immediately dodged, narrowly dodging the attacks of the divine swords. Zhou Xuanji let go of the sky-sundering emperor sword and raised his right hand. With the Hell King sword in hand, he entered Hell King possession straightaway. His left arm trembled slightly. Using the Nether King's possession while accumulating power was a bit too much. Of course, it was just barely. He leaped up and transformed into the King of Hell, charging towards Ta Qixue. All the divine swords followed closely behind. Their light gathered together and condensed into a 7-colored glow that illuminated the heavens. Zhou Xuanji immediately entered the Soul Eater slash's SwordWill mode, and his aura grew tremendously. Ta Qixue opened his eyes wide. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was like a sheep that turned into a ferocious tiger. Zhou Xuanji's viciousness made him shudder. Zhou Xuanji leaped into the air even higher than him and charged toward him. Little brat from the devil cult. This sword. I'll make you understand why you've lost. Zhou Xuanji gave a loud cry and ferociously stepped on the thunderclap sword with his right foot. Lightning surrounded his body as he used the 8-step sword lunge. The lightning could stimulate his muscle cells, making him much faster than before. Before Ta Qixue could react, his chest was penetrated by Zhou Xuanji's Hell King sword. Blood splattered everywhere. Ta Qixue's hideous expression froze. His pupils twitched violently and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How could there be such a fast sword? How dare you? With a loud cry, Xiahou Gongji charged toward Zhou Xuanji like the wind. One by one, the divine swords flew towards him. The Crimson Dragon Soul, Cold Waves, Lightning, and others were so powerful that they were about to drown him. He was extremely agile and dodged them easily. However, the living snake sword coiled around his ankle and slithered upward like a spirit snake. The sky-sundering Emperor sword followed. It weighed thousands of kilograms and was unstoppable. Xiahou Gongji slammed the sky-sundering Emperor sword away, but at the same time, his right palm felt slightly numb. At the same time, the living snake sword was about to bite his neck. He grabbed it with his left hand and flung it away. "Stop!" Zhou Xuanji's loud cry came and stopped Xiahou Gongji in shock. The thousands of evil cultivators nearby took out their enchanted artifacts and prepared for battle. They saw Zhou Xuanji standing in the ruins with his right foot on Ta Qishue's chest. The Hell King's sword was still stuck in Ta Qishue's chest, and blood flowed down the blade. His right hand was pressing on the Hell King's sword's hilt. If Xiahou Gongji dared to come near, he would surely kill Ta Qishue on the spot. Silence. The entire place was silent. All the evil cultivators were in disbelief. "Brat, do you know what will happen to you if you kill him? Even Great Zhou cannot protect you." Xiahou Gongji squinted his eyes and threatened with a cold voice. Zhou Xuanji looked at him sideways and said, "He lost. Release all the captives in the city. For every captive missing, I will chop off one of his arms." Xiahou Gongji heard him and his face turned dark immediately. Meng Tianlang, who was in the prison carriage, was dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji really won. And he won in such a dominating manner. Ta Qishue, who was standing under Zhou Xuanji's feet, looked at the sky with a blank expression. He could not believe that he was defeated. And he was utterly defeated. How could it be? His cultivation only seemed to be at the inner pellet stage. Just now, at this moment, Ta Qishue's pride and self-esteem were all shattered. Zhou Xuanji immediately cried out, "Ta Qishue lost. Release all the captives in the city, or else I will chop off his head." With his spirit energy fully channeled, his voice traveled across the entire city. Boom! The entire city was in an uproar. Sword God Zhou won. So fast? Mighty. This is the unparalleled sword God Zhou. Invincible. Too powerful. How long has it been? I told you. Ta Qishue is just a clown. He can't even withstand a single blow from a truly powerful cultivator. It seems that Meng Tianlang is not just a little bit weaker than Sword God Zhou. He still went back on his words. From today onwards, Sword God Zhou is my faith. All the captives were excited. The sound of metal chains shaking could be heard in every street. The evil cultivators who were guarding the captives were even more stunned. They knew how powerful Ta Qishue was. Astral infant stage. And he was defeated so quickly? And under the protection of Elder Xiahou, how could he be threatened by Sword God Zhou? At this moment, Sword God Zhou's image in their hearts grew higher and higher. Zhang Tianjian and Zhang Ruyu's eyes were filled with tears. "Father! Sir, Sword God Zhou is invincible. He's really invincible." Zhang Ruyu held Zhang Tianjian in his arms and jumped up and down excitedly, like a child. Zhang Tianjian was excited too, but he felt more regret. If only he could become Sword God Zhou's sword slave. What kind of serendipity would that be? On the other side, Qiu Bailey was stunned on the spot. It was as though he was in a different world from the excited captives around him. He really won, Qiu Bailey mumbled to himself. Suddenly, a surreal thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji came for him? It shouldn't be. Maybe he has already forgotten about me, a terrible old man. Qiu Bailey began to worry about his gains and losses. The evil cultivators around him began to hesitate whether to release the captives or not. On the ruins of the square, Zhou Xuanji pressed down with his right hand, and Ta Qishue cried out in pain. "Oh, the Hell King's sword was a gold-grade legendary sword. It was so sharp that it could cut through his bones easily." Zhou Xuanji looked at Xiahou Gongji and said coldly, "If you don't say something, your young master will suffer a fate worse than death." Zhou Xuanji did not trust the evil cultivators. Ta Qishue's words were reserved. If he won, he would release all the captives in the city. Even if he took it seriously, he did not say that he would let Zhou Xuanji go. Xiahou Gongji's eyes were filled with blood. His murderous aura soared into the sky. "Release the captives!" He roared furiously with a deep voice. His voice resounded across the entire city. All the Jianghu sect's evil cultivators cut off their chains and released the captives. Chapter 106. Outside the southern Snow Royal City. Huang Lianqin said excitedly, "Master 1. Jiang Shui, Zhao Congjian, and Beishao Wangjian were also very excited. Han Shenbo was a little dazed. Facing a group of powerful cultivators from Jianghu sect, could Zhou Xuanji still capture Ta Qixue? There was no justice in this world. The little black snake coiled on a large rock and said with a complacent smile, "I've said it before, this kid isn't a fish in the pond. He's a true dragon and won't die here. You guys just don't believe me. Weren't you scared to death just now?" Jiang Shui snapped. The little black snake was even more pleased with himself. "That was just to scare you. Your psychological endurance is really bad." Beishao Wangjian could not stand it anymore. He rushed over and gave it a kick, but it nimbly dodged it. "I'm no longer the earthworm from back then. You want to kick me?" The little black snake raised its head and said arrogantly. Huang Lianqin said, "Let's starve it for 10 days. Jiang Shui, not enough, 20 days. Zhao Congjian, 1 month, round it up." The little black snake was speechless. Han Shenbo sighed and sat on the ground. It seemed that it would be difficult for him to escape from Zhou Xuanji's clutches. At this time, captives were fleeing from Royal City in a panic. And Zhou Xuanji was still facing off against Xiahou Gongji. He removed the possession of the Netherworld King, his left arm trembling non-stop. Xiahou Gongji noticed this scene. "Kid, looks like you used some kind of secret technique and can't hold on much longer, right?" Xiahou Gongji sneered. His smile was extremely cruel. Meng Tianlang, who was in the prison cart, shuddered. It was that sword. He thought back to the terror of battling Zhou Xuanji years ago. Zhou Xuanji pointed the furious ape sword at Meng Tianlang and said, "And him. Let him go too." Xiahou Gongji immediately waved his hand. The 2 fiendish cultivators in front of the prisoner carriage opened the door and removed the chains on Meng Tianlang's body. To prevent Ta Qixue from exploding, the bloodbath sword had already pierced into his palm and was absorbing his blood to help Zhou Xuanji recover his stamina. Zhou Xuanji's gaze never left Xiahou Gongji. This was because this person's cultivation had surpassed the nascent soul realm. If he was slightly distracted, he would definitely be killed by Xiahou Gongji with lightning speed. He looked calm, but he was actually extremely nervous. Do not panic. The more critical the moment, the calmer he had to be. At the very least, he had to look confident. Zhou Xuanji smiled, as though he had Xiahou Gongji in his grasp. Xiahou Gongji frowned and thought to himself, could it be that this brat still has a trump card? Meng Tianlang walked forward with difficulty. When he reached the gate, he looked back at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji looked so domineering when he stomped on Qi Shui, which made people feel fascinated. He murmured, "Thank you. If you can leave this place alive, I will become your slave." With that, he turned around and walked through the door, his figure quickly disappearing. "Let me go. If you kill me, don't even think about leaving." Ta Qixue gritted his teeth. He could feel that the bloodbath sword was sucking his blood. If this continued, he would die of blood exhaustion. Zhou Xuanji did not look at him but stared at Xiahou Gongji and said, "If you are obedient, I will not kill you." Ta Qixue was so angry that his chest felt stuffy, causing blood to gush out of his wound even faster. Divine swords floated around the 2 of them. As long as Xiahou Gong dared to get close, the divine swords would fall and turn Ta Qixue into a sieve. Time ticked by. Zhou Xuanji's left arm trembled even more violently. The battle just now messed up his rhythm of charging up energy. His blood flow was not smooth, and his internal organs felt uncomfortable. Half an hour later. Xiahou Gongji could not help but persuade him again, if you give up now, Xianxia sect can recruit you. With your talent, no matter where you go, you will be treated well. Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly, I will only follow my sword. If you join Xianxia sect, you can lead hundreds of thousands of demonic disciples. I only want to lead my sword. If you join Xianxia sect, you can learn supreme energy techniques. I only want to learn sword techniques that are suitable for my sword. Other than swords, what else do you know? Xiahou Gongji almost lost his composure. Why is this kid so stubborn? Does he really want to fight to the death with Xianxia sect? Zhou Xuanji calculated the time silently. The king's city was huge, and the injured captives needed time to escape. He did not expect everyone to escape, but he wanted to save as many as he could. Another half an hour passed. Zhou Xuanji's left arm trembled violently. He knew that he could not wait any longer. He immediately lifted Ta Qixue up with his sword, and Ta Qixue howled in pain. What are you trying to do? Xiahou Gongji cried out with a deep voice. Tens of thousands of evil cultivators gathered around him and were ready to pounce on Zhou Xuanji at any time. After I leave the city, I will let him go. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. After that, he leaped up lightly, and the wind-cutter sword landed under his feet. He flew out of the king's city. Xiahou Gongji chased after him, and tens of thousands of evil cultivators followed closely behind. Zhou Xuanji did not fly too fast. He scanned the streets below him while keeping an eye on Xiahou Gongji, who was behind him. At a glance, other than the corpses in the southern Snow King city, the captives had all escaped. Maybe there were still people hiding in the dark, but Zhou Xuanji could not care so much. After half a cup of tea's time, Zhou Xuanji came to the city wall with Ta Qixue. Enough. If you go any further, I will kill you at all costs. Xiahou Gongji cried out with a deep voice. They were Xianxia sect, and they were threatened by someone. Wouldn't they become a laughingstock if word got out? Far away. Jianghu, Zhao Congjian, and the rest also noticed Zhou Xuanji's silhouette, and they became even more anxious. Let's not get close, lest we drag our master down. Zhao Congjian reminded. Even if they attacked together, they would still be cannon fodder. The group nodded. The little black snake also looked at Zhou Xuanji anxiously. At this point, he did not want Zhou Xuanji to die here. Only by following Zhou Xuanji could he live a good life. He might break through to 6th rank someday. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly threw Ta Qixue towards Xiahou Gongji and leaped up. Seeing this, Xiahou Gongji's eyes were filled with a horrifying murderous intent. He wanted Zhou Xuanji dead. You dare to fool me? I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Xiahou Gongji roared furiously and leaped up to catch Ta Qixue, who was severely injured. Zhou Xuanji, who was in the air, raised the furious ape sword and slashed. Bastards! Go to hell! The furious ape sword, which was charged up, let out an earth-shattering roar. The captives who were escaping looked back. They saw a gigantic ancient ape formed by strong winds above Zhou Xuanji's head, roaring toward the sky. Shocking. Domineering. Everyone was stunned and opened their mouths wide instinctively. The sword Qi, which was hundreds of meters long, swept down and widened rapidly. It crushed the majestic city wall straight away. The entire king's city shook violently. The sword Qi collapsed buildings one after another. Before this horrifying destructive power, everything was like a piece of paper. Tens of thousands of evil cultivators were blinded by the sword gleam and were drowned by dust immediately. Oh no! Just when Xiahou Gongji caught Ta Qixue, before he could move, the sword Qi landed. Boom! The city wall exploded, and dust billowed up. Broken rocks and wooden pillars flew in all directions, as though they were going to pierce through the sky. The entire wasteland shook, as though an earthquake was coming. Even Zhou Xuanji vomited blood from the impact of the explosion. His body was sent flying backward. Like a kite with a broken string, he flew far away. All the legendary swords flew toward him swiftly and disappeared into the supreme storage. "Save our master!" Zhao Congjian cried out and took the lead to fly on his sword. Beishao Wangjian carried Han Shenbua and followed closely behind. Jiang Shui rode on a big, while Huang Lianxin and the little black snake rode on small air. The group moved quickly without any hesitation. At the same time, the southern Snow King city was swept by the furious ape sword Qi. A quarter of the city turned into ruins. Chapter 107. The dragon eagles were extremely fast. Before Zhou Xuanji landed, a big quickly flew over, and Jiang Shui hugged Zhou Xuanji. "Go!" Zhou Xuanji cried out with gritted teeth. Without his order, Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, big, and small air all flew toward the horizon. On the ground, the captives who had been shocked also woke up with a start and fled in panic. "This sword again. Last time in Wuxia City, I heard that it was also this sword, accompanied by the roar of an angry ape. Too powerful. Sword God Zhou is invincible. Don't just stand there. Even Sword God Zhou escaped. Yes. If you lament any more, we'll be caught again. Wait for me." The captives cried out in alarm as they fled with all their might. After leaping over a mountain, Zhou Xuanji suddenly looked back. Following his gaze, Qiu Beili and a group of hidden sword sect cultivators were climbing the mountain. Qiu Beili was also looking at him. Their eyes met. Qiu Beili opened his mouth slightly. He revealed a smile on his face but didn't say anything. Nothing needed to be said. The kindness of the past must be repaid today. Looking back, the past events had come to an end. Both of them understood that they would no longer interact with each other. On A Big's back, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui quickly disappeared over the horizon. Qiu Beili smiled and said, "Incredible, incredible." A hidden sword sect disciple next to him asked curiously, "Master, what's so great about it? Sword God Zhou?" Qiu Beili shook his head and looked towards the horizon. "What I said that day might come true. You will stand shoulder to shoulder with the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. No, perhaps you will surpass them." The streets at the edge of the southern Snow Royal City were all in ruins. The city walls had collapsed, and dust was flying everywhere. One after another, demonic cultivators crawled out of the ruins with ashen faces. Almost all of them were injured. Most of the demonic cultivators had been smashed to pieces and had gone to the Yellow Springs to be reincarnated. Bang! A huge rock was lifted. Xiahou Gongji, who was covered in blood, slowly stood up while carrying Ta Qixue. His face was gloomy as he coughed out a mouthful of black blood. Ta Qixue, who was in his arms, was already dead and could not be more dead. Being struck by the furious ape sword, at close range was extremely terrifying. Now, Zhou Xuanji was much more powerful than before. Accumulating energy for 1 day was equivalent to accumulating energy for 3 days. Even someone as strong as Xiahou Gongji was severely injured. He felt a burning pain in his internal organs. "Sword God Zhou," he gritted his teeth and said. These 3 words contained his endless anger. He did not know how to explain to Ta Tianqian about Ta Qixue's tragic death. But he understood one thing. He had to behead Sword God Zhou, or else Ta Tianqian would kill him. It wasn't just Ta Qixue. Tens of thousands of demonic cultivators were too close to him and less than 10% of them survived. Sword God Zhou alone had almost annihilated his evil sect. The more Xiahou Gongji thought about it, the angrier he became. His eyes were bloodshot. He put Ta Qixue down and started to recuperate. Sword god Zhou was too strange. He did not dare to rush up recklessly. Too treacherous. He purposely lied to me and made me think that he was at inner pellet stage 5. Xiahou Gongji took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. The other side. Zhou Xuanji and the others flew 1,000 kilometers, not daring to slow down. They were afraid that Xianxia sect would catch up with them again. Jiang Shui treated Zhou Xuanji's injuries and asked, "Xuanji, are you feeling better?" Zhou Xuanji forced a smile, "I'm alright." Beishao Wangjian came over on his sword and said excitedly, "This slash was even more powerful than the one in Great Zhou 2 years ago. Destroying a city with one slash. It was like going to heaven." Zhao Congjian was very excited too. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration. "Practice your sword well. One day, you too will be able to do it too." Zhou Xuanji smiled at them. Although his smile was fatigued, it was as though a layer of radiance was shining in the eyes of the two. The little black snake wrapped around Small Air's neck and said in amazement, "I admire his mouth." The group continued to move forward. Even when the night fell, they did not stop. Until the next morning. They hid in a valley. They were surrounded by a forest. Even the top of the valley was covered by branches and leaves, which made it difficult to be discovered. After Zhou Xuanji landed, he immediately began to recuperate. This battle was fruitful. That slash could kill at least 10,000 to 20,000 evil cultivators. Besides, he had an epiphany during the battle. While accumulating energy, he used another sword technique at the same time. It was a great test of his control over his spirit energy. His talent in multitasking became even more powerful. He took out a spiritual pill from his storage ring and threw it into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and transformed into a warm current that healed his internal organs, tendons, and bones. "Master, should we rest here and avoid the limelight for a while before going to the Sword Monarch's pinnacle?" Huang Lianxin asked softly. This time, they were dealing with Xianxia sect. According to Zhou Xuanji, Taqishue was most likely dead. The death of the sect lord's grandson was quite troublesome. If it were in the past, it would have been a disaster for them. But now that they were following Zhou Xuanji, they did not feel too much pressure. Amazing. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said, "Let me rest for 2 days, then we will head straight to the Sword Monarch's pinnacle." He had already spread the news that the 1-year deadline was almost up. How could he not go? Wouldn't he be a laughing stock in the world? Zhao Congjian landed from the top of the valley and walked up to Zhou Xuanji and the rest. "I didn't see any evil cultivators from Xianxia sect. It seems like they suffered great losses and are unable to pursue us." After that, he looked at Zhou Xuanji passionately. Yesterday, when Xiahou Gongji unleashed his murderous aura, even though he was far away, he was still shocked. Facing such a horrifying cultivator, Zhou Xuanji could still suppress him with one slash. So domineering. Han Shenhua sat on a rock and said worriedly, "If we kill Taqishue, we will completely offend Xianxia sect. Do you know how horrifying Xianxia sect is? Unless they are protected by the emperor or a sanctum, no one can stop them." The little black snake flew over and whipped his face with its tail, sending him flying away. After it landed, it said with disdain, "You only know how to boost others' morale. So satisfying. Finally, someone could be tortured by it." Zhou Xuanji said, "Let's rest first and move out as soon as possible." The group had no objections and dispersed. Between the vast heavens and earth, there was a tall mountain that reached into the clouds. In front of it was a river, and on the left and right were forests that rose and fell. Behind it was a boundless plain. Looking from afar, it looked like a gigantic sword stabbed into the ground. It was majestic. The Sword Monarch's pinnacle. With the Sword Monarch's pinnacle as the center, cultivators came from all directions. Some walked on foot, some flew on their enchanted artifacts, and some rode on their mounts. They were all here to watch the duel between Sword God Zhou and the Sword Monarch. Although Sword God Zhou was only here to take his disciple, the Sword Noble, how could the two Grandmasters of the Sword's Way meet peacefully? On the mountainside of the Sword Monarch's pinnacle, a group of great Zhou's princes and princesses were drinking tea in the courtyard. Crown Prince Zhou Tianyu, Prince Zhou Chengxin, and Princess Xianxia were among them. The one-year deadline is almost up. Why isn't Sword God Zhou here yet? Could it be that he's afraid? A prince asked with a smile while drinking. They planned to use this duel to rope in powerful cultivators from all over. Princess Xianxia, who was born with the embodiment of Tao, stared at him and said, "How can it be? Sword God Zhou is fearless." The prince did not dare to retort and could only smile awkwardly. Zhou Tianyu put down his cup and smiled. His opponent is the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou after all. He might be regretting it already. Princess Xianxia stared at him, but because he was the crown prince, she did not retort. At this moment, a royal soldier of Great Zhou flew over the clouds and landed in front of the princes and princesses. Report: 7 days ago, Sword God Zhou went to the southern Snow King city alone. He killed Ta Qixue and tens of thousands of evil disciples and saved all the citizens in the city. Even General Meng was saved by him. His journey was delayed because of this. I estimate that he will reach the Sword Monarch's pinnacle in half a month. The royal soldier said with a deep voice. His face was filled with excitement. Sword God Zhou's action was absolutely hot-blooded to the soldiers. What? How can it be? Zhou Tianyu slammed the table and stood up. His face was filled with shock. Chapter 108. He killed Ta Qixue and 10,000 evil cultivators? How can it be? Wasn't there a Xianxia sect elder protecting Ta Qixue? How could he let him get away with it? Zhou Tianyu grabbed the royal soldier and asked excitedly. His face was covered in cold sweat, and his body was trembling. The royal soldier was frightened by his expression and replied carefully, "It's true. That Xianxia sect elder was severely injured by Sword God Zhou and almost died. General Meng wrote a letter to me personally." He could tell that Zhou Tianyu was furious, so he did not dare to show his excitement. He despised Zhou Tianyu in his heart. You want to be the emperor with such magnanimity? Sword God Zhou never offended you. You were the one who talked big. Now that Sword God Zhou saved so many people, you are still angry? No wonder you were always suppressed by Zhou Yalong. Princess Xianxia giggled, "I knew it. Sword God Zhou is not afraid of the Sword Monarch." Zhou Chengxin nodded as well. Sword God Zhou is really a role model for our generation. When Great Zhou is in danger, he is not afraid of offending Xianxia sect. The righteous and benevolent Sword God Zhou is not just for show. Hearing the two of them echoing each other, Zhou Tianyu's face turned even uglier. The other princes saw the situation and also added insult to injury. With this achievement, even if Sword God Zhou is not as good as the Sword Monarch, he is still qualified to challenge the Sword Monarch. It would be great if we could rope him in. This person is definitely a ferocious being who can fight against 1,000,000 soldiers alone. Yeah. Who would want to offend such a person? I really want to see Sword God Zhou's glory soon. Soon. The battle between the two peerless experts will definitely be a story that will be told throughout the ages. Emperor Yan of Zhou had lived for thousands of years and had countless children. There were more than 100 princes. Most of the princes who came to the Sword Monarch's pinnacle wanted to be the crown prince. Once they had the chance, they would step on the crown prince. Zhou Tianyu was furious, but he did not explode in case he became a joke. In less than half a day, the news of Sword God Zhou invading the southern Snow King city spread across the Sword Monarch's pinnacle. The news shocked the cultivators. At the same time, they looked forward to the battle between Sword God Zhou and the Sword Monarch. At the top of the Sword Monarch's pinnacle, there were many pavilions and palaces. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them, and they were all residences of the Sword Monarch's disciples and grand disciples. In one of the courtyards, Xiao Jinghong was practicing his swordsmanship. He was dressed in black, and his movements were as swift as a swan. Gusts of strong wind were created as he swung his sword, sweeping up the fallen leaves in the courtyard. At this moment, a beautiful woman in a white dress walked into the courtyard. "Jinghong, you're really hard-working. You've never slacked off." The white-dressed lady smiled as she looked at Xiao Jinghong with a brilliant light in her eyes. Xiao Jinghong ignored him and continued to practice his swordsmanship. "I just received some news about Sword God Zhou. Do you want to hear it?" The woman in a white dress smiled as she asked. Xiao Jinghong immediately stopped when he heard this, and then he put his sword away before he turned around to look at her and said, "Speak." Sword God Zhou killed Ta Qixue and severely injured Xinhao sect's elder, Xiahou Gongji. He rescued tens of thousands of captives and is rushing towards the Sword Monarch's pinnacle. The woman in the white dress said slowly. She couldn't help but be surprised when she mentioned this. In her heart, Sword God Zhou was not very powerful. But this matter changed her opinion. In the current Great Zhou, how many people could be as brave and righteous as Sword God Zhou? No wonder Xiao Jinghong was so loyal to him. Xiao Jinghong smiled and shook his head. Then, he turned around and continued practicing. The lady in the white dress asked curiously, "If Sword God Zhou comes to ask for you, my grand teacher will surely seek him out. Aren't you afraid that something might happen to Sword God Zhou? After all, swords have no eyes." Sword God Zhou's power had always been a mystery. When he fought against an inner pellet cultivator, he was said to be injured. Now, he could even kill an astral infant cultivator. It was really strange. However, the Sword Monarch was different. He was an unparalleled cultivator who stood at the peak of Great Zhou. No matter how powerful Sword God Zhou was, he would not be a match for the Sword Monarch. Xiao Jinghong replied as he swung his sword, "My teacher has never been defeated before. Invincible. Has the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou ever been undefeated?" Although Xiao Jinghong had a rough understanding of Zhou Xuanji's power, he was still willing to trust him. Zhou Xuanji was young, but he was experienced. He would never do anything that he was not confident in. Zhou Xuanji said that he could take him away, so he could. The woman in the white dress opened her mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating. Thousands of words were stuck in her mouth. The beauty has feelings, but the gentleman is heartless. Hu, the two dragon eagles landed, followed by Zhou Xuanji and Jianghu. Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, the little black snake, and Han Shenbua all landed. They stood on the peak and looked ahead. They could already see the Sword Monarch's pinnacle. Zhou Xuanji's white shirt fluttered in the wind. His handsome and calm face looked extraordinarily determined at this moment. "Are you ready?" Zhou Xuanji asked. His voice was soft, but the wind could not drown it. Zhao Congjian said proudly, "I'm ready. I'm waiting for Master's order." Beishao Wangjian laughed, "No matter if we win or lose this battle, our lives will not be in vain." Huang Lianxin smiled sweetly, "I will follow Master forever." Jianghu took out her flaming fan and giggled, "We are waiting for you to pave the way." They had accompanied Zhou Xuanji through crisis after crisis. Their hearts were already united and could not be shaken. The little black snake looked at the Sword Monarch's pinnacle and swallowed his saliva. "Should we start from bomb?" Zhao Congjian kicked him off the cliff. Han Shenbua, who was about to persuade Zhou Xuanji, trembled in fear and quickly covered his mouth. Too horrifying, Zhou Xuanji leaped off the cliff, and the others followed closely behind. Beishao Wangjian kicked Han Shenbua's butt and leaped off as well. F***CKU, before Han Shenbua could finish cursing, he was caught by Beishao Wangjian and almost fainted. After they landed, the group stood in a row and walked toward the sword monarch's pinnacle. Zhou Xuanji walked in the middle, while a big and small heir walked by his sides. In front of them was an uneven mountainous terrain. After another 10 miles, they would reach the foot of the sword monarch's pinnacle. After this battle, I will not let you off, the little black snake, who was seeing stars, got up shakily. He cursed as he caught up with the group. The majestic sword monarch's pinnacle was indomitable, just like the sword monarch's position in Great Zhou. It was lofty and unsurpassable. Zhou Xuanji walked ahead slowly. To be honest, he did not have much confidence. But Xiao Jinghong had to be rescued. Moreover, he had just rescued so many captives. For the sake of his reputation, the sword monarch would not kill him. The sword monarch's image had always been that of a powerful and righteous grandmaster. There was almost no blemish on his life. Sky-sundering sword emperor, don't disappoint me. Zhou Xuanji said in his heart, and confidence returned to his eyes. Soon, some cultivators who passed by noticed Zhou Xuanji and the others. 2 dragon eagles. That was the symbol of sword god Zhou. Sword god Zhou is here. The cultivator shouted excitedly at the top of his lungs. His voice traveled for miles and was heard by other cultivators. Soon, the entire sword monarch's pinnacle was alarmed. Swoosh! 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 Numerous cultivators came on their swords, clouds, or on their enchanted artifacts. Looking at the imposing manner of Zhou Xuanji and the others, they were all excited and excited. Sword god Zhou. You must bring the sword noble out. A female cultivator screamed. In recent years, the sword monarch did not achieve much, while sword god Zhou was at his peak. Naturally, many people supported him. Chapter 109. The female cultivator's cry caused the other cultivators to also cry out. Under the sky, thousands of cultivators cheered for Zhou Xuanji, their voices shaking the heavens. Sword god Zhou. I believe you. Sword god Zhou, don't lose too badly. It's okay if you lose this time. Wait another 100 years, and you will be at the peak of Great Zhou's way of the sword. He is sword god Zhou. What an elegant young man. What happened to his childlike appearance? Look. That's Zhao Congjian. Oh my god. Han Shenbua, who was ranked first on Great Zhou's hero ranking board, also followed sword god Zhou. Is he also sword god Zhou's disciple? Very quickly, someone noticed Han Shenbua, which immediately caused an even greater uproar. As the number 1 on the hero leaderboard of the Great Zhou, Han Shenbua's reputation was always in the top 50 of the Great Zhou's honor leaderboard. Even Zhao Congjian was no match for him. When Han Shenbua heard those exclamations, he hurriedly lowered his head in embarrassment. His face felt hot, and he wished he could dig the ground and escape. He was not Zhou Xuanji's disciple. He wasn't even a sword slave. Even that black crawler could bully the lowliest slave. Jiang Shui looked around and realized that more and more people were gathering. She was surprised and murmured, so many people. She underestimated the fame of sword god Zhou and the sword monarch of Great Zhou. Zhao Congjian said in a low voice, this matter has already become the biggest concern of the Zhou dynasty and the surrounding dynasties. It has not even been overshadowed by the war at the borders. Even the Xinhao sect is very concerned about it. Many sects and clans have come to watch the battle. I reckon there are even more people on the sword monarch's peak. He was excited and his blood was boiling. How good would it be if he was the protagonist of this battle? Unfortunately, his strength was insufficient. Another 500 years and the Great Zhou dynasty would be his. Han Shenbua sighed and said, the sword monarch of Great Zhou is really powerful. If we lose this battle, you might have to die as well. Who knows, after today, sword god Zhou might become the sword monarch's disciple. Northern Sword Valiant glared at him, scaring him into hiding. He did not have the demeanor of the number 1 on the hero ranking board. The cultivators began to land. They looked at Zhou Xuanji and the others from afar and followed them toward the sword monarch's pinnacle. Sizing up Zhou Xuanji and the others at such a close distance, they felt that their auras were extraordinary. The difference between people was so great. Of course, this could be a psychological effect. Meanwhile, the sword monarch's pinnacle was in an uproar. All the cultivators came to the edge of the cliff to look at the plain, wanting to see Zhou Xuanji, including the princes. Zhou Qingxin was at the enlightening stage and had extraordinary eyesight. He quickly discovered Zhou Xuanji and the others. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, Han Shenbua. Why is he following sword god Zhou? When the princes heard this, they were all stunned. Are you the number one on the hero ranking board, Han Shenbua? A princess widened her eyes in disbelief. She had seen Han Shenbua's elegance before. He was indeed a dragon among men and was unwilling to be under anyone. Why would he follow sword god Zhou? Everyone knew that sword god Zhou only had sword slaves, disciples, or demon pets. Zhou Tianyu gritted his teeth. He prayed in his heart that sword god Zhou would die on the sword monarch's pinnacle. Otherwise, he would become the laughingstock of the world and miss the opportunity to become the great Zhou emperor. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Xuanji and the others got closer and closer to the sword monarch's pinnacle. Boom! A strand of sword chi that soared into the sky erupted from the peak of the sword monarch's peak. It blasted apart the sea of clouds and formed a vortex that blotted out the sky. It was an extremely magnificent sight. The entire sword monarch's pinnacle shook. The boundless sword might enveloped the heavens and the earth, which awed everyone. Zhou Xuanji looked up and squinted his eyes. Such a powerful sword might that made him feel helpless must be the sword monarch of Great Zhou. Trying to show off his strength? Zhou Xuanji smiled and continued forward. The others became anxious. Before they even reached the top of the mountain, the sword monarch had already unleashed his sword chi. A great battle was unavoidable. Screech, a bird cry came from the horizon, which attracted countless people's attention. They saw a firebird with a wingspan of 30 meters dashing toward them from the horizon. It looked like an eagle and a sparrow at the same time. An old lady stood on its head. She wore a red robe, and her hair was like flames. Firebird old lady from 100 Birds sect. Someone cried out in surprise, which stirred up a huge commotion. 100 Birds sect was one of the top sects around Great Zhou. It was a few times more powerful than the demonic Inferno sect. The Firebird old lady was hot-tempered and always did things that were out of line. She was a regular in the top 30 of Great Zhou's reputation ranking. Sword Monarch, I'm here to observe the battle today. I want to see if anyone can take away your favorite genius from under your nose. The Firebird old lady said with a smile. Her voice was cold, which was different from her appearance. It sent chills down everyone's spine. She glanced at Zhou Xuanji and the others before riding on the Firebird into the sword monarch's pinnacle. She's looking for help? The little black snake opened his eyes wide and cursed, this old man. This is really interesting. I despise him. No one replied to him. No matter what, they had no way out. They had to ascend the mountain. The 1,000 cultivators behind them were discussing about this. They were all guessing why the Firebird old lady came. At the top of the sword monarch's pinnacle, after the sword chi dissipated, a palace appeared below. The Firebird old lady walked into the palace quickly. The space inside was spacious and bright. There were hundreds of chairs on both sides, divided into 2 rows. At the end of the hall, there was a magnificent platform. A majestic silhouette sat on it. The sword monarch of Great Zhou. He wore a black robe embroidered with a fire qilin and a yellow tiger. He sat boldly with a golden saber. His face was majestic, and his eyes were intimidating. He had a 10-inch beard, and his hair was let down casually in front while the hair at the back was coiled into a beaded golden crown. Next to his legs, there was a black sword that was 1.5 meters long, about the same height as he was sitting. The monarch of the Sword's Way of Great Zhou. His imposing manner was unparalleled. He stared at the Firebird old lady and asked, "Why are you here, my dear sister?" His voice was a little hoarse, and it was filled with a heavenly pressure. The Firebird old lady snorted, "I heard that someone in Great Zhou dared to challenge your authority. Of course, I came to take a look." The sword monarch waved his hand, and a disciple immediately walked to his right. The disciple took out a chair and gestured for the Firebird old lady to sit. On the left side of the palace sat the disciples and grand disciples whom the sword monarch valued. On the right side sat the guests, who were all influential people. Xiao Jinghong and Xia Wuyo sat in the front row. Seeing the Firebird old lady, Xiao Jinghong frowned. From her words, it was obvious that she did not come with good intentions. After they sat down, the Firebird old lady continued to ask, "I saw Sword God Zhou just now. He's only a so-so, not even comparable to your closed-door disciples. How can such an arrogant person be worthy for you to deal with him personally?" With this, the sword monarch's disciples all nodded and began to speak. "Revered master doesn't need to do anything. I can deal with him." "That's right. I'm afraid that the news of him defeating Xinhao sect's elder was just a rumor. Eldest senior brother should have dealt with him back then. If we kill him now, it will only dirty revered master's clothes. Let us senior and junior brothers do it. If revered master does it, it will only bring shame to revered master." "Ha ha ha, even Senior Hua said so. It must be true." Hearing the arrogant words of these sword cultivators, Xiao Jinghong snorted coldly, displeased. The lady in white beside him glanced at him worriedly, but she did not say anything. The sword monarch was expressionless. He raised his hand and pressed down. The palace was silent. He said slowly, "He has dual sword wills and can control 9 swords. We cannot underestimate him. He is a righteous and upright person, so I treat him seriously. That is my respect for him." Chapter 110. Hearing that the sword monarch was going to face Sword God Zhou seriously, all the guests observed a moment of silence for Sword God Zhou. Xiao Jinghong frowned even more and began to worry about Zhou Xuanji. The sword qi that shot into the sky was so powerful that it was almost invincible. Could Zhou Xuanji really deal with him? Everyone in the palace began to talk cheerfully and did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously at all. The cultivators who did not have the right to enter the palace were instead looking forward to Zhou Xuanji's performance. It was the nature of most people to like the new and dislike the old. The sword monarch of Great Zhou had been famous for a long time, and many people hoped that someone could shake his position. There was hope for Sword God Zhou, who appeared out of nowhere. All the paths on the sword monarch's pinnacle were packed with people. Many cultivators were even levitating in the air, looking at Zhou Xuanji. There were at least 200,000 people gathered at the sword monarch's peak. The number of people was still increasing. Cultivators were rushing over from all directions. The news about Sword God Zhou arriving at the sword monarch's pinnacle was also spread. Zhou Xuanji came to the foot of the sword monarch's pinnacle and walked up the mountain path. "Can you walk faster?" The little black snake couldn't help but ridicule. How tall was the sword monarch's peak? How many days and nights would it take to walk up like this? Northern Sword Valiant glared at it and scoffed, "What do you know? This is called vigor." Zhou Xuanji did not reply and maintained his calm expression. Unbeknownst to them, he was silently counting the time in his heart. Along the way, the cultivators cried out in surprise from time to time. Regardless of whether it was the dragon eagles, Zhou Xuanji, Zhao Congjian, or Han Shenbua, they were all eye-catching. Even Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin's beauty attracted much discussion. After walking for half an hour, Zhou Xuanji leaped up suddenly and flew toward the peak of the sword monarch's pinnacle. The others followed closely behind, and Han Shenbua was carried by Beishao Wangjian. The group of people were like immortals flying in the sky. The two dragon eagles even let out a long and penetrating cry, shocking the rocks on the mountain top. Soon, Zhou Xuanji and the others passed by where the princes and princesses of Great Zhou were. Zhou Qingxin shouted loudly, "Senior sword god Zhou, you must win." Zhou Tianyu glared at him, very unhappy. Princess Xuanya cupped her cheeks with her hands, looking like a love-struck fool. Sword god Zhou grew more and more handsome. Because of the special relationship between the royal family of Great Zhou and the sword monarch of Great Zhou, the princes and princesses did not go to the top of the mountain to avoid gossip. It could be said that he was here to watch the show. All eyes were on him, and the winds and clouds of the world were gathering. Zhou Xuanji and the others quickly flew toward the top of the sword monarch's pinnacle. Sword monarch of Great Zhou. Today, I've come to bring my disciple home. Zhou Xuanji channeled his spirit energy and cried out, his voice resounding across the heavens and earth. His shout ignited everyone's hot blood. This was the sword god Zhou they were familiar with. Brave and fearless. He was not afraid of anything. He even dared to offend the Empress of Great Zhou. Cheers and shouts rang out once more, shaking the sea of clouds and reverberating through the plains. Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, and the rest felt their blood boiling. They could not wait to draw their swords and fight to the death with the sword monarch. The little black snake on Waiter's back was speechless. This momentum is really crazy. It had lived for thousands of years and had rarely seen such a magnificent scene. In the deafening clamor, Zhou Xuanji and the rest landed on the square in front of the palace at the top of the mountain. In front of the palace, there were two god statues, each holding a long sword. They looked majestic, as though they could slay all evil spirits. Sword god Zhou, come in for a gathering. The sword monarch's calm and steady voice came from the palace. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui nodded. She held the flaming fan in her hand and looked fearless. Zhou Xuanji immediately walked forward. Zhao Congjian, Jiang Shui, Beishao Wangjian, and the rest followed closely behind. The two dragon eagles stayed outside. When Zhou Xuanji stepped through the door of the palace, all eyes in the palace fell on him. Most of them were filled with disdain and curiosity. Xiao Jinghong was very excited. He almost stood up, but the lady in the white dress pressed down on the back of his hand. She shook her head and signaled him not to act recklessly. The sword monarch's gaze also fell on Zhou Xuanji. His eyes were filled with judgment, and he frowned slightly. Zhou Xuanji was weaker than he imagined. How could he kill Ta Qixue and severely injure the elder of Xinhao sect with such power? Inner pellet level 5? Is that a joke? An old man with a long beard laughed suddenly. His face was filled with disdain. Just when he spoke, the other guests and sword cultivators began to mock Zhou Xuanji. Inner pellet level 5? Ha ha ha, the great sword god Zhou only has such a low cultivation? I'm dying of laughter. I'm afraid that I can defeat him with one hand if I go up. Young man, take out your sword. Let's see what kind of legendary sword can make you so majestic. Tisk tsk. He is not a child. He's much taller than the rumors say. Isn't that Han Shenbua? The voices outside were real. He followed sword god Zhou and brought shame to the reputation of Great Zhou's hero ranking board. They mocked Zhou Xuanji wantonly. Most of them were exaggerating to please the sword monarch. Han Shenbua heard them and gnashed his teeth. These bastards are too despicable. The firebird old lady stared at Zhou Xuanji and laughed mockingly. With such cultivation, even if you master the sword will, how powerful can you be? You might have killed an astral infant cultivator by luck, but that was the power of a sword. The difference between you and the sword monarch cannot be made up for by a sword. Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, and Beishao Wangjian were furious. Zhao Congjian's eyes were also flashing with murderous intent. The little black snake spat its forked tongue and mumbled in its heart, "How long has it been since this old lady vented her anger?" It did not dare to say it out, lest it died on the spot. Zhou Xuanji took a step forward and looked at Xiao Jinghong. "My disciple, stand up." Xiao Jinghong stood up without hesitation. The sword cultivators touched their sword hilts to prevent Zhou Xuanji and Xiao Jinghong from escaping at any time. "In my opinion, everyone here is trash," Yi Zichen said coldly. "Do you understand what trash is? It's trash. Trash that only knows how to talk." Zhou Xuanji said calmly, and his voice reverberated in the hall. Numerous legendary swords appeared around him out of nowhere. Silver, gold, and amethyst legendary swords, each with their own might. As for the legendary swords of lower grades, he did not take them out to avoid wasting them. Silence. There was silence in the hall. Everyone was stunned. Is this guy crazy? Such arrogant words. Is he not afraid of being attacked by the group? They exploded immediately and cursed at Zhou Xuanji. Some even stood up and were ready to attack. Sword God Zhou. The sword monarch of Great Zhou suddenly spoke. His voice was filled with might, causing everyone to shut up and return to their seats. Zhou Xuanji stared at the sword monarch. Their eyes met. Neither of them could see through each other. Xiao Jinghong is a genius in the sword's way. Why can't he follow me? Are you going to ruin his future just for your reputation? The sword monarch asked. His tone was indescribably domineering. He was the monarch of the sword's way. In the entire Great Zhou, no one could compete with him in the sword's way. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Because he is a genius, only I can teach him well." With this, the sword monarch's disciples and grand disciples were all enraged. Xia Wuyo slapped his leg and stood up. He pointed at Zhou Xuanji and cursed, "Sword God Zhou, do you really think that you are a sword god? My revered teacher has cultivated for 3,000 years. In the sword's way, he is unparalleled. How can you compete with him?" The other sword cultivators cursed at Zhou Xuanji as though they were going to drown him with their saliva. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 16 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, Glorious Gold, God Emperor Sword, Silver, Crazy Paralysis Sword, Herculean Divine Pill, Raging Wave Mysterious Spirit Chain. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. His pupils contracted, and he smiled even higher. Glorious Gold. A legendary sword that was even more powerful than amethyst. It came just in time. Sword God Zhou, only the weak are good at talking. If you were more powerful than me, would Xiao Jinghong still be my disciple? You are indeed talented, but how can you compete with me now? The sword monarch stood up slowly. A horrifying sword will made all the sword cultivators' swords vibrate uncontrollably. Around Zhou Xuanji, the silver-grade legendary swords vibrated as well. Jiang Shui, Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and the others' faces turned pale. Such a horrifying sword will. However, Zhou Xuanji laughed. Why? Because I am 16 years old today. Today's third update. I received a notice that it will be available tomorrow. Thousands of words converged into one word. Explosive updates. Ever since he published the book, he updated 3 times a day, regardless of rain or shine. He was quite dedicated, but he did not release any explosive updates. Tomorrow, at noon sharp, he will release explosive updates. Saving chapters for the whole night. Let's see how much I can write. Speaking of which, according to the statistics of this book, there were 20,000 people who read the latest chapter every day, but there were not many people in the book comment section, which made me a little angry. Everyone, leave a comment at the end of this chapter. Let me see how many people there are. Don't flood the screen. The more people leave a comment, the more explosive I will be tomorrow. starting from 10 chapters. Chapter 111. 16 years old. Everyone in the hall was stunned. In their hearts, Zhou Xuanji was an old monster with a childish face. They did not expect him to be only 16 years old. So what if she's 16? Go home and drink milk. The firebird old lady snorted coldly. She could not bear to see Zhou Xuanji showing off. The sword monarch laughed out loud. His laughter passed through the walls of the palace and echoed in the sky. If you can hurt me today, I'll let you take Xiao Jinghong away. As soon as he said that, countless cultivators were convinced. This was the sword monarch of Great Zhou. He would never bully the weak or the strong. Even so, how difficult would it be to injure the sword monarch? Zhou Xuanji was looking at the few lines of words that only he could see. Sword name, God Emperor Sword, level, glorious gold, description, created by the chi of an emperor for tens of thousands of years. It contains the power of ghosts and gods and the domineering aura of an emperor. Those who are not born with the fate of an emperor cannot use it. Sword name, Crazy Paralysis Sword, level, silver, description, refined from the poisonous juice of the mad paralysis demonic grass. Once the blade cuts the skin, the victim will be poisoned by the mad paralysis demonic grass, becoming delirious and paralyzed. Zhou Xuanji's attention was attracted by the God Emperor Sword. The power of the ghost god. The domineering aura of an emperor. Those who were not born with the fate of an emperor could not use it. He had the imperial purple aura, so wasn't that just right? The amethyst rank sky-sundering emperor sword was already so powerful, how much more powerful would a glorious gold rank divine sword be? He suppressed his excitement and sighed in his heart, Sword Spirit, you're really a timely help. According to the Northern Wilderness region's time, the Sword Master has come of age today and is extremely lucky. That's why you are able to obtain the glorious gold legendary sword. However, I have to remind you that it's too risky to use the glorious gold legendary sword with your current strength. The Sword Spirit replied, which made Zhou Xuanji squint his eyes. If I were to use the God Emperor Sword's special ability and the Sky-Sundering Emperor Sword's ancient Sword Emperor power at the same time, how long could I last? At most half an incense's time. Once the time limit is exceeded, the Sword Master will explode and die. Even if he doesn't exceed the time limit, once the time limit is over, the Sword Master will be severely injured. Half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. In the Northern Wilderness region, one joss stick's worth of time was about half an hour, which meant 15 minutes. There was still plenty of time. It seemed that his physical fitness was not bad. What? Are you scared? If you don't dare, you can leave. Of course, if you want to become my disciple, you still have a chance. The Sword Monarch's voice came again and interrupted Zhou Xuanji's thoughts. He looked up and said, since that's the case, let's cut the crap and make our move. He raised his right hand and grabbed the Sky-Sundering Emperor sword beside him. You guys, get out of the way. Zhou Xuanji said with a deep voice. Having heard him, Jianghu and the others immediately left the palace. With Zhou Xuanji's and the Sword Monarch's power, they would definitely not compete in the palace. At the same time, numerous cultivators had gathered on the square outside, and there were even many cultivators that relied on flying magic artifacts and techniques to float in the air at the edge of the peak of Sword Monarch's peak. All of them were waiting with bated breath. The Sword Monarch stared at the Sky-Sundering Emperor sword, and his eyes brightened. He praised, what a peerless sword. After that, the Sword Monarch suddenly pulled out the two black swords in front of him and thrust them toward Zhou Xuanji. The horrifying sword chi came at him with a powerful gale. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly, and he instinctively blocked with the Sky-Sundering Emperor sword. There was a loud bang. He was blasted out of the palace, along with his 15 silver and gold legendary swords. Everyone in the hall was startled. So domineering. The Sky-Sundering Emperor sword deflected most of the sword chi. Zhou Xuanji somersaulted in the air and landed steadily. He slid backward for dozens of meters and almost fell off the cliff. This scene caused the surrounding spectators to shudder with fear. Sword God Zhou was at a disadvantage right from the beginning? They were not surprised, but they felt a little regretful. It seemed that Sword God Zhou still could not shake the Sword Monarch's position. Zhou Xuanji stood up slowly. He raised his left hand, and a giant sword appeared in his hand. The sword was 2 meters long, and its blade was black. It was 1.5 feet wide. In the center of both sides, there was a long black dragon that looked vivid and majestic. The guard was like 2 dragon claws, and the claws pointed toward the blade. The hilt was covered with black scales and had a metallic texture. At the end of the hilt was a crystal that looked like a crown, glowing with a red light. Glorious gold legendary sword. God Emperor sword. With this sword in hand, a visible purple chi rose from Zhou Xuanji's feet and surrounded his body, which transformed his entire aura. At this moment, he was like an emperor above all others. High and mighty, insufferably arrogant. Zhou Xuanji felt that nothing in the world could stand up to him. Such an inflated temperament made him smile uncontrollably. Such a powerful feeling. Is this the glorious gold legendary sword? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He felt like he was bewitched. Jianghu, Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, and the others also noticed the God Emperor sword in his hand. Zhao Congjian opened his eyes wide and mumbled, such a domineering sword. When he saw the God Emperor sword, he suddenly felt that his sword was so ordinary. Not only them, but the thousands of spectators also noticed it. What sword is that? So majestic. Count, how many swords does Sword God Zhou have? 17. He has more than 9 swords. No wonder the enemies he kills are getting more powerful. These swords look so powerful. Sword God Zhou is getting serious. Seeing Zhou Xuanji in such a state, the cultivators were all excited. Looking at his aura, Sword God Zhou might really be able to fight against the Sword Monarch. At this moment, the Sword Monarch held his sword with both hands and walked out of the palace. The two of them were about 300 meters apart. They looked at each other from afar. What sword is that? The Sword Monarch frowned slightly. When he saw the God Emperor sword, he felt a sense of danger. It's not an ordinary sword. He liked the sky-sundering Emperor sword earlier, but the God Emperor sword made him want to take it for himself. Only he, the Sword Monarch, deserves such a legendary sword. But with so many people watching, he naturally could not snatch the God Emperor sword. He flew up slowly toward Zhou Xuanji. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his sword chi appeared like a flame. He flew up into the sky and looked down at Zhou Xuanji. Sword God Zhou, I will give you one more chance. If you admit defeat, I will let it go. If you insist on going about things the wrong way, the blade has no eyes, and you will lose your life. The demeanor of a grandmaster was fully displayed. He gave Sword God Zhou chances again and again. It was flawless and flawless. Zhou Xuanji activated the power of the ancient Sword Emperor straightaway, and his aura grew tremendously. The power of the ancient Sword Emperor could be used once a year without any side effects. He held it back for a year and did not even use it against Jianghu sect, because he wanted to use it against the Sword Monarch. If he still could not defeat the Sword Monarch, then he would use the glorious gold legendary sword to show off his prowess. The power of the ancient Sword Emperor strengthened his body, and the purple forceful chi around Zhou Xuanji's body increased. He bent his right leg. Boom! The hard ground crumbled under his stomp. He shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow. 15 legendary swords followed closely behind him. The scene was so majestic that many cultivators' jaws dropped. Chapter 112. Clang, the two swords clashed. Zhou Xuanji and the Sword Monarch were locked in a stalemate in the air. This kid's strength is quite great. No, it should be the power of that sword. The sword monarch squinted his eyes and thought to himself. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji directly used Six-Path Sword Shadow. The original body and the Six-Path Sword Shadow performed the Soul Eater slash at the same time. The black sword chi instantly engulfed the sword monarch of Great Zhou, and like a volcano eruption, it soared into the clouds. The sword cultivators and guests who ran out of the palace were stunned. Such a powerful aura, was he really at Inner Pellet Stage 5? Xiao Jinghong clenched his fists in excitement. As expected, Zhou Xuanji would not disappoint him. Behind him, the woman in the white dress widened her eyes. Just like the others around her, she was astonished. How is this possible? Xie Huo was so angry that his body was trembling. Sword God Zhou had brought shame to his Xie sect. He naturally did not want to see Sword God Zhou unleash his godly power. Right at this moment, streaks of violent sword chi suddenly dispersed the pillar of chi formed by the black sword chi. The sword monarch came up to Zhou Xuanji as though he teleported. He raised the black sword in his hand and slashed. His movements were incomparably domineering, with the posture of a sword cleaving through mountains and rivers. Zhou Xuanji raised the sky-sundering emperor sword to block. Now that he had the power of the ancient sword emperor, he was not afraid of being instantly killed by the sword monarch. The two swords clashed again, and Zhou Xuanji felt an unstoppable and domineering force coming at him. His right arm was in immense pain, and his body fell straight down. When he was about to hit the ground, the furious ape sword and the royal water sword appeared below him, blocking his back. With a flick of his swords, he was sent flying. This scene caused an uproar among the crowd. Did the sword become sentient? The sword monarch's eyes widened. Zhou Donghuang's attainments in the way of the sword were higher than he had imagined. He could tell at a glance that the furious ape sword and the imperial water sword did not have a sword spirit. Which meant that Zhou Xuanji was controlling the two swords. Before he could think further, Zhou Xuanji had already arrived in front of him. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword quickly and activated dual sword will. Vibrant raindrops sword. Moonlit wind sword dance. The two earth-grade sword techniques each had their own profundities. The two swords trembled, and the sword chi turned into rain and wind, sweeping towards the sword monarch of Great Zhou. Zhou Xuanji's posture was elegant, and each of his moves was filled with profound meaning, which fascinated everyone. On the other hand, the sword monarch of Great Zhou was able to defeat everything with his strength alone. He also wielded two swords, but his sword aura looked even more domineering. However, no one dared to underestimate Zhou Xuanji in this situation. Such handsome movements. This is the dual sword intent? Hiss, am I seeing things? So powerful. Compared to him, the sword monarch of Great Zhou only has a higher cultivation. In terms of sword techniques, sword god Zhou has already surpassed the sword monarch of Great Zhou. Do you have any objections? Bulsh *T, the sword monarch of Great Zhou has it easier, okay? Are you blind? If they were at the same cultivation level, the sword monarch of Great Zhou would have already been defeated. The spectators began to discuss fervently, and soon, two camps were formed, cursing and arguing with each other. The Firebird old lady's face was dark. She did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be so powerful. Although Zhou Xuanji was indeed relying on the might of his legendary swords, with the dual sword wills, even an outsider like her could not find any problems with it. Silver legendary swords appeared under Zhou Xuanji's feet one after another. He stepped on the swords with the 8-step sword lunge and moved around the sword monarch. Other than that, the Bloodbath sword, Furious Ape sword, Thunderclap sword, Water Driving sword, Ghost Curse sword, Tempest Calmer, and other gold legendary swords were also attacking from different directions. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been turned into a sieve. The sword monarch of Great Zhou's swords were actually very fast, and he could block every strike. The two of them fought intensely in the air. Sword chi swept across and swept away the clouds. Even the cultivators at the foot and waist of the mountain could see it. Zhou Qingxin was exhilarated. He clenched his fists and said with a trembling voice, "I did not expect Sword God Zhou to be able to fight against the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou." That was the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. The most powerful cultivator in Great Zhou. Humph, what a joke. The Sword Monarch is not serious yet. Do you think this is the power of the Sword Monarch? Zhou Tianyu said with disdain. Although the battle between Zhou Xuanji and the Sword Monarch was exciting and dazzling, it was like a small fight, not worthy of their fame. Princess Xuanya could not hold it anymore and said, "Big brother, are you prepared to take Sword God Zhou as your teacher? Do you think he will accept you?" With this, Zhou Tianyu's face turned black immediately. His eyes were spitting fire. He could not wait to capture Princess Xuanya and beat her up. With Sword God Zhou's temper, it was already good enough that he did not draw his sword at him. Take him as his teacher? Boom! At this moment, a deafening explosion came from the Sword Monarch's pinnacle, which attracted countless people's attention. A sword chi that was hundreds of meters long sent Zhou Xuanji flying backward. Facing this horrifying sword chi, Zhou Xuanji relied on the sky-sundering Emperor Sword and the God Emperor Sword to block it. But he still could not block it and flew backward for 1,000 meters. After he stopped, he drew his swords and dispersed the sword chi. His arms were numb, and he was shocked in his heart. Even with the help of the power of the ancient Sword Emperor, he still could not block it. And looking at the Sword Monarch's posture, he looked so relaxed and relaxed. It was obvious that he did not use his full power. Could this guy have already reached the pinnacle of spirit refinement? Zhou Xuanji guessed in his heart. Qi nurturing, foundation establishment, enlightening, inner core, spirit spring, nascent soul, astral projection, spirit refinement, Mahayana. There was only one Mahayana in the Great Zhou, at least on the surface. It was Emperor Yan of Zhou. Other than that, Zhou Yalong had also stepped into the spirit refinement realm. If it wasn't for the fact that his legendary swords were powerful, Zhou Xuanji would not even be able to withstand a single finger of theirs. The corner of the Sword Monarch's mouth curled up, revealing a disdainful smile. He once again sent out 2 waves of sword chi toward Zhou Xuanji. It was 2,000 zhang long. It was as if it could tear the sky apart. It was peerlessly domineering. Zhou Xuanji wielded the sky-sundering Emperor Sword and activated the Tempest Slash. The power of the ancient Sword Emperor roared out. A similarly powerful strand of sword chi shot out and collided with the first strand of sword chi, causing a violent gale to wreak havoc in the surroundings and shake the Sword Monarch's peak. However, the Sword Monarch's second wave of sword chi pierced through the gale and continued to attack. Zhou Xuanji leaped and dodged the sword chi by a hair's breadth. The sword energy swept across 10,000 meters. It flattened a mountain far away. Dust billowed up, and rocks flew into the air. Many cultivators were so frightened that they dodged in panic. Zhou Xuanji somersaulted with his head facing down. He swung his swords, and the other legendary swords around him followed suit. 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation. 10 Swords Mode. Dragon-shaped sword chi wrapped around each legendary sword. At first glance, it looked like Zhou Xuanji was leading 17 dragons to attack the Sword Monarch. He sped up suddenly and came up to the Sword Monarch in an instant. Clang! 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 The Sword Monarch's expression did not change. He withstood all the legendary sword's attacks with ease. A tinge of shock flashed in the depth of his eyes. What kind of talent is this? 17 swords, and each sword could use different sword moves. It was as though he was being attacked by 17 Sword God Zhou at once. This guy's talent in the sword's way was more powerful than his. At this moment, a murderous intent grew in the Sword Monarch's heart. If he did not kill Zhou Xuanji would surpass him sooner or later. After the thought, he swung his swords even faster. Chapter 113. Facing the sudden increase in the speed of the sword monarch's sword, although Zhou Xuanji was shocked, he did not panic. He still maintained the dual sword wills and the 10-sword style, fighting to his heart's content. His control over the 10-sword style was also improving steadily. This kind of battle where he could freely display his strength made him feel very good. The hundreds of thousands of spectators on the sword monarch's peak enjoyed the battle as well. Not to mention the identities of these two people, just witnessing this battle was enough for him to have no regrets in his life. No matter if it was the sword monarch of Great Zhou's domineering and steadiness. It was still the magnificence of sword god Zhou's 17 swords. They were both pleasing to the eye and shocking to the heart. Too strong. How did he do it with so many swords? With this sword technique alone, he can become a sword god. Where's the sword monarch? Why don't you take out his other 5 swords? 7 swords against 17 swords? Ha ha ha, I'm afraid the sword monarch of Great Zhou would feel embarrassed. Why don't we just fight like this? How old is sword god Zhou? You look younger than the good-for-nothing in my house. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's an old monster. Hundreds of thousands of people discussed excitedly, and most of them were shouting sword god Zhou's name. This was a powerhouse of the new generation challenging a legend. After this battle, even if sword god Zhou lost, his name would spread throughout Great Zhou, and he would become one of the most powerful cultivators in Great Zhou. He was number 1 on the Great Zhou honor roll. So strong, Han Shenbo was flabbergasted. He suddenly felt lucky. It turned out that Zhou Xuanji had held back when they fought. Or else, he would not even be able to withstand a single slash from Zhou Xuanji. Xuanji, you can do it. Jianghu shouted as she swung her fist for Zhou Xuanji. No one cared about her because the others were watching the battle anxiously too. This old man is convinced again. This kid is too strong. In this life, this old man must pester him to death. The little black snake was so excited that its body was trembling, and its eyes were filled with a strange light. Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin were excited, even a big and small air were flapping their wings. In front of the palace gate, Xiao Jinghong clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were slightly red, and a myriad of emotions were surging in his heart. Memories surged. Hey, little wimp, what sword technique are you practicing? 9 years ago, he looked at the young Zhou Xuanji mockingly. At that time, in his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was extremely weak. Even after he became Zhou Xuanji's disciple, he still had to protect Zhou Xuanji in secret. 9 years later, Zhou Xuanji challenged the sword monarch of Great Zhou for him. Although this wasn't the first time he was shocked and moved, he was still very excited. He could only feel his blood boiling. Jinghong, are you all right? The lady in white asked out of concern. Xiao Jinghong's attitude made her feel very complicated. In the face of his own feelings, he had never lost his composure like this. Xiao Jinghong did not answer her but continued to stare at Zhou Xuanji. It was as if his master was the only one in his world. Zhou Xuanji leapt back and stabbed forwards with his 2 swords. The 15 legendary swords gave off dragon-shaped sword chi and turned into a massive rainbow dragon that roared as it shot out. The dragon's roar exploded. It was earth-shattering. In front of this 7-colored dragon, the sword monarch of Great Zhou seemed so tiny. The sword monarch looked up, and his eyes were filled with a domineering arrogance. He raised his 2 swords and easily blocked the 7-colored dragon. With a jolt of his arms, the 7-colored dragon immediately dissipated, turning into wisps of sword chi that resembled clouds and smoke. Child's play. I will let you see why I can become the sword monarch of Great Zhou. The sword monarch laughed proudly. His heroic spirit soared into the sky. Many swords resonated and gathered together, shaking everyone's heart. 5 black swords appeared behind the sword monarch, which were exactly the same as the two in his hand. 7 swords. The hundreds of thousands of spectators were excited at this scene. Within Great Zhou, everyone knew that as long as the sword monarch took out 7 swords, it meant that he was serious. What came next was the highlight. Zhou Xuanji sensed that the sword monarch's aura had changed. But he was not afraid. Instead, he was excited. He stabbed forward with his left hand, and the 15 legendary swords charged toward the sword monarch again. At the same time, he leaped up and stepped on the thunderclap sword. Lightning enveloped his body and tightened his muscles. His speed increased tremendously. He charged toward the sword monarch with one step. Ranged sword propelling. Killing in an instant. The sword monarch slashed with his sword, and the 5 black swords behind him charged toward Zhou Xuanji in a line. The speed of the 5 swords was not any slower than Zhou Xuanji's. Boom! Zhou Xuanji was sent flying backward by the 5 swords. He felt as though he was rammed by a giant mountain. The sky-sundering emperor's sword trembled continuously, and blood spurted out from his perlicue. Looking at him flying into the flatland far away, the sword monarch frowned slightly. Because there were many cracks on one of his black swords. What kind of sword was that? Zhou Xuanji's body spun and flew 10,000 meters away. He landed on the flatland, and the friction between his feet swept up 2 rows of grass. His face was pale, and he felt something sweet in his throat. He endured the discomfort and swallowed the blood. At such a crucial moment, he could not vomit blood. The sword monarch stood proudly under the sea of clouds and looked down at Zhou Xuanji. Looking at you from my height, you are no different from an ant on the ground. Extremely insignificant. The sword monarch spoke slowly, and his voice reverberated across the heavens and earth. Sword god Zhou, you are indeed talented, but you need to let nature take its course. You are not my opponent now. Go back and cultivate for another 1,000 years, and the world will be yours sooner or later. This sentence convinced the majority of the people present. Although they were looking forward to sword god Zhou's counterattack against the legend, they had to admit that the sword monarch was indeed generous. Humph! This old brat is so dignified. His words are always belittling Xuanji. The little black snake snorted coldly. It had been quarreling for thousands of years, so it knew what the sword monarch was up to. Jianghu, Zhao Congjian, and the rest were furious too. The more they looked at the sword monarch, the more they disliked him. If the sword monarch was really so generous, why didn't he just let Xiao Jinghong go? He was beating around the bush because he did not want to let Xiao Jinghong go and still wanted to maintain his reputation. At the waist of the mountain. Zhou Tianyu pointed down and laughed with disdain, see that? This is the consequence of overestimating your own capabilities. However, he did not receive any response, but a wave of disdain. Your Highness, at least sword god Zhou dared to fight against any powerful enemy for his disciple. What about you? Yeah. Big brother, did sword god Zhou offend you? Yeah. You hate the Empress the most. Do you dare to speak so rudely to her? Only sword god Zhou dares to. You are just jealous of others. Ha ha ha, don't mind him. He can't even keep his position as the crown prince, of course he will bite others. Sword god Zhou's performance had won over everyone, except for Zhou Tianyu, who still disliked him. Hearing the mockery from his royal brothers and sisters, Zhou Tianyu was exasperated. He roared furiously, wait till I become the emperor of Great Zhou. I will show you all. The royal soldiers at the side shook their heads. No wonder he was not favored. It was fortunate that he was born early. If he was a few years later, he would not be able to live until today. No matter in which dynasty, it was a taboo to abolish the eldest and establish the youngest. But at this moment, Zhou Tianyu's position as the crown prince was already set in stone. It all depended on who would replace him. Chapter 114. Zhou Tianyu could not win against so many princes and princesses, so he stomped his feet in anger. Zhou Qingxin shook his head. When he was young, he thought that this big brother of his was quite mighty. But after he grew up, he realized that it was not mighty at all. It was because he had a screw loose in his head. He did things as he pleased without fear. He really thought that he was the emperor of Great Zhou. But it was a pity that it was too late. When the new crown prince appeared, Zhou Tianyu's fate would be worse than death. On the plain, Zhou Xuanji ignored the discussions of the hundreds of thousands of people. He fixed his gaze on the sword monarch as he panted. Even with the power of the ancient sword emperor, it was still a little difficult for him to face the sword monarch's domineering power. His stamina was depleting quickly. He lowered his head slowly and looked at the God Emperor sword in his left hand. He swung his hands inward, and the sky-sundering Emperor sword and the God Emperor sword switched hands. The right hand was his forte. It had to be matched with the most powerful legendary sword. God Emperor. From today onwards, I will make you famous across the world. Zhou Xuanji mumbled softly and injected his spirit energy into the God Emperor sword. In an instant, strands of black qi seeped out from the blade. Ghost qi. It was also the Emperor's qi. Boom! His aura began to grow. The Emperor's ghost qi surrounded his body, causing the ground to tremble. This scene attracted the attention of hundreds of thousands of people. Even the sword monarch's expression changed. This is... he muttered with a frown. His eyes quickly locked onto the God Emperor sword in Zhou Xuanji's hand. Sword monarch, you have always been high and mighty. Everyone is an ant in your eyes. Zhou Xuanji said as he flew up. His voice was calm and soft, but it could be heard by everyone. At this moment, he seemed to have changed into a different person in the eyes of hundreds of thousands of people. With the Emperor's ghost qi surrounding him, Zhou Xuanji gave off the aura of an emperor, like a great emperor who controlled the life and death of everyone in the world. Ghost Emperor. Sword Emperor. He rose quickly, but compared to the height of the sword monarch's pinnacle, it was not that fast. But you must understand that no one can always stand at the peak. Even if there is, it can only be me. I will defeat you, replace you, and let you understand the feeling of looking up at others. If you are the Emperor of the Way of the Sword, then I am the Emperor of the Way of the Sword, the God of the Way of the Sword. Zhou Xuanji's voice shook people's hearts. His tone was arrogant and firm. Hundreds of thousands of people widened their eyes and mouths. That is, Zhou Tianyu was dumbfounded. Even if he was brainless, he could see that Zhou Xuanji had completely changed. This aura, he had seen it in one person. Emperor Yan of Zhou. Wait a minute. Father. Zhou Tianyu swallowed his saliva. Zhou Xuanji's figure and face overlapped with the Emperor Yan of Zhou in his memory. Thinking about how Emperor Yan of Zhou was not angry when Zhou Xuanji insulted the Empress, he thought of a terrifying thought. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, he shook his head, trying to deny his own guess. Zhou Qingxin was also stunned. The same guess as Zhou Tianyu appeared in his mind. His whole body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. The other princes and princesses did not think too much about it. They all admired Wang Zhe and Zhou Xuanji. At the top of the mountain, Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Xuanji expectantly. She put her palms together in front of her chest. This scene was familiar to her. She had seen it countless times in her dreams. She had heard too many stories from Zhou Xuanji. She would also imagine the scene of Zhou Xuanji ruling the world. She felt a little moved, and tears welled up in her eyes. Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, and the rest did not feel as complicated as her. They were just very excited, and their blood vessels were pumping. Xiao Jinghong was even more excited. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to defeat the sword monarch, but at this moment, there's hope. The lady in white beside him opened her beautiful eyes wide. Her face was filled with disbelief. The sword monarch frowned and asked, "What's that evil sword in your hand?" "Evil sword." With this, Zhou Xuanji's reputation would be ruined. Since ancient times, evil never triumphed over righteousness. The path of evil was always inferior. Zhou Xuanji did not fall for it. "You are the sword monarch of Great Zhou? This is the God Emperor sword. The God Emperor controls yin and yang, suppresses reincarnation. The Emperor controls the human world, suppresses fate. This sword is the orthodox sword of the Great Tao. It's used to slay evildoers and devils." Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the sky, like an emperor announcing the laws of heaven. These words not only rebuked the sword monarch, but also mocked his ignorance. Soon, he flew up into the sky and stood at the same height as the sword monarch. The God Emperor Qi coalesced into a black shadow that was hundreds of meters tall behind Zhou Xuanji. Its figure was exactly the same as Zhou Xuanji, but it was somehow domineering, like a supreme emperor. Not only that, but the black shadow also coalesced into a black sword that looked like the God Emperor sword. Zhou Xuanji let go of the sky-sundering Emperor sword in his left hand and stored it into the supreme storage along with the other 15 legendary swords. Just with the God Emperor sword. Defeating the sword monarch with a single sword. You are the sword monarch of Great Zhou. Let's see if you can maintain the majesty of the sword monarch in front of my God Emperor sword. Zhou Xuanji laughed wildly. The power of the God Emperor and the domineering aura of the God Emperor merged into his body. At this moment, he felt that the sword monarch was not as powerful as before. The sword monarch of Great Zhou was speechless. This brat is too good at talking. Humph. I'd like to see how powerful your God Emperor sword is. The sword monarch snorted coldly. He felt a little sour in his heart. It would be great if such a legendary sword belonged to him. After that, he waved his right hand. The 5 black swords behind him emanated sword qi. The sword qi coalesced into a gigantic sword. Swoosh, the gigantic sword qi shot out and grew to a length of hundreds of meters in an instant. It was enough to shatter any mountain. Facing such a slash, Zhou Xuanji smiled and slashed at it. Before the gigantic sword qi could even touch him, it was already dispersed. Next, Zhou Xuanji slashed at the sword monarch again. This slash. It shocked the world and made the gods weep. The sword flashed, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. On the sword monarch's pinnacle, hundreds of thousands of people closed their eyes instinctively. However, they quickly opened their eyes again, afraid that they would miss out on this exciting moment. A stream of black sword qi shot out and sliced the sea of clouds apart. It swept past the sword monarch with incredible speed. The sword monarch's black hair danced wildly in the wind. The sword monarch's pinnacle shook violently. Just when the black sword qi was about to hit the sword monarch's pinnacle, it dissipated suddenly. The tens of thousands of cultivators who were facing it were shocked to their souls. Pfft, blood spurted out from the sword monarch's right shoulder and splattered across the sky. The hundreds of thousands of people were dumbfounded. He injured the sword monarch with just one slash. This was sword god Zhou's true power? How can it be? Xia Wuyo cried out in shock. His legs turned to jelly, and he knelt down on the ground. He could not accept this fact. The sword monarch lowered his head so that others could not see his expression clearly. He was still holding his sword. Who the hell is this kid? The firebird old lady trembled as she mumbled to herself. In her heart, the sword monarch had the potential to become the most powerful cultivator in the world. How could he be injured by a junior who was a stage lower than him? Chapter 115. Silence. The entire world fell silent, only the sound of the wind could be heard. Everyone was stunned. They could feel a surge of hot blood coursing through their bodies and rushing up to the top of their heads. Sword god Zhou really injured the sword monarch of Great Zhou. Moreover, it was done in an absolutely domineering manner. Boom! After a short period of silence, the Sword Monarch's peak boiled with excitement. Sword God Zhou. Ah! A new legend. He is the #1 in Great Zhou's way of the sword. God Emperor Sword? How domineering! The ghost god controls the cycle of yin and yang, the emperor controls the destiny of the world. Well said. This sword is definitely the best sword in the world. Who said that Sword God Zhou is weaker than the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou? The winner has been decided. Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, you must keep your words. Hundreds of thousands of people shouted at the top of their lungs, and a name echoed across the earth. Sword God Zhou. Ah! I'm going crazy. Princess Xianxia cupped her face and cried out excitedly, her face somewhat red. The other princes and princesses were equally excited. Zhou Qingxin and Zhou Tianyu stood rooted to the ground, not saying a word for a long time. At the top of the mountain, Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin hugged each other and jumped on the spot. Zhao Congjian and Beishao Wangjian waved their fists and roared. Han Shenbo was dumbfounded as if he had seen a ghost. The little black snake opened its mouth wide, and its forked tongue fell out. Xiao Jinghong clenched his fists tightly. His face was ferocious, not because of anger, but because of extreme excitement. Zhou Xuanji's prowess made him feel as if he had broken through his shackles. Such a master was worth following for a lifetime. The Sword Monarch's disciples and grand disciples all broke down, unable to accept this scene. The guests who came to flatter the Sword Monarch were all silent. They were dumbfounded, and thousands of words were stuck in their throats. Zhou Xuanji raised the God Emperor sword and pointed it at the Sword Monarch. From today onwards, there will be one more Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, and that will be me. Domineering. Everyone was shocked by his bold words. This was Sword God Zhou. No matter who he faced, it seemed impossible for him to win, but he always won. It wasn't a difficult victory, but a dominating one. The Sword Monarch slowly raised his head. His face was expressionless, but his eyes gave off a ferocious aura, like a ferocious wolf that was on the verge of death. Where did this sword come from? He asked in a deep voice, no longer putting on an act like before. Zhou Xuanji laughed conceitedly and said, Jinyao, have you heard of him? Gold Glory? What was that? The Sword Monarch frowned. His heart was filled with confusion. Do you understand now? You're actually a frog at the bottom of a well. You don't understand the terror of power. Zhou Xuanji added insult to injury and trampled on the Sword Monarch's pride. The Sword Monarch of Great Zhou was a hypocrite. Although he seemed to be giving in, he was actually plotting against Zhou Donghuang. Not only did he not give up his disciple, but he also wanted to humiliate him in front of the world. This was going too far. Today, Zhou Xuanji was going to pull him down from his pedestal. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword with his right hand and swung it over his head. The godly emperor behind him also raised his giant sword. Thunder clouds suddenly gathered and rumbling sounds could be heard incessantly. A vast and mighty heavenly might filled the air. Man is the sword, and the sword is man. My heart is only the sword in my hand, and my sword specializes in cutting down all enemies in the world. My sword Dao is invincible. Zhou Xuanji shouted, putting on an act. In the eyes of hundreds of thousands of people, he looked incredibly domineering. It was as if a god had descended to this world, looking down on the world. After he finished speaking, he slashed with his sword. The Sword Monarch did not wait for his death. He channeled his spirit energy with both swords and pierced forward. The two swords combined into one, and the sword chi turned into a rainbow. The two powerful sword chi clashed together like torrents. Boom! A violent gale blew. Their sword chi was hundreds of meters wide and flowed endlessly like a vast ocean, covering the thunder clouds and the sky. The sword monarch's pinnacle shook violently, and countless rocks fell down. Everyone backed off, afraid that they would be swept away by the violent gale. The plains began to crumble. Numerous cracks appeared, forming a complicated valley. The sea of clouds billowed, and thunder roared. At this moment it was as though a world-ending storm was coming. All creatures wailed, and all spells were destroyed. Facing such a horrifying pressure, everyone felt how insignificant they were. Man is the sword, and the sword is the man. My sword Dao is invincible, Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Zongjian mumbled to themselves in a daze. Somehow, they seemed to have realized something. Zhou Xuanji rose up slowly and pushed his right arm downward. His sword qi suppressed the sword monarch's sword qi. The sword monarch's expression changed immediately. How can it be? The sword monarch cried out in shock in his heart. He was at the pinnacle of the spirit refinement stage, which was equivalent to a land immortal. Seeing his expression, Zhou Xuanji was overjoyed. The glorious gold legendary sword was so powerful. Awesome! Really awesome! With this sword in hand, the world is mine. Soon, Zhou Xuanji's sword qi came up to the sword monarch. The sword monarch could no longer keep his composure. He leaped up and dodged the sword qi. He turned into a stream of cold light and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. What an old man who goes back on his words! Zhou Xuanji cursed furiously and charged forward with his sword. Didn't he say that he would lose if he was injured? Clang! 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 The two of them fought against each other quickly. Their swords were like the wind and clashed against each other crazily, covering every sound in the heavens and the earth. Their attacks were domineering and bold. They did not use any fancy sword techniques but entered their most powerful state of sword will. Boom! The two of them fell from a height of 10,000 meters and smashed into the ground, causing the ground to crumble. Broken rocks flew hundreds of meters high, and grass and dust were swept up like a sandstorm. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth slightly. Even with the power of the God Emperor, his legs were still aching. If not for the God Emperor, he would have been smashed into pieces by this jump. The sword monarch swung his sword faster and faster, and his strength increased as well. Zhou Xuanji did not want to admit defeat and fought with all his might. He switched his sword wills continuously. His sword moves were sometimes imposing and sometimes vicious, which made the sword monarch very uncomfortable. The two of them began to fight fiercely on the plain. The area within a few miles became their battlefield. They moved extremely quickly. Looking from the sword monarch's pinnacle, one could only see the flashes of their swords flashing like lightning. Thunderclouds billowed, and the sky turned darker. This made the battle between the two of them even more intense, which affected everyone's heart. Didn't the sword monarch say that he would lose if he was injured? A cultivator could not hold it and roared furiously. He had the cultivation of inner pellet. Many people could hear him as he roared with all his might. With this, the others were enraged too. The sword monarch of Great Zhou went back on his words, and they still revered him like a god. What a joke! So the sword monarch is such a despicable person. From today onwards, I will only recognize Sword God Zhou as the top cultivator in Great Zhou's way of the sword. No choice. Sword God Zhou is just so powerful. He forced the sword monarch into a corner. It seems like Sword God Zhou is indeed as powerful as the sword monarch. Of course. Look, the sword monarch is already anxious. Hundreds of thousands of people began to condemn the sword monarch. Some even cursed. Those who supported the sword monarch were silent, including his disciples and grand disciples. Chapter 116. So despicable. Jiang Shui was furious and worried for Zhou Xuanji at the same time. She was very clear about Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. After such a huge battle, his body would surely suffer severe backlash. I'm not shameless. Don't call him the sword monarch of Great Zhou. Call him the despicable emperor of Great Zhou. The little black snake cursed furiously. He was so angry that his body was trembling. Is there a difference? Han Shenbua could not help but ask. He's as despicable as you. The little black snake said unpleasantly. Han Shenbua was stunned. I don't train with the sword. Xiao Jinghong walked forward. The lady in the white dress wanted to hold him back, but she was too slow. She wanted to chase after him, but her feet were rooted to the ground and could not be lifted. She was so embarrassed. She often boasted about how great the sword monarch was and how righteous he was in front of Xiao Jinghong. But now, she was filled with shame and even despair. If this continued, she would have no fate with Xiao Jinghong. They might even become mortal enemies. Xiao Jinghong walked to the cliff and sat down with his legs crossed. He closed his eyes. The sound of swords clashing entered his ears. The words that Zhou Xuanji taught him back then appeared in his mind. The sword is like your heart. It's hard to understand, but it will never betray you. No matter what, you must always believe in your sword. Zhou Xuanji's slightly childish voice resounded in his mind. That was what Zhou Xuanji taught him when he was 14 years old. I'm the sword noble, but I can't escape from the sword monarch. I tried to escape again and again, but I was caught by the sword monarch. In the end, it's because I'm too weak. If only my sword was powerful enough, as powerful as my revered teacher. Xiao Jinghong mumbled to himself. He felt like he was going to lose his mind. At this moment, footsteps could be heard from behind him. Humph. Our master is fighting for you, and you're still being so indecisive. Zhao Congjian snorted coldly. Xiao Jinghong looked back in shock. He saw Zhao Congjian standing behind him with his arms crossed in front of his chest. His face was full of disdain. Beixiao Wangjian's face was also full of disdain. He said, I think, you should be a sword slave and let us be your disciples. Jiang Shui poked her head out from behind Huang Lianxin and said with a smile, if you continue to be like this, Xuanji will be disappointed. Quickly stand up. When Xuanji wins, we can go home. The little black snake laid on the waiter's head and laughed, TSK, almost having a heart demon. In the future, don't say that you're the one who destroyed my body. Huang Lianxin smiled. She didn't need to say anything else. Xiao Jinghong was stunned as a warm current flowed through his heart. He immediately stood up, nodded heavily, and then said with a smile, yes, I should wait for master to win. His master was always able to escape from danger, so he shouldn't worry about him. In the distance, on the stone steps in front of the palace, the lady in white looked at Xiao Jinghong's smiling face and couldn't help but fall into a trance. She suddenly felt that Xiao Jinghong was a stranger. Below, on the boundless plains, the battle between Zhou Xuanji and the sword monarch had reached its climax. The two of them were evenly matched. If not for the fact that Zhou Xuanji had cultivated many sword techniques and understood the sword will, even if he used the God Emperor sword, it would be difficult for Zhou Xuanji to withstand the sword monarch, who was going all out. Within a radius of 10 miles, the ground was filled with holes and cracks left by the ravaging sword qi. Zhou Xuanji knew that things were not going well. If the stalemate continued, his body would not be able to hold on any longer. He must end the battle as soon as possible. After the thought, the sky-sundering Emperor sword appeared in his left hand. The power of the ancient sword emperor. In an instant, his aura grew tremendously. Although the amethyst legendary sword was not as powerful as the glorious gold legendary sword, it was still powerful. Zhou Xuanji felt that there was endless power in his body. He activated the dual sword mode straightaway, and 2 dragon-shaped sword qi surrounded his body. One was a golden dragon, and the other was a black dragon. The 2 dragons were ferocious and caught the sword monarch off guard. The sword monarch did not dare to take out his other swords, in case they were destroyed on the spot. Zhou Xuanji stomped on the ground and forced the sword monarch back 5,000 meters, sweeping up a cloud of grass. He stopped abruptly and surrounded the sword monarch with his six-path sword shadow. This move again. The sword monarch was shocked in his heart and wanted to dodge instinctively. But it was too late. Soul Eater slash. The black sword chi engulfed the sword monarch like a tornado. The six-path sword shadow disappeared too. Boom! The ground shook violently. Countless soil, rocks, and grass were swept up. Zhou Xuanji bent his left leg and got into a half-kneeling position, but his knee did not touch the ground. He slashed again with the God Emperor sword in his right hand. Tempest slash. The sword chi slashed the black tornado into half. A violent gale exploded and shook the air. This sword chi was almost 5,000 meters tall. It was extremely exaggerated. The ground in front of him cracked open and extended for a few miles, forming an immeasurably deep valley. The power of the ghost god could change the appearance of the earth. The dust dispersed, and the sword chi disappeared. The sword monarch's silhouette appeared. He levitated above the valley with his hands and head hanging low. His shoulders rose and fell along with his breathing. His chest was slashed open. Blood flowed, and one could vaguely see his white bones. Severe injury. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He leaped up to the peak of the sword monarch's pinnacle and came before Jianghu and the others. Now, I'm taking Shao Jinghong away. Who dares to object? Zhou Xuanji pointed his sword at those who mocked him in the palace and asked coldly. The sword monarch still had the strength to fight. He was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's attack just now. He took the opportunity to fly up and block the sword monarch's path. Facing Zhou Xuanji's sharp eyes, no one dared to look back. Even the firebird old lady nodded guiltily. Jianghu and the others looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration. Zhou Xuanji stopped in front of them. He was less than 2 meters taller than them, but in their eyes, Zhou Xuanji was so tall and mighty. Old hag. Weren't you cheering happily just now? Zhou Xuanji stared at the firebird old lady and said coldly. This old lady cheered even more happily than the sword monarch's disciples. Those who did not know would have thought that he killed one of the firebird old lady's disciples. The firebird old lady heard him and was instantly enraged. Brat, if you did not rely on that sword, would you have been able to hurt the sword monarch? With this, everyone looked at her with disdain. In the cultivation world, who did not rely on enchanted artifacts? Moreover, if a sword cultivator did not use a sword, could he still be considered a sword cultivator? Do you really need someone to fight you with their bare fists to show their true ability? Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of the firebird old lady suddenly and slashed. Blood splashed, and the firebird old lady's right arm was severed. The arm spun and landed on the ground. The firebird old lady's expression changed drastically. Her forehead was covered in sweat, and her eyes were filled with fear. She did not scream. With her cultivation, this little bit of pain was nothing. At this moment, in her eyes, Zhou Xuanji was like a demon god. He was so powerful that she felt despair. She did not even see how Zhou Xuanji came up to her. If you dare to bark again, I will chop off your head next time. Zhou Xuanji looked down at her and said coldly. He was filled with a murderous aura, which made everyone around him shiver. After that, he glanced at Xia Wuyo. Xia Wuyo trembled in fear and quickly crawled backward. Chapter 117. Seeing Xia Wuyo's pathetic state, Zhou Xuanji smiled with disdain. He turned back to Jianghu and the others and said, "Follow me." After that, he flew over the cliff and looked down at the plain, just in case the sword monarch suddenly attacked. The sword monarch turned around and looked up at him. At this moment, the sword monarch's face was covered in blood, but he was not dispirited. Instead, he gave off an extremely dangerous aura. The tables had turned between him and Zhou Xuanji. Before, he was high and mighty. Now, he was below. Sword Monarch, you have already been injured by me twice, and you still refuse to admit defeat? Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. He felt a little guilty in his heart. This fellow wouldn't have gone berserk, right? If they were to fight to the death, he would not win. Yeah. You don't have the demeanor of a grandmaster in the sword's way. Is the Sword Monarch such a person? You said it yourself. You must keep your word and keep your words. Who dares to challenge the Sword Monarch in the future? Enough, Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, do you really have to pester me endlessly? You are too much. Does Great Zhou still have the law? Hundreds of thousands of people condemned the Sword Monarch together. Their voices were so loud that their saliva splattered like a storm. The Sword Monarch shuddered and came to his senses immediately. He was afraid in his heart. He almost ruined his image. But now that he was in such a pathetic state, and he had to watch Zhou Xuanji take Xiao Jinghong away, he could not accept it. Zhou Xuanji did not care about what he thought. He brought Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others and flew toward the horizon. He held his sword with both hands and looked domineering. He looked like he was not afraid to fight again. The Sword Monarch held his sword tightly but did not attack again. His heart was filled with grievance and anger. From today onwards, the name of the Sword Monarch was tainted. Sword God Zhou was that tainted name. When Zhou Xuanji and the others disappeared into the horizon, the Sword Monarch's pinnacle was in an uproar again. Hundreds of thousands of people did not give the Sword Monarch any face and shouted Sword God Zhou's name in unison. No matter how angry the Sword Monarch was, he did not dare to kill all of them. And if he did so, even someone as powerful as the Sword Monarch could not leave Great Zhou. In terms of true strength, there was an existence with the highest authority in the Great Zhou that was stronger than him. He really did it, Zhou Qingxin mumbled to himself. Ever since he guessed Zhou Xuanji's identity, his emotions became complicated and he could no longer congratulate Zhou Xuanji. He understood that from now on, Sword God Zhou would be his greatest enemy in the fight for the throne. He was not weaker than Zhou Yalong at all, and could even be a bigger threat. Zhou Tianyu sat on the ground in a daze. He, I told you. Sword God Zhou will surely win. Princess Xuanya made a face at Zhou Tianyu as she giggled. However, Zhou Tianyu was not his usual self. He did not fly into a rage. Instead, he sat on the ground in a daze. He murmured, "What a great game of chess." "So you've already planned this." When Princess Xuanya heard this, she couldn't help but shake her head. This stupid big brother probably couldn't accept this result and was about to go crazy. Looking at the direction in which Zhou Xuanji and the others left, the Sword Monarch's face turned savage. "Sword God Zhou. I'll tear you to shreds. Your godly sword will be mine sooner or later." He roared in his heart, his eyes bloodshot. At this moment, he did not look like a Sword Dao Grandmaster. Instead, he looked like an evil demon. After flying for hundreds of miles, Zhou Xuanji landed on Big's back. Jiang Shui hugged him, and he stored the God Emperor and Sky-Sundering Emperor sword. The powerful force disappeared, and a horrifying backlash exploded. Pfft! Zhou Xuanji could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood, which splashed onto Big's head. Next, his vision darkened, and he fainted immediately. "Revered teacher," Xiao Jinghong cried out nervously. They all understood that Zhou Xuanji was like this, so they did not dare to raise their voices. "Full speed ahead. Let's leave this place first," Jiang Shui said with gritted teeth. She was not flustered. She understood that she had to remain calm at this moment. Zhou Xuanji had already helped them through the most dangerous stage. The rest depended on them. Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and the rest nodded and flew at full speed ahead. The little black snake sighed in amazement. "It's still the same thing. I'm convinced. I'm convinced." Fortunately, the sword monarch did not chase after them. At this moment, he was having a headache about how to deal with the aftermath. In the next few days, the news of sword god Zhou severely injuring the sword monarch bombarded Great Zhou like a meteor shower. The sword monarch had a special identity. He was quite famous in the surrounding empires and kingdoms. So, this battle caused the name of sword god Zhou to spread throughout Great Zhou for the first time. Countless people exclaimed that sword god Zhou was going to defy the heavens. All the details of this battle were dug up. What sword god Zhou said made countless cultivators want to devote themselves to the sword's way. All sorts of discussions became more and more ridiculous. Sword god Zhou was being deified. Great Zhou was going to welcome the golden age of the sword's way because of this. Of course, this was for the future. Overall, Zhou Xuanji became a god after this battle. From today onwards, no one dared to look down on him. It was worth mentioning that Zhou Xuanji claimed that he was 16 years old before the battle, which caused a lot of discussion. If he was really 16 years old, then it would be earth-shattering. Zhou Xuanji had a dream. He dreamt that he had achieved great accomplishment in his cultivation and became an immortal. He brought Jianghu back to earth and brought her home to meet his parents. He told them that she was his wife. The family was happy and blissful. This dream was very real. It was so real that Zhou Xuanji did not want to wake up. Until one day, he heard a voice. Xuanji, Xuanji, why aren't you awake yet? Zhou Xuanji's consciousness was gradually awakened. He tried his best to open his eyes. What he saw was the roof beam. Memories flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. He remembered everything and felt a splitting headache, as though his head would explode at any moment. He turned around instinctively and saw Jianghu sleeping soundly by the bed. Xuanji, why aren't you awake yet? She mumbled in her sleep. This scene reminded him of the first time he met Jianghu. He forced a smile on his face. Sword spirit, how long was I unconscious? Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. He hoped that nothing happened to the others while he was unconscious. 2 months. The sword spirit replied, which made Zhou Xuanji open his eyes wide. 2 months. Such a high price? Because the sword owner used the God Emperor sword's power for too long, your body almost exploded. After 2 months of coma, you still need to rest for a while to fully recover. The sword spirit reminded, which made Zhou Xuanji smile bitterly. Isn't this too horrifying? He almost killed himself. At this moment, Jianghu sensed that he was moving and opened her eyes. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was smiling bitterly, she sat up immediately. Tears flowed down her face instantly. Xuanji, you are finally awake. She cried out in surprise. Her voice passed through the wooden hut and came outside. Next, Shao Jinghong, Beishao Wangjian, Zhao Congjian, Huang Lianxin, and Han Shenbo ran in one after another. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had woken up, they were all overjoyed and began asking about Zhou Xuanji's condition. Zhou Xuanji felt a headache coming on. He interrupted them and asked, when I was unconscious, did you encounter any trouble? Chapter 118. Facing Zhou Xuanji's question, Shao Jinghong shook his head and smiled, we did not encounter any trouble. The sword monarch can't even take care of himself now and has no time to deal with us. We are now deep in the mountains outside of Great Zhou's borders. There are many demons nearby, and there are few people around. Zhou Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything was fine. It seemed like he should avoid using the God Emperor sword unless it was a matter of life and death. Northern Valiant Sword said excitedly, Master, you don't know this, but the whole world is talking about your mighty name. They think that you are the Emperor of the Way of the Sword, and that you are not inferior to the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. Zhao Congjian followed, yes, the sacred grounds and large sects near the Zhou dynasty have extended an olive branch to you, except for Xinhao sect. At the mention of Xinhao sect, everyone laughed. Emperor Yan of Zhou suddenly acted a month ago. He used his mighty power to sweep across the border of Great Xia and chased Xinhao sect out of Great Xia. No matter how much they hate you, they no longer have the chance. Xinhao sect's threat was no weaker than the Empress of Great Zhou and Zhou Yalong. Luckily, they had already been expelled. Even if there were experts who infiltrated the Great Zhou dynasty, they would have to cower and hide. Zhou Xuanji said, "All right, that's not important. It's good that you are fine. All right, you guys can go out now. I'm getting a headache from all these people crowding around here." Xiao Jinghong and the others exchanged glances and smiled before they turned around and left. Han Shenbua didn't leave. He stood by the bed and said shyly, "Master, when did you agree to unseal me?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "I'll consider it after I recover. Let's see how you perform during this period of time." Han Shenbua was instantly excited when he heard this, and he immediately cupped his fists and bowed before leaving. He was really suffocating. He was originally an expert, but he ended up like a mortal. He was bullied by the little black snake every day, living a life worse than death. After the crowd dispersed, Jiang Shui got up and poured a bowl of hot soup for Zhou Xuanji. She sat on the edge of the bed and blew on the hot soup while saying, "This is a soup made from tonic herbs. It can help you replenish your qi and blood. Let me feed you." Zhou Xuanji wanted to sit up, but the tearing pain in his body made him inhale a deep breath. How severe was his injury? He felt his muscles, bones, and internal organs aching from the inside out. He struggled for a while before he could barely lift his upper body, but he still had to lean on the bedding. Jiang Shui gently fed him the soup. "You don't know how anxious I was when you were in a coma. I often thought, what should I do if Xuanji never wakes up? But then I thought that since you are so powerful, you will definitely be fine." Jiang Shui began to chatter non-stop, as though she was going to say everything that she had not said to Zhou Xuanji for the past 2 months. Zhou Xuanji listened quietly and stared at her. He could see a trace of exhaustion on the girl's face. Evidently, she missed Zhou Xuanji so much that she could not sleep. She might even be overthinking about cultivation. After drinking the soup, Zhou Xuanji grinned and said, "Don't worry. With you around, how can I bear to die? Even if I die, I will crawl out of the netherworld to find you." Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at him and got up to put the bowl on the table. She walked back to the bed, took off her boots, and lay down beside Zhou Xuanji. She wrapped her arms around Zhou Xuanji's head and let him lie in her embrace. She began to talk about what happened in the past 2 months. It took them 10 days to rush here from the Sword Monarch's pinnacle. During that period of time, they were filled with fear. They were afraid that they would meet a powerful enemy and die, which would be a waste of Zhou Xuanji's efforts. After they arrived, they continued to cultivate. They were often attacked by demons, but they did not need to do anything. The little black snake and the 2 dragon eagles could deal with them. The 3 of them had already made a name for themselves in the nearby demon region. Now, they were roaming outside and causing trouble. Hearing Jiang Shui's words and seeing her sweet smile from time to time, Zhou Xuanji's mind began to empty. Gradually, he fell asleep again. He was too tired. 7 days later, Zhou Xuanji could finally get off his bed and see the light of day again. The group's hut was located in a forest. Behind the hut was a towering tree. Within a radius of 100 meters, there was grassland, and beyond that was a dense forest. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Zongjian were sparring with sword techniques, while Beixiao Wangjian was teaching Huang Lianxin. Han Shenbua was chopping firewood. Zhou Xuanji walked to the tree and sat down. A gentle breeze blew past, bringing with it the faint scent of grass, which made him feel refreshed. Not long after, the little black snake rode on small air and walked out of the forest proudly. This snake was wearing a crown weaved from flowers and grass, which was extremely ugly. When it saw Zhou Xuanji, it opened its eyes wide. It came to Zhou Xuanji swiftly like a bolt of black lightning. I knew that you could. Before it could finish, Zhou Xuanji glared at it, and it gave in immediately. Master, I knew that you would be safe. I am still waiting for you to recover. You don't know that the snake demon in the east is too arrogant. Who am I? The 5th rank demon king Hegemon scaled black dragon. It dared to. The little black snake began to complain. Sometimes, it was filled with righteous indignation, and sometimes, it felt wronged. Actually, it was being bullied by a great demon. It was also a 5th rank demon. Not to mention Xiao Jinghong, even Zhao Congjian could deal with it easily. But the two did not like the little black snake, so they did not help. Alright, you useless thing. You can't even deal with a mere 5th rank demon. I will starve you for 7 days to teach you a lesson. Zhou Xuanji said impatiently, which made the little black snake feel bitter. It wanted to say something but stopped. At this moment, a gust of wind blew, which shocked everyone. They stopped their cultivation and turned around to look around. Everyone, be careful. Someone is coming. Xiao Jinghong said with a deep voice. He could sense that a powerful aura was approaching them. Even without his reminder, everyone could already feel it. Prince Xuanji, long time no see. An old and hoarse laughter rang out, causing everyone to become nervous. The other party addressed Zhou Xuanji as prince, which meant that he knew his true identity. Could he be sent by the empress? Zhou Xuanji frowned. He saw a white-haired old man walking down from the forest. He wore a black and purple robe and a crown on his head. He had an extraordinary demeanor. He smiled at them, but there was an aura of a superior being in between his brows. Seeing him, Zhou Xuanji's brows relaxed immediately. Who are you? Xiao Jinghong asked with a deep voice, holding the sword in his hand tightly. The white-haired old man said with a smile, My name is Wei Xuantian. I have no ill intentions. Wei Xuantian. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, and Han Shenhua's expressions changed drastically. The little black snake hid behind Zhou Xuanji immediately out of fear. Wei Xuantian, an important official of Great Zhou. He was the capital of fate, which was equivalent to the prime minister. Zhou Xuanji remembered him. He was the confidant of Emperor Yan of Zhou. Back then, when Lady Zhao Xian escaped, he turned a blind eye, which was why Lady Zhao Xian and Zhou Xuanji could escape. You were sent by the empress? Zhao Congjian asked cautiously. He was not familiar with the Great Zhou's royal court and did not know how to network. Wei Xuantian shook his head and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. Prince Xuanji, do you have the intention to fight for the throne? I'll write at 8 p.m. first. I'll rest for a while before writing. I can't hold on anymore. Staying up all night to write did not allow him to maintain his speed. The longer he wrote, the more he had to fight against sleep. Those who stayed up all night at the internet cafe must have known that 6 or 7 a.m. was the most sleepy time. It was like a weight hanging over one's eyelids. Fortunately, he did not write much yesterday. There were more than one chapter, and it was scary. Damn. There were more than 800 comments at the end of the chapter on QQ, and more than 1,000 thoughts in the chapter. There were also nearly 200 comments at the end of the chapter on the browser, and dozens at the starting point. It was terrifying. Chapter 119. Fight for the position of Crown Prince? Everyone was even more vigilant. If Wei Xuantian was a subordinate of the Empress of the Great Zhou, his question was obviously filled with killing intent. No, Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. It wasn't that he was afraid, but that he really didn't want to. He was used to being free and undisciplined, and he did not want to be dragged down by the huge dynasty. In that case, he would age prematurely. Having heard this, Wei Xuantian's smile disappeared, as though he was dissatisfied with Zhou Xuanji's answer. You don't like being the emperor of Great Zhou, above billions of people and wielding the highest authority? Wei Xuantian asked. His eyes were fixed on Zhou Xuanji, as though he was afraid that he was lying. The highest authority? The Great Zhou dynasty is considered the strongest in the northern wilderness region? Zhou Xuanji asked with a raised brow. He was not afraid of offending Wei Xuantian at all. He could tell that Wei Xuantian was sent by Emperor Yan of Zhou. Ever since Lady Zhao Xian had thrown him into the river, he had made up his mind that he would no longer have any kinship with Emperor Yan of Zhou. He had wanted to use Emperor Yan of Zhou to deal with the Empress, but it seemed that there was no need for that now. He was confident that he could take revenge on his own. Wei Xuantian was silent. He realized that he had underestimated Zhou Xuanji's ambition. He let out a long sigh and said, "If you don't fight for the throne, I'm afraid you won't live to see that day. His Majesty will ascend in at most 5 years. At that time, the great Zhou dynasty will belong to Zhou Yalong, and you will have nowhere to hide." Only then did the group realize that Wei Xuantian was here to help Zhou Xuanji. From what he said, could it be that Emperor Yan of Zhou wanted Zhou Xuanji to ascend to the throne? Zhou Xuanji continued to sit under the tree and said casually, "His ascension is his business. I can fight against the sword monarch now. Do you think I will be afraid of Zhou Yalong? 5 years later, he would definitely be stronger. Would he be afraid of Zhou Yalong?" He looked at Wei Xuantian and continued, "Thank you for your kindness. If it wasn't for your help back then, I wouldn't be who I am today." Wei Xuantian was stunned. He asked in surprise, "You remember what happened back then?" But on second thought, this little prince had already become the world-famous sword emperor of Great Zhou. He might still remember his memories when he was 2 years old. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. "You're really a monster. Even Zhou Yalong seems ordinary compared to you. No wonder His Majesty values you so much." Zhou Xuanji frowned. He did not like Wei Xuantian's tone. It was as if Emperor Yan of Zhou treated him very well. He asked, "Is there anything else, Lord Wei?" Wei Xuantian understood his intention to leave, so he smiled and turned to leave. After taking 3 steps, he suddenly stopped and said, "Be careful, Xinhao sect's hierarch already hates you. He sent Xinhao sect's number 1 genius, Huang Ming, to deal with you." With that, he turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared into thin air. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others walked up to Zhou Xuanji. "Master, Huang Ming is not simple. Back then, when he fought with Zhou Yalong, he was able to severely injure Zhou Yalong despite being ambushed. His strength is truly terrifying. Wei Xuantian can find us. Should we go somewhere else? Emperor Yan of Zhou wants to nurture you to be the emperor of Great Zhou? Are you still refusing? Master, could it be a trap? He purposely tricked you into going to the Great Zhou imperial city." Everyone surrounded Zhou Xuanji and continuously asked him questions, which gave Zhou Xuanji a headache. He stared at the group and said unpleasantly, "All of you, go and cultivate. I will make arrangements for everything." Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, Han Shenbua, Huang Lianxin, and the little black snake were terrified immediately. They left quickly and dared not to stay any longer. Jiang Shui sat beside Zhou Xuanji. She did not ask anything but hugged his right arm quietly. "Seems like we should move." Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. Since Wei Xuantian could find him, there was a risk of him being exposed. The next plan was to recuperate and focus on cultivation, before waiting for the Empress to come to Merciful Melody Cliff. Jiang Shui leaned on his shoulder and smiled, "Actually, I quite like to travel the world with you and see everything in this world." Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and teased, "Yo, little girl, you have grown up." Jiang Shui heard him and sat up straight immediately. She pinched his waist and smiled dangerously. Time passed quickly. 6 days passed. Zhou Xuanji and the others set off immediately. Their destination was Jianghu Wasteland. Jianghu Wasteland did not belong to Great Zhou's territory. It was extremely chaotic. There were people from various empires, and there were even some powerful demons. If the Empress wanted to go to Merciful Melody Cliff, she had to pass through Jianghu Wasteland. Jianghu Wasteland was huge, even bigger than an empire. The group walked slowly, as though they were on a scenic tour. Along the way, Xiao Jinghong was in charge of teaching Zhao Congjian. Zhao Congjian was in charge of teaching Bei Xiao Wangjian, and Bei Xiao Wangjian was in charge of teaching Pope Lianxin. Of course, their teaching times were different. Zhou Xuanji would give some pointers occasionally, but most of the time, he was training with his sword. Han Shenbua's seal had been removed, but it would take some time for him to fully recover his cultivation. The little black snake, big, and small heir's power were also increasing steadily. For demons, other than cultivation, there was another way to grow stronger quickly, which was to eat other demons. The three of them had already started eating. Although Zhou Xuanji disliked them, he did not stop them. It was their nature after all. Little black, follow it. If anything happens to it, you can just wait to die. Zhou Xuanji took out the three-eyed drought rodent and instructed the little black snake. As its cultivation grew, the little black snake's body shrunk to 1/2 meter. What a wonder! The little black snake heard him and opened its eyes wide. If it dies while walking, will you blame it on me? It asked. Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly, if it dies, you die. If it lives, you live. If it has meat to eat, you have meat to eat too. In the future, both of you will coexist. The little black snake shuddered in fear and said with a trembling voice, I didn't cause any trouble recently. Zhou Xuanji walked past it and snorted, I'm not in a good mood. The little black snake opened its eyes wide. What kind of reason was that? The others heard him and burst into laughter. And so, the little black snake escorted the three-eyed drought rodent and began their treasure hunt. The journey was long, and it was good to find some treasures. After the battle at the Sword Monarch's pinnacle, Zhou Xuanji realized how important it was to have a powerful physique. He decided to cultivate the Sword Qi Golden Body incantation, which required the accumulation of many precious materials. And so, time passed quickly. 8 months passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation broke through to inner pellet level 7 consecutively, and the Sword Qi Golden Body incantation was still trying to reach level 4, Invincible Vajra. This day, they finally came to the border of Jianghu Wasteland. Standing on a hill and looking ahead, the wasteland was covered in sand and wind. There was no end in sight. Other than the mountains behind them, they could only see mountains in front of them. Xiao Jinghong sighed in amazement, we are finally out. Speaking of which, this is my first time leaving Great Zhou's territory. The others were a little excited too. The Great Zhou Empire was huge, but it was very small compared to the northern wilderness region. Swoosh! At this moment, a flying dagger shot toward them with extreme speed. In an instant, it flew over 10,000 meters toward Zhou Xuanji and the others. Chapter 120. Zhou Xuanji swung his right hand and slashed with the sky-sundering emperor sword, accurately deflecting the flying dagger. Clang! Xiao Jinghong drew his sword and walked to the front. Zhao Congjian automatically retreated to the back of the group. This was something they had rehearsed before. To prevent the enemy from ambushing them from behind. Zhou Xuanji looked over with narrowed eyes and saw a figure walking over from the horizon. He was wearing a bamboo hat and black clothes, making it impossible to distinguish his true appearance. May I know who you are? Xiao Jinghong asked loudly. Immediately, Zhou Xuanji kicked his butt, which made him stumble and almost fall. He turned around angrily, ready to question who it was. Zhou Xuanji looked at him coldly and said, he already attacked, and you're still asking who he is? Kill them all. Xiao Jinghong blushed with shame and immediately charged forward with his sword. Everyone continued to move forward at the same speed. Xiao Jinghong quickly started fighting with the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man held 2 flying daggers in each of his hands. His figure was like a ghost as he fought Xiao Jinghong to a standstill. This person is also a nascent soul cultivator? Northern Sword Valiant exclaimed. Feeling the strong pressure, his scalp went numb. The little black snake laid on the waiter's head and said weakly, outside of the Great Zhou, there are as many nascent soul cultivators as dogs? Half a month ago, when the 3-eyed drought rodent went out to look for treasures, it ate something bad, causing it to starve for half a month. Han Shenbua said, the Jianghu wasteland is extremely chaotic. Those who dare to hang around here are all very strong. Most of them are here to kill and rob. After all, he was a disciple of a sacred ground and had passed by the Jianghu wasteland before. With the tone of an experienced person, he said, our situation is very rare. As long as we are careful, we won't easily encounter a nascent soul cultivator. When Zhou Xuanji and the others approached, Xiao Jinghong had already decapitated the man. He searched the corpse for storage bags and storage rings. This person could be considered wealthy. He had quite a lot of pills and spirit stones. Everyone continued moving forward. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. 2 burly men charged toward them with giant hammers in their hands. They were also at the nascent soul realm. Xiao Jinghong fought against 2 enemies at the same time. He suffered some light injuries, but he still managed to kill the 2 enemies. Is this what you mean by rare? The little black snake glared at Han Shenbua and questioned. After that, he looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, Master, this brat spoke rudely. I suggest that you give all of his food to me. Han Shenbua was anxious. What they ate was not grains, but medicinal pills and cultivation ingredients. Zhou Xuanji was quite generous to them. Other than the enchanted artifacts and energy techniques, all of Han Shenbua's spirit stones and pills were taken by Zhou Xuanji. He was still waiting to recover his strength, so why was his food confiscated? Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, your food for half a month belongs to it. Han Shenbua wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Zhou Xuanji was too domineering. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and walked straight to Xiao Jinghong's side. Let's find a place to stop. Our target is to ambush the Empress of Great Zhou, not to cross Jianghu wasteland. Xiao Jinghong nodded, and then he leaped up and flew towards the horizon on his sword in search of a suitable place to stay. Jiang Shui walked over and asked mysteriously, Xuanji, do you feel that something is wrong? I always feel that something is staring at us. Zhou Xuanji looked around. Other than them, there was no trace of anyone else, nor were there any demons. His cultivation was higher than Jiang Shui's, but he did not feel anything wrong. Jiang Shui might have been too nervous. He shook his head and smiled, don't worry. There are so many of us. How can we run into ghosts? Speaking of which, he had come to this mythical world for so long. He had seen astral infant, demons, but he had never seen a ghost. In the Great Zhou Empire, it was rare to hear about ghosts. It was really strange. Big and small air were bored. They flapped their wings and circled in the sky, playing around. They flew extremely high. If one did not look up, one might miss them. After a while, Xiao Jinghong still had not returned. Suddenly, a convoy of 4 carriages came from the front. There were 10 soul fountain cultivators escorting the convoy. Zhou Xuanji and the others sat on the hill and did not hide. The convoy passed by them quickly. Wait. At this moment, a cold voice came from one of the carriages, and the convoy stopped. The curtains of the carriage's window were pulled open, and a beautiful lady popped her head out. Her face was cold as she said, none of you look like evil people, and your actions seem to be the first time you came to Jianghu wasteland. Let me give you a piece of advice. Return to Great Zhou quickly and don't come out for a while. Why? Jianghu asked curiously. The Sword Emperor of Great Zhou came to Jianghu wasteland. Xianxia sect has sent out a wanted order, and the entire Jianghu wasteland is searching for the Sword Emperor. Xianxia sect's top genius, Huang Ming, who is as talented as Zhou Yalong, claimed to kill the Sword Emperor with his own hands. The beautiful lady replied. Her eyes were filled with passion and admiration. She paused and continued, "You should know who the Sword Emperor of Great Zhou is. You came from Great Zhou after all. With the Sword Emperor's temper, he will surely fight with Xianxia sect. By then, blood will flow in Jianghu wasteland like a river. You should stay away." After that, she retracted her head. The carriages continued to move forward toward Great Zhou's territory. The group's expression was strange. Huang Lianxin could not hold back her laughter. Sword Emperor of Great Zhou? Isn't that Zhou Xuanji? Ever since the battle at the Sword Monarch's pinnacle, Zhou Xuanji had a new nickname. The Sword Emperor of Great Zhou. Although the title of Sword God Zhou was domineering, it was given to him by himself. The Sword Emperor of Great Zhou was given to him by the people of Great Zhou. It was a completely different title. TSK. Seems like you have a lot of women who admire you. Jianghu said profoundly. The group heard her and burst out in laughter. Zhou Xuanji said proudly, "Of course. I'm handsome and powerful. Which woman would not like me? Shameless." Jianghu rolled her eyes at him. She turned around and picked up the little black snake, preparing to vent her anger on it. "Why is it me again?" the little black snake cried out in despair. Next, it was rolled into a ball and thrown onto the ground. Zhao Zongjian said with a frown, "Strange. How did Xianxia sect know that we would come to Jianghu wasteland?" Along the way, they did not sense anyone following them. Zhou Xuanji was thinking about this question too. He killed Ta Qishue, so Xianxia sect must be crazy to kill him. Han Shenbo said, "In this world, there are many people who are proficient in the art of divination. Even without seeing or hearing with their own eyes, they can still divine the whereabouts of others. Wei Xuantian is one of them." When he said this, he was very careful and did not dare to act cool. So that's why. No wonder Wei Xuantian knew where they were. Zhou Xuanji came to a realization. He looked at Han Shenbo with dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Sensing his gaze, Han Shenbo's body trembled. "I said something wrong again?" Another half an hour passed. Xiao Jinghong finally returned. After he landed, he said excitedly, "Revered teacher, guess what I found."